You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vought and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
The US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am your host, Jeff Waldorf, and you're watching Logically Leftist right here on this space. It's my Wednesday show, long form. Let's do it. We got a lot of stories for you today, and how, of course, this regime is continuing to take over, to take the levers of power and use them against the citizenry. We got Pam Bondi trying to get rid of DOJ's, the conflicts of interest, the ability for members of the DOJ to recuse themselves if they have a conflict of interest. That's now going to be her purview. So she's going to make that decision if this rule goes through. Of course, we also have an admission by the Trump administration about DOGE and how they accessed private voter data and handed it off to election deniers. I kid you not. We've got that. The Trump EPA basically says you are worth absolutely nothing to us. Okay. And I'm going to get into the details of that. I'm not going to say anything more until the story, of course. And then we've got Minnesota, what's going on there, and how federal officers are now going after off-duty cops. So, oops, we've got that, going on here. So it's setting up a fight, a potential fight between law enforcement agencies, federal law enforcement, and local law enforcement. And of course, we also are going to talk about some of the deplorable conditions inside of ICE detention centers, concentration camps, whatever you want to call them, and how they are just basically going without medical care now. The people there, they're not getting any medical care. So, and as if it's not like they were getting good medical care before, but now it's non-existent. And I've got the details of the breakdown in that story. So there's a lot of terrible stuff going on here today in this country. No surprise, since we voted in probably the worst president we've ever had. And that's not an exaggeration. Okay. At least it's the worst president I've had in my lifetime. Maybe there were worse, but oh my God. I tell you what, history is not going to be kind to this fascist administration. With that said, those of you who are listening and watching this live, please like and share the stream if you haven't already. Those of you who are listening on the different platforms this is going up on, or this has been put up on, please, like, follow, subscribe, help out, all that stuff. If you enjoy listening to all the horrific news, or at least if you like my take on it. With that said, let's start out with Pam Bondi and how, she's basically doing a power play at the DOJ. Okay. Imagine a world where a prosecutor, someone with a massive financial stake in a company or a personal grudge against a defendant, is forced by the government to handle that case. No stepping aside, no ethical boundaries, just raw centralized power. Power. Overwhelming power. Unlimited power. Well, friends, welcome to 2026. Okay. The Trump administration isn't just bending the rules of the Department of Justice. They're trying to delete them entirely. So if you've been following the news this week, you might have seen a headline that sounds pretty dry, right? I mean, drier than Ben Shapiro's wife. Okay. And it's, yes, dry legal jargon, but it's actually a code red for our democracy. Trump administration is proposing a rule change that would effectively eliminate the Department of Justice, the ability of Department of Justice attorneys to recuse themselves from cases due to having a conflict of interest. Remember, for over a century, recusal has been a safety valve in our legal system. It's what keeps prosecutions from becoming personal vendettas or political favors. But under a new proposal expected to hit the Federal Register any day now, Attorney General Pam Bondi would become the sole gatekeeper of ethics. Now, remember who Pam Bondi is, all right? A former prosecutor, attorney general in Florida that basically stopped the case against the Trump organization for running a fake college, okay? So she just let that whole thing slide, stopped doing any prosecutions on that. That's who Pam Bondi is. And now she's going to be the gatekeeper of ethics. Yeah. So that means if she wants a loyalist on a case, they stay on the case. Conflict or no conflict, doesn't matter. So I want to break down how this is dismantling our justice system in real time and who it's designed to protect and why this is a massive step towards the centralization of power. The very thing that a lot of us have been warning y'all about. So let's look at the before and after, okay? Now, currently, the DOJ standards require attorneys to step aside if there's even the appearance of a conflict of interest. It is codified in federal statute. It is not a suggestion, okay? It is a duty. The new rule, however, flips the script. Recusal is no longer considered a duty. It is a privilege that only Pam Bondi is allowed to grant. According to senior administration sources, career prosecutors and political appointees alike will be barred from recusing themselves unless they are personally excused by the attorney general. Here's that excuse, right? Well, the president believes that conflicts have been used as a weapon by the deep state. So understand what that means. They are calling ethics a weapon of the deep state, okay? Again, this is part of the classic authoritarian playbook, right? You take a foundational safeguard meant to ensure fairness and rebrand it as sabotage so that you can justify tearing it down. By centralizing this power, Bondi can ensure that the people hired to do a job, as the administration puts it, actually do it, regardless of whether they have a massive financial or otherwise conflict of interest. So why now? Well, look at who they've put in charge, right? I mean, we've been seeing names like Alina Habba and Lindsay Halligan. Halligan, of course, no longer in that position after a judge smacked her down, but still, these were Donald Trump's personal lawyers that were wearing the badge of special attorneys, okay? I mean, federal courts have already pushed back. As I mentioned, judges in New Jersey and New York have invalidated several of these acting appointments because they bypassed the statutory confirmation process. And last week, Halligan, however, actually accused a federal judge of a gross abuse of power because the judge questioned her authority in cases involving James Comey and Letitia James. And think about that, right? So the people who are supposed to represent the law are attacking judges for asking if these people are legally allowed to be there. This new recusal rule is a shield for these loyalists. Okay. If a judge or an ethics board says, hey, Alina Habba, you shouldn't be prosecuting Trump's enemies because of her obvious ties, Bondi can say, I don't care. She stays. Which has the effect of transforming the DOJ from a Department of Justice into a Department of Just Us. And it's not happening in a vacuum. Look, you know the establishment, especially establishment Democrats, have their flaws, right? Of course. And I talked about that at length. But what we're seeing right now under the Republicans is the systematic removal of every internal alarm and every guardrail. In late 2025, the administration pushed out senior career officials from the Office of Professional Responsibility, which is the unit responsible for policing ethical misconduct inside of the Department of Justice. Basically, lobotomizing the department's own ethics office. And you only do that, of course, if you plan to be super unethical. And it gets worse. They've announced a new affirmative litigation structure that puts these units in direct communication with the White House and likely Stephen Miller. Their explicit task, targeting states and entities that obstruct federal policies. In plain English, they are building a legal heat-seeking missile aimed at blue states and anyone who dares to say no to the executive branch. I mean, so look, the question, of course, is this legal? Probably not. Once this hits the Federal Register, the lawsuits are going to fly faster than a Trump post on Truth Social, okay? First, there is the Administrative Procedure Act. The government can't just flip a century of policy on its head without some sort of reasoned explanation. And because we want to, or because we can, is not a legal reason, okay? Second, there is due process. That concern. If you're a defendant and the person prosecuting you has a clear personal bias, but is forbidden from recusing, your constitutional right to a fair trial is being flushed down the drain. And the Trump administration would know a thing or two about flushing, okay? But here's the kicker. Federal law actually requires the Attorney General to maintain regulations governing disqualifications for conflict of interest. This new rule doesn't just change these regulations, it effectively nullifies them. So understand that this is more than just boring lawyer talk, okay? This is pretty serious. This is about whether the law applies to the powerful or if the powerful own the law. By eliminating recusals, the Trump administration is trying to ensure that no one, not even a prosecutor's own conscience or ethical code, can stand in the way of the president's agenda. Now, there is a small window for us to act. When this rule gets published, it does trigger a mandatory public notice and comment period. That means that, of course, we could flood the Federal Register with objections. Whether or not that will stop them from doing so remains to be seen. But it never hurts to try. Because at the end of the day, we cannot let them dismantle the guardrails in the DOJ in the dark. If they're going to do it, then they're going to do it in front of all of us in the light. And everyone will be forced to see it. Okay. Yeah, and sometimes, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Okay. Let's move on. Think your social security data is safe? Think again. Trump administration just made a jaw-dropping confession in federal court. Turns out Elon Musk's DOGE team didn't just look at the budget. Of course, they were caught accessing private social security data and allegedly made deals with a group that tried to overturn election results. Look, this isn't just a leak. This is a blueprint for state-sponsored election interference. So let's get into it. Now, we've been following the Department of Government Efficiency, the so-called department. It's not actually a department. But, you know, it's called DOGE or DOGE or DOGE, whatever, right? And been following it for a while, their actions, until, obviously, that department ended. Now, this whole boondoggle was marketed as a way to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. Yeah. But according to the new Department of Justice filings from January, it looks like the abuse was coming from inside the house. The call was coming from inside the house, folks. So now we have a formal admission that Elon Musk's operatives have been digging into sensitive Social Security Administration data. Now, a lot of you might be saying, well, yeah, we already knew that. That's not new news. Fair enough. But the admission is. And so is this next piece of information. You see, they were signing voter data agreements with partisan groups that tried to overturn elections. So, again, what did the government actually admit here? In a January 16th court filing, the Trump DOJ quietly corrected the record, so to speak. They admitted that at least 2 DOGE employees, operatives handpicked by Elon Musk, former first buddy. Well, now he's first buddy again since he sucked up to Donald Trump, kissed the ring, and kissed whatever else. Okay, I don't want to get into that or give you any really bad mental images here. Okay, they certainly were kissing something. And now Elon Musk is back into Donald Trump's good graces. Okay, so now these people who worked for Elon inappropriately accessed private Social Security data back in March of 2025. Again, widely reported, right? So now remember, the SSA had previously denied that DOGE had compromised any personal data. They said, oh, no, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. But these new filings show that one of these DOGE team members actually signed something called a voter data agreement with an unnamed political advocacy group. What was the group's goal? According to court documents, they were seeking to overturn election results in certain states, swing states. Again, let that sink in, to borrow the phrase from Elon himself. You've got private tech bros working under the guise of government efficiency, accessing your Social Security records, and then huddling with groups whose sole purpose is to subvert the will of the voters. And now the DOJ admits that, oh, yeah, it's unclear if the data was actually handed over. But they explicitly stated that these operatives could have used SSA data to match against state voter rolls. This is, of course, the ultimate weaponization of federal data for partisan gain. And it gets worse because this was not just a policy disagreement. This was a total security collapse. The DOJ findings revealed that these 2 employees used unapproved third-party servers to share the data. Remember when they would get mad about Hillary Clinton, storing classified emails inside of a private server? Oh my God, lock her up! Lock her up! But wait, you took all of our data, our SSA, Social Security data, and stuck it in a third-party server. Accessible to who knows? I mean, this all confirms what a DOGE whistleblower, Charles Borges, had warned us about months ago. He claimed that Musk's team was uploading a database containing information on hundreds of millions of Americans to an insecure cloud server. At the time, he was pushed out. He was ignored. Now, the government is quietly admitting, yeah, dude was right. Yeah, that is what happened. There's also a smoking gun email back from March of 2025 where a top Musk advisor was copied on an email containing a password-protected file with sensitive data on about 1,000 people. Now, the SSA says that they still haven't been able to open that file to see what's inside. We have billionaire-appointed goons, as some are calling them, running around with encrypted files of American citizens' data. And the agencies themselves are claiming to be locked out. Legal experts who know about this are frankly flabbergasted. I mean, you have Daniel Citron, a privacy law expert at the University of Virginia, speaking to the Washington Post, telling them that this is a blatant violation of the Privacy Act. Federal employees are only allowed to access data to do their specific jobs. Using it to help a political group overturn elections? That's not in the job description. The SSA has referred these employees for potential Hatch Act violations. That is the law that, of course, prevents federal workers from using their positions for political activity. House Democrats, they've been calling for a full criminal investigation, and they're pointing out the obvious. Elon Musk and his DOGE team acted like that they are above the law and refused to appear before Congress. They weren't publicly identified and they weren't vetted. They were just given the keys to the kingdom and they immediately went for your data. So now this is where the leopards ate my face irony kind of hits the hardest, right? Because for years, the right wing has talked about privacy, right? Has talked about voter fraud, has talked about data integrity. They told their base that the system was being rigged. And then the moment these assholes get into power, what do? They bring in the private tech operatives to bypass security, access private citizen data, and coordinate with groups who are actually trying to rig the results. And they used the pretext of hunting fraud to commit the very interference that they claimed to be fighting against. This is a systemic strategy, okay? By framing voter rolls as dirty, they justify letting Musk's team dig through your private records. It's not about efficiency. It never was. It is about subversion. It is about using the power of the state to target specific voters and create narratives in order to justify overturning election results that are not favorable to them. Now, look, the DOGE disaster ended 8 months early because it was a disaster. It saved no money. But that was not the point of it. That was not the point at all. And the damage that they have done, I mean, is already done. This confession proves that the guardrails protecting your data didn't just bend, they were dismantled on purpose, and that your private information was being used as a tool for political warfare. And if that doesn't piss you off, then I guess you weren't paying attention. You either weren't paying attention or you were only mad about it when Fox News was saying, or right-wing media was saying that it was the Democrats doing these very things. And you never actually cared about integrity. You never cared about voter integrity. You never cared about privacy. You only cared about punishing your enemies. And that's exactly what you're getting with this criminal administration. Okay. Yeah, so that's a lot of negative stuff going on here. But oh, it gets worse. Oh, it gets much worse, as always. Because now I've got a story about how much the EPA and the Trump government values you as a person. And I got news. It ain't much. How much is your life worth? Now, it sounds like a philosophical question, or maybe the plot of a crappy thriller. But for the last 40 years, the U.S. government actually had a specific number. How much? About $11.7 million. You learn something new every day, folks. That was the value of a human life when deciding if pollution laws were worth the cost. However, as of, I believe, last week, the Trump administration's EPA has decided that your life, all of our lives, are officially worth zero. Nothing. So this is a new policy shift that is as cold-blooded as it is consequential. The EPA, now led by Trump and fossil fuel ally Lee Zeldin, has fundamentally altered how it calculates the costs and benefits of air pollution. By removing the value of a statistical life from their equations, they have cleared the path for corporations to pump more toxins into your neighborhood without any legal recourse. So to understand how radical this change is, you've got to understand how the EPA has worked since the Reagan era. Okay, so this is basically the cost-benefit analysis. We've all heard of that phrase before. So here's how it works. When the government wants to pass a rule, say limiting the amount of soot a factory can dump into the air, they've got to prove the benefit to society is greater than the cost to the company. All right. So now, for decades, the biggest benefit, of course, is how many lives you save through these rules. Now, economists use a metric called the value of a statistical life, or the VSL. So right now, that is pegged at, as I mentioned before, roughly $11.7 million per person. Now, if a new filter on a smokestack costs a company about $100 million, but it prevents 20 premature deaths, the math is pretty easy. 20 lives times 11.7 million equals $234 million in a benefit. The rule then passes because saving people is considered to be worth more than saving corporations money. Okay? It's worth more than the equipment needed to prevent those premature deaths. Now, that's how it works today. But the EPA leadership is taking a sledgehammer to that scale. In a document released just a few days ago regarding industrial turbines, the EPA announced that they're dropping the VSL for two of the deadliest pollutants, fine particulate matter, PM2.5, and ozone. So what are they, what are they doing instead? What are they focusing on? Almost exclusively on compliance costs, which is the money corporations have to spend in order to follow the rules. As Marshall Burke, an environmental economist at Stanford, put it, the administration is literally saying that they put zero value on human life. So if your child develops asthma or a senior citizen dies, maybe of a heart attack because of, I don't know, industrial smog or something, the EPA's new math says that the cost is statistically irrelevant. So how do they justify this? Well, for one, they're not out there explicitly saying that pollution is good for you, although just wait. I'm sure someone will be out there making that argument. Okay. No. Sucking on a tailpipe is great. It's great for the lungs, everybody. It builds character. Okay. Just wait for Tommy Tuberville. He'll probably be one of the ones saying it. Okay. But no, what they're doing though, what the EPA is doing is they're using a classic bureaucratic loophole. And what is that loophole? It's uncertainty. The EPA claims that the health benefits of reducing these pollutants are too uncertain to monetize until the modeling improves, which of course they're never going to improve the modeling. That's it. That's it. I mean, basically, this is a brilliant, if evil, bit of wordplay here. Basically, they're shelving the very tools that allow them to protect you because they don't want to protect you. And they're doing it under the guise of, oh, no. You got to understand, we're being scientifically rigorous. No, you're not. These are people that don't believe in science at all. Now, the EPA, again, the EPA claims that, oh, yeah, no, we're following the science, and the science just, it's too uncertain. So we just can't do anything. So, corporations, you can pollute all you want, folks. Look, here's the reality. We know what PM2.5 does. These are tiny particles. They get deep into your lungs and into your bloodstream. They cause heart disease, dementia, and 290,000 lost workdays a year. Under the Biden administration, which had its problems, but under the Biden administration, they at least, for the most part, believed in science. A 2024 study projected that a single rule could prevent 4,500 premature deaths. The Trump EPA is now calling those numbers doubtful by labeling the deaths as uncertain. They disappear from the government spreadsheet. And if the deaths don't exist on paper, then the regulation has no benefit, making it impossible to justify the cost to the billionaire owners of those factories. That's the reality. Let's be very, very real about who this serves. Again, it's not about better modeling. No, it's just a direct gift to power plants, refineries, and the heavy industry. Polluters. Look, for the last 40 years, no administration, Republican or Democrat, has dared to completely abandon the value of a statistical life. Even if they argued over the amount, which they did, they agreed that, oh man, yeah, a dead American from pollution, yeah, that's a cost to the nation. That's going to cost us. But by removing this, Zeldin and the Trump administration have effectively turned the EPA into a department of corporate protection, which is exactly what we were warning was going to happen if Trump was allowed to get back into power. And that's it. They are prioritizing the economic pain, which really not that much, of a CEO over the literal mortality of the working class. It is a move that mirrors what we've seen across this entire administration. A total takeover by billionaire interests who view the public health as a line item expense they would rather not have to pay. This isn't just about boring policy or economic modeling. You have to understand how this works. You have to understand how this affects you. And this is about whether this government thinks that your life has inherent value. So when the air gets dirtier over the next few years, and it will, or your stream gets polluted with industrial runoff, remember that none of this was an accident. It was a choice made in a conference room, a corporate conference room, to value their profits over our survival. Oh, nailed that one. Oh, that's perfect. Can't have bad data if there's no data. Oh, see, you got it. You nailed it. That's a great comment here. It is what they tried to do during COVID as well. Okay. It's what they tried to do. Stop the count. Okay. Let's just stop getting the numbers of people who were infected by COVID. If we could stop counting those people, then COVID doesn't actually exist. We saw that during the first Trump administration, and now they've taken that. We're not going to write down the data and expanded it to the EPA now. They are trying to get us all killed. They're trying to get us all killed. And that's the reality of the situation. Biden and Trump both hit COVID data, still are, and an estimated 100,000 are dying annually in the United States. Once again, buttressing the fact that they don't give a damn about us. It has always been about prioritizing the owner-donors of this country, the people who actually run it, which is the billionaires, the oligarchs. And I know people get mad when you talk about oligarchs because you automatically think Russia. No, if anything, they've learned that from us. Just like the Nazis learned how to be Nazis from us. We're not taking after 1930s Germany. 1930s Germany took after us, and we're just going back to our American roots. That's the reality. Okay. Let's move on here. So I want you to imagine something. Imagine if you're an off-duty police officer. Yeah, I know. I know. But you're driving through your own community, right? The same streets that you claim that you're going to protect, right? When suddenly you're boxed in by unmarked SUVs. Masked ICE agents jump out, demanding that you show them your papers. Show me your papers. Look, this sounds like it would be a hypothetical scenario, right? But it's not. It's actually happening right now in Minnesota. And the victims here aren't exactly who you'd normally expect. See, in a shocking escalation of federal immigration enforcement, local police chiefs in the Minneapolis area are now sounding the alarm. They're reporting that ICE agents are targeting their own, the off-duty officers, people of color. Okay, so I want to talk about the civil rights violations, the breakdown of law enforcement trust, and why a local police chief says that his department is receiving endless complaints about ICE tactics. So this is, of course, part of a developing story out of Minnesota that has some legal experts and local law enforcement pretty concerned, and they should be. So I'm going to show you Mark Bruley, who was the chief of police in the Minneapolis suburb of Brooklyn Park. So recently he held a press conference that sent some shockwaves throughout the state. He didn't just talk about community members being harassed, which is an obvious problem, but he also revealed that his own officers have been ensnared in what he described as an unconstitutional racial profiling by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE. So now I want to get into the specifics here. But first, I'm going to show you the video of what Bruley had said during his press conference. And by the way, as a preface to this, I do want to criticize him just a tiny bit, because prior to the clip that I'm about to show you, he did talk about how, well, we need ICE and we need immigration enforcement. Already, two gigantic strikes in my book, because I unequivocally want ICE to be abolished. I don't believe that we need it at all. That said, this is coming from, and the source is important here because this is a police officer. This is someone who generally aligns himself with the law and order crowd and the far right, the right wing. So to have this man come out and say the things that you're about to hear is pretty important. And it shows you just how extreme ICE has become. So here it is.
Recently, as the last 2 weeks, we as law enforcement community have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty. Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, preventing her from recording it. The officer had their guns drawn during this interaction. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it did do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted, and that's what they were.
And there it is, police being targeted, which to me is not really a surprising development, but certainly for them, for the people who were always on the side of oppressing black and brown people. I mean, after all, Minnesota is where George Floyd had happened. It's a surprise that they're the ones who are actually being affected for once. So now you might be wondering then, how exactly can ICE justify stopping random people on the street or in their cars? To begin with, a recent 60 Minutes interview with a top ICE official, Marcos Charles, shed some light on this, and his answers were, of course, very concerning. Charles explained that if agents are en route to a specific target, they are authorized to talk to anyone they encounter in that area to establish citizenship. Now, when the interviewer, of course, pointed out that the area could basically mean the entire city of Minneapolis, Charles said this. I should say he didn't back down. Okay. The en route logic here effectively turned the entire neighborhood into enforcement zones where constitutional protections against unreasonable search and seizure vanish. They're gone. Again, in one extreme example, agents reportedly dragged a half-naked man out of his home in the freezing cold, only to realize later that he was a U.S. citizen with no criminal record. That person, by the way, DHS went on to lie about. Look, this is not happening in a vacuum. This is part of a massive friction between the federal government and Minnesota state leadership. Okay. Just this week, the DOJ issued subpoenas to Governor Tim Walz, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, and Attorney General Keith Ellison. Federal government claims these leaders conspired to obstruct ICE operations, which is ridiculous. Governor Walz called this political theater and a partisan distraction, and argued that while the federal government is focused on retaliating against politicians, families are scared and small businesses are hurting. Still, I think we need to see more than strongly worded letters against ICE. Now, the reports also suggest that this started with a focus on the Somali community based on a bullshit right-wing YouTube video, okay, from someone who is not a very smart person, okay, can't seem to put two and two together, all right, can't seem to understand why you can't just, barge into a Somali daycare center and demand to see the children while waving a camera in their face. Can't seem to understand why that's a problem. But anyway, this started with that, but was expanded to target people of color more broadly. It's racism. It's racial profiling. You have agents even reportedly asking residents to snitch on their Asian neighbors. Once again, that person that I had mentioned getting dragged out into the snow in their underwear was part of the Hmong community from Laos. Look, all of this brings up a massive issue for public safety, the breakdown of trust. And we've seen a lot of that for very good reason. When the local police, the people who are supposed to be the partners with federal agencies, are now being harassed by those same federal agencies, that part of the system breaks down. Chief Broley noted that if this is happening to trained police officers who know their own rights, of course it's happening to thousands of regular citizens who are too intimidated by this force to speak up. When a community fears their law enforcement, as we have seen all across the country, they stop reporting crimes. They stop acting as witnesses. They stop working with law enforcement. And everyone else becomes less safe. What we're seeing in Minnesota is a landmark moment for civil rights in the 21st century. A clash between federal mandates and the constitutional rights of U.S. citizens, including those who happen to wear a badge. When targeted enforcement becomes anybody we see on the way, the legal definition of a target disappears. And at the end of the day, everyone ends up losing their constitutional rights. Okay. Last story for y'all. And it just gets worse from here. For a party that claimed to be all about efficiency and running the government like a business, which is ridiculous, by the way, Trump administration kind of sucks at it. You see, they didn't just break something that worked. They broke it on purpose. It's intent. They broke it based on a lie, just like they've done many other things. And now, funny enough, they're panicking because they don't know how to fix it. Oops. Now, the result here isn't just a spreadsheet error. It is a literal life or death emergency for tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of people that that the government has put into that situation in the first place. So let's rewind and get all the facts here. So for over 20 years, since 2002, there was a boring functional system in place. When ICE detainees needed medical care that the detention centers couldn't provide, things like chemotherapy, dialysis, or emergency surgery, ICE would send them to outside doctors. And look, let's be honest about the care that you would receive when in ICE custody, even during the Biden administration, even before. It was pretty abysmal. And somehow that system has gotten even worse. So now, obviously, if you're going to send detainees to outside doctors, they're going to need to get paid, right? Those doctors. So in order to do that, ICE used the Department of Veterans Affairs payment processing system. Now, I need you to stay with me here because this is the part of the right-wing propaganda machine. That's what they lied about, okay? ICE paid the VA for this service. So let me just repeat that, just in case you missed it. Like if you're wearing one of those stupid red hats. I'm going to say this real slow. ICE paid the VA No money was being stolen from the veterans. No resources meant for veterans were being diverted. This was literally just ICE using the VA's billing software because it was cheaper than building their own. Now, I have to say this. I have to point this out because there are people, stupid people, like Tommy Tuberville, who do not care about facts. Tuberville and his friends went on a media blitz, right-wing media, claiming that Joe Biden had been robbing veterans to pay off illegals. Obviously, it was a lie. Total fabrication. With one purpose, to make you angry. But because governing by grievance now is the only thing that they know how to do, the Trump administration decided to fix this problem, which wasn't actually a problem. It was non-existent. On October 3rd, 2025, the Trump administration abruptly canceled the agreement with the VA payment processor, stopping it effectively. So, of course, they effed around with this. And whenever you F around, there is a period of finding out. You see, when they canceled the VA contract, they, of course, didn't have a replacement. They didn't have a backup plan. You expect them to have a backup plan? No, they just pulled the plug. According to leaked internal documents, ICE immediately declared this to be an absolute emergency and admitted that they had absolutely no mechanism to pay for things like prescriptions or prenatal care or chemotherapy or anything like that. For months, since October, ICE has just stopped paying the bills. So imagine if you stop paying your doctor for 3 months, right? Well, what happens? Well, they stop seeing you. And you get a gigantic bill in the mail. That's it. And so that's what's happening right now. Doctors are turning ICE detainees away because the government is acting like a deadbeat dad. Or, well, basically Elon Musk. Okay. And the result, of course, is people are suffering. And I think that's the point. So let me give you an example. Vera Reyes, he's a detainee in California. He has test results suggesting that he has prostate cancer. The same thing that killed, the Dilbert guy, Scott Adams. And the same disease that the cancer that Joe Biden has. Very, very treatable, by the way. There are high rates of survival if you get to it early enough and get it treated. But Reyes, he's not getting treatment. He is in excruciating pain. He needs a biopsy to confirm the diagnosis so that he can even start chemo. But he can't get one. Because the party of law and order decided that it was going to be more important to score political points against a so-called woke payment processing system based on just this entire notion of, oh, it's fraud or they're giving the money to illegals, which is not true. They would rather do that than actually manage the government. And of course, the private company that they hired to replace the VA, because they did do so because they kind of have to. Be a PR nightmare if they just let them all die. Some of them die, they're okay with that, because some have died in ICE custody as a result of not having medical care. You can't let them all die. That would be a nightmare for them. And so they did hire a replacement, but guess what? That's not going to be ready until April 30th. So that means for a period that's going to stretch about 7 months, there is no functional system to pay for care for the tens of thousands of people sitting in ICE detention centers right now. Again, people that our government has put there on purpose. People who, for the most part, the vast majority of, have no criminal charges against them. They are not criminals. And now we are purposely, our government is withholding health care from them. Look, internal administration data obtained by Popular Information revealed a massive gap in essential medical treatment for ICE detainees. The data shows that in 2024, the VA processed $246.4 million in medical claims related to the treatment of ICE detainees by third parties. In 2025, despite an 83% increase in the daily detainee population, the VA processed just $157.2 million in claims. That data suggests a nearly $300 million gap between needed care from third-party providers and what ICE actually paid. This gap is a combination of unpaid bills since October 3rd and ICE detainees who are simply being denied necessary medical treatment, which, of course, is medical neglect. So what is the Trump administration doing about this? These so-called geniuses are reportedly begging the VA to come back and turn the system on temporarily, mind you. The system, the very system that they broke on purpose to hurt people, they're now begging people to come back and start working it again. All in order to stop the bleeding, right? And let's be honest, the only reason that they're asking the VA to come back is because this is an absolute PR nightmare for this administration. But let's be honest about this. This is not policy. This is cruelty. This is weaponized incompetence. And it's exactly what happened. It's what we warned you about. If they allow the internet trolls and racists to take over and run the federal government. This is what happens. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. And that's exactly what our country, our nation is dealing with now. The stupidest prize you could imagine. And the most deadly. This administration continues to prove that it's nothing more. The MAGA movement is a death cult. And they will not be happy if certain people continue to survive despite their efforts. All right. That's all I've got today. So thank you for joining me today, Logically Leftist. If you haven't already, please like, subscribe, share, check out our videos over on our channel, Logically Leftist on YouTube. We're also on Facebook, all that wonderful stuff, and check out this space. All right. Now, I'm telling you the results of what happened and, the results of living under a fascist system. But coming up next, maybe a discussion about how we got here. And that discussion, leads us to the inevitable conclusion that we are in a place that we do not want to be in. And what is that place called? It's got a name. Fville.
I would like to start this program by telling an anecdote of my experience on planet Earth. Before we start with my anecdote, I must preemptively say I have some chapped lip situation. the lips, they're chapped. I made mistakes, and now I got some chapped lips. So please do not indulge in mockery. Thank you. And also, there's a lot of, if you live in a dry climate, there's a lot of static electricity that builds up, and it's cold. So I sometimes have this blanket on. As I was setting up to do this show, I had a bunch of static electricity build up and discharge, and then travel to my headphones, which have metal here. And then they shocked the fuck out of my earlobe. So my earlobe is currently like, it's like numb. This happened like maybe 2 minutes ago. Like my earlobe is numb. I got like a bolt of lightning that struck my earlobe. And that's how I feel. So as I was preparing for this show, that happened to me, and I thought it was such a bizarre situation that I felt like I wanted to share that. So, shout out to static electricity. Thank you, Jesus, for inventing such a profound thing, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so anyway, with all that being said, I really don't know what to say for this show or any of my future shows. I really don't know what to say. I don't know what anyone can say. I don't really know. You know, I just before I got on here, Donald Trump apparently announced that that there's a deal with the OTAN leadership to of which the United States is a part of, but there's a deal to acquire Greenland officially in the works after his really strange speech at the World Economic Forum in Davos. So that's very interesting. I will love to see how that develops. But you know, everything's going to shit, I think. I think that is you know, readily obvious. I see a lot of people talking about 25th Amendment, impeach. When it comes to this guy, that doesn't do anything. I mean, JD Vance will be worse than Donald Trump. Believe it or not, Donald Trump is simultaneously the root of all evil and also the only thing preventing a full fascistic crackdown that ends up with millions of people in death camps by the end of the year. Like, if JD Vance had his wish, we'd all be dead within like a month, I think. So, you know, it's kind of it's like that Stephen King book, you know, it's like one of those situations with the was it Christopher Walken film? That was a good one. But it's not looking good here in Fville, USA. A lot of people, again, talking about the 25th Amendment. I don't think most people have read the Constitution of the United States. I feel like that's fair to say. You know, like in school, they make you read shit like, you know, Of Mice and Men or whatever. But they don't make you read the Constitution of the country you live in. That I mean, it's an interesting observation. But there is one of my favorite amendments, other than the First Amendment, of which I'm a huge fan of. But the 14th Amendment, which was one of the Reconstruction era amendments that was added to the Constitution after the Confederacy surrendered around that time. And particularly the Reconstruction amendments, a lot of people refer to it as the creation of the Second American Republic. Most countries have gone through multiple stages of governments. Look at France. Look at Brazil. They're on like number 7 or whatever. But America loves to have this, we're the oldest republic in the world. So even though the country literally broke apart and then reformed under different terms, you know, anyone else would call it a new government, but hey, whatever, you know. But one of my favorite amendments is the 14th, specifically Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. And the third section of the 14th Amendment was designed to prevent another civil war from ever happening. And the third section of the 14th Amendment states that insurrectionists are to be expelled and have a lifetime ban from ever running for public office if you are an insurrectionist. Now, of course, insurrectionist at the time of the 1860s meant, did you fight in the Confederacy? Were you living in the South and were you supporting them? So that was the way that they expunged the Confederate politicians. Even though Andrew Johnson, the president that took over after Lincoln was assassinated, was basically a Confederate. He was a Confederate spy in the United States, and dumb fuck that he was. A lot of people like Lincoln. Honestly, I don't. I think Lincoln is a terrifying and terrible president because, one, let's be honest, like, maybe you can say he did something decent when it comes to, like, emancipating the slaves, as if, you know, they needed some white man to come over and tell them to be free. But that really is doing a lot of lifting for his reputation. Abraham Lincoln's decision to run on a ticket with a Confederate spy as vice president named Andrew Johnson was a disaster. It was a disaster, and we're still dealing with the consequences of, maybe you could argue, the worst decision that any United States president has ever made, is to run with a Confederate spy as your fucking second in command. Okay? Just imagine if, like, Barack Obama ran for office and the vice presidential ticket was like David Duke. That's basically what happened with Abraham Lincoln. Now, I'm not going to try to bog us down in Abraham Lincoln is a terrible president. Actually, I just wanted to say that when he was assassinated, Andrew Johnson, a Confederate spy, became the president of the United States and basically trampled all over Reconstruction. Republicans were voting to impeach Andrew Johnson for what he was doing. And because of, I think it was 3, correct me if I'm wrong, all the historians in the chat, but I believe it was 3 Republicans were too pussy. Sorry, but they didn't have a spine. They were, the Cory Bookers, the Chuck Schumers, the Nancy Pelosi's of the 1860s. There were 3 Republicans that were like, geez, I don't know. Should we impeach this guy? Should we convict him? Oh, man. I mean, we did just kind of fight a civil war, and now a Confederate is leading the United States. Oh, geez. I don't know. Maybe we should convict him. I don't know. I think it's just too much for me, So they voted to let Andrew Johnson wreak havoc on this country and destroy Reconstruction. But with all of that being said, the 14th Amendment still got passed. And another subordinate clause of the 14th Amendment's third section says that not only are insurrectionists banned and expelled, but anybody who, quote, gives aid or comfort to insurrectionists must also be expelled and banned forever. This is one of the reasons why they were trying to impeach Andrew Johnson, the Republicans, which, believe it or not, were the good guys of that time period. But the Republicans were, again, too fucking dumb, spineless, comfortable, whatever, to actually push the nuclear button and impeach this motherfucking asshole. And who do we have to blame for that? Abraham fucking Lincoln, one of the worst presidents in this country's history. I just want everyone to understand that the Lincoln worship is a mythology. He's a piece of fucking shit. Just like the rest of the presidents. This idea that fucking goddamn Abraham Lincoln is some unique, special guy, and he's great because he freed the slaves. It's the great man theory of history applied to American presidents. Lincoln was a piece of fucking dog shit, motherfucking loser. And his greatest mistake was choosing a Confederate spy for his fucking vice president. What the fuck? But anyway, under the third section of the 14th Amendment, as I outlined, if you give aid and comfort to insurrectionists, you should be expelled and barred from office. This was added to the United States Constitution as a fallback mechanism, as a way to prevent a civil war or a coup or a revolution or whatever from ever happening again. The Republicans knew, because of the efforts of Andrew Johnson and so forth, and Abraham Lincoln's pathetic way of going through the Civil War's ending, they knew that there was a very, very, very good chance that an insurrection or a civil war would happen again. So they put in this clause that not only should insurrectionists be expelled and banned forever, but anyone who even is on their team at all, aid and comfort. I want people to understand, especially in the 1860s, aid or comfort. What the fuck does that mean? If you are a Republican in the 1860s, and you, let's say, have a Confederate soldier hang out in your house and you feed and clothe them, could that not be considered aid and comfort? Right? So again, it is a vague, open-ended grouping of words, 3 words, very vague. And that's one of the reasons why we're here, because it's so vague. In January of 2021, there was another insurrection. The first time in American history where the Confederate flag made it inside the Capitol building. Not even in the civil motherfucking goddamn war did the Confederate battle flag make it inside of the Capitol building. But in January of 2021, it happened. 170 or so years later, they finally made it to the Capitol. On January 7th, 2021, Nancy Pelosi gave aid and comfort to the insurrectionists. She was Speaker of the House of Representatives. She, being a Nazi collaborator, gave aid and comfort to the insurrectionists by not allowing them to be expelled. Now, you might be thinking, well, it's not like it was ever going to happen, right? It's not like this country was ever going to invoke its own constitution, right? Wrong. Cori Bush, who was in office at that time, one of the best members of Congress we've had in the 21st century. Unfortunately, she is no longer there at this moment. She introduced a resolution to just enact the 14th Amendment. And if I remember correctly, it got around 40 or 50 co-sponsors. And Nancy Pelosi used all of her power on January 7th, 2021 to defend Donald Trump and the Republican Party. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, but Nancy Pelosi more so, because she was the Speaker of the House in this instance, is a Nazi collaborator. If Nancy Pelosi were to have done her job, we would not be here. This is what I said to you all on January 7th of 2021. If you were watching my show, you maybe remember me being unable to shut the fuck up about the 14th Amendment. They are all Nazi collaborators or Nazis. And to be honest with you, I hate the collaborators more than the Nazis. If someone says, come on in, we'll protect you, while they're on the phone with the Gestapo, actually, I think that's more dangerous than the Gestapo themselves. And that's just my opinion. You can agree, disagree, whatever. But the Republicans in the 1860s knew that because of Abraham Lincoln being a pussy-ass bitch, that there is a high likelihood of this happening again. Okay? So Nancy Pelosi, the Nazi collaborator, refused to invoke the 14th Amendment, therefore defying the Constitution and also herself becoming an insurrectionist. I want you all to imagine a parallel universe where Nancy Pelosi invoked the Constitution that she swore a fucking oath to protect from foreign and domestic. They all fucking swore a goddamn oath. I know, it doesn't mean anything, but just bear with me. To uphold the motherfucking goddamn piece of fucking shit Constitution. And when push came to shove, they refused. Joe Biden, another Nazi collaborator piece of fucking garbage, gave aid and comfort to the Nazi insurrectionists by appointing Merrick fucking Garland. Oh my God, dude. Merrick fucking fuck. Maybe you haven't thought about that guy in a while. He's sitting pretty somewhere, probably on an island in a beach fucking chair, sipping goddamn shit with an umbrella in it, right? That's what he is right now. Merrick Garland, another Nazi collaborator piece of shit, gave aid and comfort to insurrectionists by refusing to allow Jack Smith to prosecute Donald Trump while they still could. All right. The Democratic Party are Nazis. If you wanted to say the Democrats are Nazis in 2020, that was a more philosophical conversation. I would agree with you in 2020. But in 2021, it is not up for debate. I know people like to live in their psychotic little fantasy bubbles, okay? I get that. People live in their little, Twitter bubble, their blue sky bubble, their YouTube, their TikToks, whatever social media on. Most people like to live in their little fairy tale land. But the Democratic Party, at this point in human history, in American history, I should say, because let's be honest, in human history, no one's going to give a fuck about America. But anyway. They're all Nazis. They're all insurrectionists. It's not debatable. It's just, I'm sorry, if you have read the Constitution of the United States of America, you would understand what I'm saying is not a matter of debate. It's a matter of fact. What we're seeing right now with politicians like Tim Walz and Chuck Schumer and Cory Booker did a whole thing recently is the follow-through of an insurrectionist party. We have two parties in this country, and they are both insurrectionists against the people of the United States. They have betrayed their oath, and that's just a matter of fact. Expelled and banned. If we want to throw them in prison, that's a matter of what we decide to do. But this is an illegitimate regime. Joe Biden was an illegitimate regime, not because he stole the election by a lot, but because he gave aid and comfort to insurrectionists. The minute Joe Biden walked into the White House, I would say let's give him 5 minutes. He had 5 minutes to arrest Donald Trump. All right, let me be generous. 10 minutes. All right. On January 20th at 12:10 p.m., that is the minute, 12:11 p.m., that is the minute Joe Biden became an insurrectionist by giving aid and comfort to insurrectionists. And while Joe Biden is enjoying his prostate cancer at the ball game, here we are getting shot in the face on live television. Americans are being trafficked from Minnesota to Texas to be killed in prison cells and starved to death, denied medical treatment. And this shit sucks. I'll tell you, this shit fucking sucks. I mean, this is not a good situation to be in here, right? When I was young, I loved American history because I was raised in the United States of America, and I always just had a liking for history. And so because I was a stupid fucking kid, I actually read about American history. When I was a teenager, I read the Constitution. I read a bunch of biographies about several presidents. I was just very interested in it because I was a stupid fucking kid. And I thought, yeah, let me devote years of my childhood to American fucking history. Well, hey, I mean, here we are today where I'm doing a show about the 14th Amendment, I guess, but whatever. But yeah, on January 20th at 12:11 p.m., the entire Democratic Party became insurrectionist collaborators. And that's how we got here. The Republican Party of 2026 are insurrectionists that have succeeded in doing, you could call it a nonviolent revolution or coup d'etat. I would argue there's a lot of violence involved in Trump's rigging of the 2024 election. By the way, in case you didn't know, 3.5 million ballots in Democratic states in swing states, I should say, Democratic ballots were thrown in the garbage because of 1920s Jim Crow laws that Democrats never did anything to repeal or overturn. Kamala Harris did win the 2024 election by a lot, if you will. Maybe not by a lot. Honestly, it was the fact that she should have had at least 100 million votes, and it's pathetic that they got anything less than that. But either way, 3.5 million votes were thrown in the garbage can. If you don't believe me, you can use your search engine of choice to look into it yourself. But they stole the 2024 election, just like they stole the 2004 elections. And again, we had 4 years to actually do something. Really, again, we had 10 minutes. We had 10 minutes to do something, but whatever. Hey, if Joe Biden would have arrested all of them, and let's say like a 2 years in, hey, better late than never, right? But hey, I guess better never than late is what Joe Biden said. But I want people to understand that the reason the government we have now exists is because in the 1860s, Abraham Lincoln chose a Confederate spy as his vice president, then decided to walk around in public and go to a fucking play. Like, you're going to a play during Reconstruction? Like, dude, like in public? Like, I'm sorry, dude. What? The dumbest president in all of human history of any country, honestly. I mean, think about it. Abraham Lincoln, all-time dunderhead. What the fuck? So then, when he was shot in the head by a Confederate and the spy became president, and then the Republicans of the 1860s failed to hold him to account, the Confederate spy, that cemented the destruction of this country. It took a little while. But here we are in Fville. So when you have politicians like Tim Walz, are you seeing Tim Walz lately, by the way? Like the last few days, he keeps like posting these like weird postcards with like these green triangles or whatever the fuck. It's bizarre stuff that Tim Walz is doing. He's literally like, he's going on TV and like sucking Trump's cock. He's like grabbing a big ass dildo and performing oral live on television. I'm sorry, but there is no other choice. He has to go. Every Democrat that has failed to do anything in 2021, if you were in office in 2021, January 7th, or let's just prefer Biden's sake, January 21st, let's say, of 2021. If you are a Democrat at that time, do not pass go, motherfucker. Get the hell out of here. So I want people to know that there is a legal constitutional framework for saving this country. It does exist. It is not the 25th Amendment. That is only going to make things worse. The 14th Amendment is how we fix this country. But then that leads the question, does this country need to be saved? Do we really need this Constitution? Do we really, really need to cling to this? Maybe we should do a constitutional convention. And not like they did in 17 whatever the fuck. But maybe we should do an actual, real constitutional convention in this country. It might take years to get to that point. It took years from the Independence Declaration to actually ratify the Constitution. Took over 10 years or so to get to that point. It might take 20. It might take 30 years. So what do we do in the meantime while we draft a new constitution? The only answer that I can even think of is China or Europe or them both working together to occupy this country and oversee its transfer from one government to the next. I can't see any other scenario where we can get out of this. That's the best case scenario that I can see here. That is the best case scenario. This government needs to end. We kicked the can in 1865, and that can, well, I mean, it's been kicked a lot, so it's not looking so good. And, you know, it's probably made of tin if it's from the 19th century. I mean, did they have tin in 1860 cans? Not even sure. To be honest, I don't know when the widespread availability of the tin can was. It might have been after 1860. In fact, it definitely probably was. I mean, it makes no sense that it would be in 1860, but whatever. Okay, just fucking bear with me, okay? For the love of God, I'm trying my best. The only way out of this is for the rest of the world to get their shit together, because Americans cannot be trusted. We need a situation like what happened with Japan. You know, not the capitalism part, but the occupation and overseeing of a new government. Oh, don't even get me started with Japan. Fucking Hirohito got off and was doing fucking parades in the 1960s. While motherfuckers were being shipped out from America to die in Vietnam, one of the architects of World War II was doing fucking parades in the streets of Japan. So don't even this whole thing, we're living in a fucking, wow, everywhere on earth is just fucked beyond belief. But that's the only way out of this, is we need a new government. All the restrictions, all of the liberations or whatever of the original government, they served a purpose, you know, to ensure the wealth of slave owners and white people, but they need to go. I would say states as a concept. Look at Tim Walz. Look at Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom was just giving Ben Shapiro a fucking blowjob on live television. They lasted like an hour and a half. Gavin Newsom, what the fuck, man? I mean, I know that guy's a piece of shit, but does he have no self-preservation instinct? At a time like this, he's going to give Ben Shapiro a blowjob on live television and then go to Davos and try to talk tough again like a little piece of fucking shit. But states, they have abdicated their duty. Tim Walz has abdicated his responsibility, and instead of stepping aside and saying, I don't want to govern anymore, I'm not built for this, because let's be honest, Tim Walz is a pussy little baby bitch. Tim Walz just wants to fucking go play his Dreamcast. He doesn't want to be doing this government bull fucking shit. That's why he is not even running for re-election. But if you don't want to fucking do your job, how about you get the fuck out and let someone else do the fucking job that you refuse to do? If you, let's say, have a sort of like an office building or like a school or whatever that you are in possession of or whatever, and you have a janitor, and the janitor just shows up to work and then shits all over the bathroom, right? And then gets the shit and smears it on the ceiling, on the mirror. You know what you would want to do? You'd want to fucking get rid of the janitor and then get a new janitor, right? Like it's this is a no-brainer. But Tim Walz is currently defecating on live television and shoving the shit that came out of his asshole on the lens of the camera. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. And we're all watching it happen. And then he's posting these weird green triangle postcards. Mr. President, please, may I suck your dick, sir? When is the earliest convenience that I can suck your dick, Mr. President? So, you know, the states have abdicated their duty. They no longer need to exist. If states do not do something now, then they shouldn't exist. They should not exist. I'm sorry. The concept of the state, when you've got Texas invading Minnesota in California, that's what's happening. The Texas National Guard was deployed in places like fucking Los Angeles, right? ICE is recruiting neo-Nazis and Confederates from all across the country, mostly in the South and in places like Oregon, to invade Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. So, states, what the fuck are they good for? At this point, I genuinely ask you, what the fuck is a state good for? What do they provide? Having state lines, what the fuck does that do for any of us? Doesn't do anything. So, this country is way past its expiration date, over 150 years past its expiration date, and the world is not safe. This is not an American problem. This is a global problem. You think you're safe in China when the pedophile rape gang has thousands of nuclear warheads? You think you're safe in Europe when a pedophile rape cabal has thousands of nuclear warheads? What? There's no amount of putting fucking aviators on that's going to change the situation. The entire world is in danger because a pedophile rape cabal has thousands of nuclear weapons. This is not an American problem. This is a worldwide issue. And you're seeing the leaders of Europe, they've over the last week, they've started to kind of figure out what's going on. Not a year ago. Not, I don't know, during Trump's first fucking term. But European leaders are starting to actually get a little scared, and good. They need to be scared. America is not going to fix itself. If it was, it would have done so by now. Americans, myself included, are losers. We're losers. You're seeing thousands of people do the best that they can to resist what's happening in Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota, while you and me watch it on TV, while Tim Walz is playing Crazy Taxi. We're abandoning them. You know it's true. I know it's true. Every city that is not doing the same thing Minneapolis is doing, unless you're building defenses, unless you're, stockpiling beans in your closet so that you can handle people stopping work and then you can feed them so that they can survive. Unless you're doing something like that, you have abandoned your fellow citizen. And that's just a matter of fact. There's no amount of hand waving you can do. Oh, but what can I do? What can I do? I don't know, something that's not watching YouTube all day. But hey, whatever. Who am I, right? Who am I? But this country is over, and America will not save itself. And let's be honest, if America did get rid of Trump, if America did somehow get past this GOP takeover, if we have another election and they don't steal it, all these fantastical scenarios that seem less realistic than a nuclear fallout apocalypse. Let's be honest. What is more likely to happen by 2028 or 2029, January 21st, 2029? What is more likely, a nuclear apocalypse that kills all life on Earth or a Democrat becoming a president? Think about it. I want you to sincerely ponder that question. What is more likely? That's not to say those are the only two options on the table, but I'm just saying if you compared those two options, my opinion, us all dying in nuclear hellfire is significantly more likely than a Democrat becoming president on January 20th of 2029. That's how I feel about the situation. So, if a Democrat were to become president, it would be someone like Gavin Newsom, a piece of fucking shit insurrectionist. America and Americans are garbage. Some of the worst human beings on planet Earth. Some of the worst human beings of all time in all of human history. It's not because necessarily we're so barbaric or uniquely barbaric, but we are uniquely negligent. That's not my problem, is the American ethos. And frankly, the rest of the world is not safe from American negligence. American negligence is what brought Trump to power in the first place. American negligence is what allowed Biden and Obama to rig the primaries in 2020. American negligence is what allowed Merrick Garland to do fucking nothing. American negligence is what allowed Donald Trump to steal the 2024 election. And American negligence is what's allowing over 40 people to die, be murdered by immigrations and customs enforcement. Not to mention the thousands of people that are just gonzo. We don't know if they're dead. We don't know if they're alive. We don't know where the fuck they are. They don't know where the fuck they are. And it's a matter of fact. It cannot be debated that this country is a piece of fucking shit and the people that live here are garbage. You might feel, well, I'm not garbage. I didn't vote for Donald Trump. Neither did I. But he's still the president. You let it happen. I let it happen. We all let it happen. We're all garbage. For the same reasons, I think Russians are garbage for allowing Vladimir Putin. And for the same reason, I think, well, I am on a shared channel, but still, you know what I'm about to say, or what I was. A population that does nothing while a dictator steals elections and destroys the planet is a population that has failed the call to action and cannot be trusted. Does that mean all Americans are as evil as Donald Trump? No, it does not. But it means that we are unable, both intellectually and physically, right? We are unable to do anything about it, and therefore we're useless. In the same way that when you go to the grocery store and purchase food, and then you take this food out of the box, you throw the box away because you don't need it anymore. It's not serving you anymore. That is Americans. They're garbage. All of us. We're all garbage. You know, when I was in school, a lot of people said, oh, wow, how did the Germans let it happen? Because they're garbage. The Germans in the 1920s and 30s are scumbags. Even the best Germans were garbage. They might have been smart when it came to science. They may have been interpersonally compassionate when it came to their neighbors. But when push came to shove, they were useless fucking garbage. I don't mean garbage as you are evil. I just mean you are refuse. You have no meaning. You have no value. That doesn't mean we should get rid of you. I mean, that's evil, right? But it means is step the fucking side. That's what it means. It means you are not tall to ride this ride, okay? You must be this fucking tall to get on the goddamn roller coaster. Sorry, buddy, you're too short. That's what we are. We're too fucking short to ride the roller coaster. And the rest of the world needs to understand that. And to be honest with you, I don't know if there's a country on this planet that has any sort of claim to morality to any extent. So that's a separate conversation. But at the end of the day, we're garbage and we can't be trusted. The idea that people are being trafficked shot in the fucking face. People are being undressed and marched out in like -10 centigrade on camera on live television. They're being forcibly undressed and marched out in handcuffs when you can get frostbite for just being outside for like 10, 20 minutes. It's all happening on live camera and no one gives a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck. Be honest with yourself. Be honest. Be fucking honest. Don't virtue signal. Don't type in the chat rooms, oh, I'm so concerned. If you were concerned, you wouldn't be fucking typing on the internet. Let's be real. Okay? We're a bunch of fucking trust fund babies. Globally speaking, we are the trust fund babies of Earth. And we'll opine online about how fucking smart we are. I do this all the time. I do this on a daily fucking basis. In fact, I won't shut the fuck up about how smart I am. But that doesn't make me a good person. Just because I've read the Constitution, that doesn't make me a good person. Maybe some Americans can be involved with the new American system of governance that needs to happen here. I wouldn't say every American should be iced out, but we shouldn't be sole arbiters. This country does not deserve sovereignty. We have given that right up. We have surrendered that right. Not because of Donald Trump. This happened a long time before Donald Trump, that Americans gave up their right to sovereignty. In order to maintain sovereignty, you need an educated population, of which we do not have. And therefore, we don't deserve sovereignty. We can't be trusted. You might not feel like it's fair. You voted against them 3 times. So did I. But as far as the rest of you think Venezuelans give a fuck? Do you think Venezuelans give a fucking fuck about this? You think Iranians give a fuck? You think the people in Gaza right now are thinking, well, not all Americans are evil. They don't give a fuck, and neither do I. I understand that I am garbage. I embrace that I am garbage. Because to deny that we are all garbage is to deny reality. And I don't call us garbage as a way to demotivate us, because I don't believe we should be demotivated. I call us garbage, 1, because it's factually true. We are garbage. And 2, because if you hear something like that, you should think, well, I'm not garbage, and strive to do better. That's what I want out of my show. That's why I do this show. To make people think, well, fuck, I don't want to be garbage. So, I don't know. Let's help people stay warm in a terrifying winter. Let's help people stay fed during what will amount to be a Great Depression and famine when all this shit hits the fan. That's the least you can do. If you're not doing that, at the very least, I'm not saying you need to drive on to Minneapolis and get arrested by ICE or shot in the face. I'm not saying that. At the very fucking least, you should be educating and stockpiling food for your neighbors, for your fellow Americans. And that's not even the bare minimum, honestly, but I'm trying to give you some sort of way to feel good about yourself. But again, 14th Amendment says that any insurrectionist or those who give aid and comfort to insurrectionists are expelled and permanently banned from office. The moment Joe Biden refused to hold Donald Trump accountable, the moment Barack Obama refused to hold George W. Bush accountable, and so on and so forth. These are all moments where this country and Democrats have failed to do anything. And yet people still vote for Democrats. I voted for a Democrat in 2024. What are you supposed to do with your vote? Because voting is just one aspect of participation. But people think that voting is the only aspect of participation. Most Americans think that as long as you vote, that makes you a good citizen. But if you vote for Donald Trump, there is no way you're a good citizen. He was an insurrectionist, piece of shit, pedophile, rapist. And 70 million people voted for him. That doesn't mean, oh, I voted. I'm an upstanding citizen. If you want to be an upstanding citizen, you need to read history, especially of your country, but not by your country. Read history about your country from other countries. That's a good way to learn actual information about where you live. The foundation of democracy is not everyone has a right to vote, of which not everyone in the United States has a right to vote, fun fact. But one of the other foundations is everyone must be educated. Because if you have dumb motherfuckers voting for a pencil to be the governor, that's not democracy. It doesn't matter that they walk in and punch the fucking Chad. That shit doesn't fucking matter. To be a democratic country or state, you must have equal participation from all members, and all of those members must be well educated. That is a basic definition of democracy. We have neither of those things. We have never had either of those things. At no point in all of American history has every citizen had the right to vote. At no point, not even close in American history, has every citizen been well educated. Therefore, we have never been a democracy. All right. But voting doesn't stop this. Voting for Kamala Harris, she won the election. She won the fucking election and nothing happened. Donald Trump is fucking president right now, even though Kamala Harris won the election. So voting didn't do anything. If that was your only participation, you need to think about participating a little bit more. Because we don't have the midterms to look forward to. We don't have the next presidential election to look forward to. And let's be honest. If we let's imagine a fantastical fantasy world where Democrats take everything in the midterms and then, you know, fucking AOC becomes president. If AOC does not immediately try every single Democratic politician in leadership, at the very fucking least, in leadership, right? Every Democrat and Republican, they all need to be expelled and banned forever. Step fucking one. If that doesn't happen, why would any country ever want to take us seriously? Why would any country want to have a trade deal with the United States? Why would any country want to have a military compact with the United States? Why would any country on earth want to negotiate with the United States in this current form of government? They have no reason to. They would be stupid to do so. Europe is stupid. Every single fucking day that Europe does not tank the U.S. economy is an act of cowardice and stupidity. European leaders, including France's and Germany's leader, have said that they are open to pressing a button. They called it the economic nuke, of which will destroy the United States economy. They can destroy the entire U.S. economy at any point. China, too. They could all sell every U.S. Treasury thing or whatever. They could all get off the U.S. dollar as a reserve currency. Just sell it all, destroy it. In America, their economy would collapse overnight. It would happen overnight. Every day they refuse to do that is another day you have to wake up and see this garbage. Every day that Europe and China refuse to hold us accountable is another day in Fuckville. Because we have proven to the rest of the world we cannot hold ourselves accountable. We can't. We won't. We refuse because we are refuse. So, I don't know what's going to happen this year. I don't know if any of us will still be breathing by the end of the year. I don't know what the hell is going to happen. But what I do know is that it's not good. And again, I really need to underscore that this is an American problem that has gone back to the foundation of this country. The revolution was fought and won by rich, white, slave owners. And the nation that they created was a nation for the rich, a nation for the white, and a nation for slave owners. That is this country's inception. A lot of countries have that inception or in their history. But a lot of those countries have reset their governments. A lot of those countries have reformed their founding documents. A lot of those countries have thrown the founding documents in the garbage and have started over. Our country has refused to. At every step of the way, we refuse to let go of our history of being rich, white, slave owners. The poor Minutemen, they didn't have slaves, but they were fighting for the right to have slaves. Because if the revolution were successful, they would get a lot of money, of which they could use to purchase black people. That is why they fought in the revolution. They don't give a fuck about a king across the pond. They don't give a shit about that. All they saw was, if we got rid of the king, we're going to get more money, and I'm going to use that money to purchase black people. That was why this country formed. And when Abraham Lincoln, one of the worst presidents of any country in the history of the planet, chose a Confederate spy that he knew was a Confederate spy, if you read history, Lincoln chose Johnson specifically because he was a Confederate spy. And then did this whole unity bull fucking shit. Right? But because the Republicans of 1860s failed to hold that Confederate spy accountable and failed to, by the way, take over Ulysses Grant's legacy, which, if you want to talk about a good president, Grant is infinitely better than Abraham Lincoln. Not even close. Not even fucking close. All right? Now, Grant's not great. All right, just to be clear, but Abraham Lincoln, are you fucking kidding me? Ulysses Grant, infinitely better than Abraham Lincoln, right? But again, this country's founding document is a pro-slavery, pro-wealth document. And every step of the way, instead of throwing that shit in a paper shredder, instead of heating our home for 2.3 seconds, we cling to this document. Every day that we do this is another day that we cannot be trusted exponentially in the future. It is a rogue terror state, this country. And we are all culpable. Think about people starting families. I know I got less than 10 minutes here, and I'm going to go on the parent rant. I know. Think about someone having a child in the United States and raising them in this country. That is a morally reprehensible action. That is ethically disastrous and disgusting to raise a child in this country. That is neglect of the highest order. Because kids don't know what's happening. Maybe some of them do, but the young kids don't know why they're sick all the time, why their parents are never around, why everyone's stressed, why everyone's angry and yelling at each other, why they can't afford Christmas gifts. Kids don't know what the fuck's going on here. And if you're having a child in the 2020s, I'm sorry, you're just a piece of shit. And I'm not telling you that because I want you to think, oh, I'm such a bad person and wallow in your fucking sorrow. I'm telling you that because I want you to be a better person. It's called tough love. And this country needs some form of love. We need a little bit of love. And to be honest, I don't have very much to give, if any. But the tough love that I can provide, hopefully, can convince you people to get your shit together. If you have a kid, I don't. All right? I don't, just to be clear. But if you have a kid, like, do you not care about, at one, your child's health and safety? Two, what your kid thinks of you? Do you not want your kids fucking respect? Really? You don't want your kids to respect you? Because that's what happens when you live in a country like this. When you have kids and give them fucking and send them to school to get infected with COVID. Long COVID is the leading cause of childhood pediatric disease. When they get shot up in school, their classmates bleeding out in front of them, watching the blood pool by the fucking the classmate that they would play fucking Roblox with, watching them bleed into a puddle in front of them. The kids might not know it yet, but I can say, speaking for the children, I can say they aren't going to respect you. Because, let's be honest, what did you do to keep them safe? You brought them to hell. You could have saved up your money and left the country, moved elsewhere. You could have made sure that your country, your city, your town was safe and healthy and prosperous before you had a kid, but you didn't. You brought your kids to hell. And you want me to respect you. I'm sorry, but I don't, and I won't. Because to have a child in this country is to tacitly tell that child that this is a world that I wanted to bring you into. This world, I looked at the world and said, yes, let's bring little Timmy here. He's going to love it. I'm sorry, there's no amount of respect I can have for you. Maybe if you had a kid in, like, I don't know, 1968 or something, maybe then I could hear your argument, you know, oh, well, you know, this country's progressing. We're going in a good direction. Maybe, like, I don't know, maybe if you had a kid in 1968, possibly, I don't know. But, like, I mean, honestly, just look at this fucking shit, right? So, again, I want people to understand, if you don't care about your fellow American, you should at least care about your fucking children, because your children are going to have to pick up the pieces that you left behind. While you were playing Jenga and building this fucking tower, right? You're going to pull that fucking piece, lose the game, and force your fucking kids to build the next tower. And that is, in my opinion, disgusting. Disgusting. You are too lazy, stupid, and evil to fix the fucking house you live in. So you are going to force your fucking kids to pick up after your fucking mess? Is this a joke? And this is why we have a population that's so selfish and detached from reality. Because their parents brought them up here and said, this is a good country. You're going to love it here, little Timmy. And then they grew up thinking, well, yeah, I guess my parents said this was good, so I guess it's good. Whatever. And look at the havoc that has wrought on the entire planet. If you have kids without making sure your house is in order, you are a scumbag. Sorry. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Neither do the people dying in ICE custody, being shot in the face, starved to death, having their medical treatment withheld. They don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. So if you don't want to do it for the black people that are getting shot in the fucking face, for the white people that are getting shot in the fucking face, for the immigrants that are getting shot in the face, do it for your own children. At the very fucking least, think of your own fucking kids. Anyway. Left of the Box coming up next.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the Box. This space. Ooh.
Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. Sorry, just wanting to make sure the mic is working and all that sort of stuff. You know, it's been a bit since I've streamed. I'd rather not talk about why right now. Some of you might know, and I can't talk about it without getting emotional. So maybe later. Anyway, yeah, I there's a lot of news that I could cover, but I like to go on my AI rants. I like using this time to rant about AI because AI sucks on so many levels, and I came across some articles, tweets about it that I thought I could share with everyone. Oh, yeah, I can see that my mic is working. Okay, good. So I will do that and maybe show off some of my non-generated AI art that I've been working on over the past week because I've needed to do something. Anyway, I will have to share screen. Share screen. I hope everyone is doing well. Oh, also, I might as well just talk a little bit about Mark Carney because apparently people are talking about him. And since I'm behind on my live streams, my news live streams, if I'm feeling good, if I'm feeling okay, I will do 2 live streams on the weekend, one on Saturday, one on Sunday, because there's a lot to get caught up on, especially with like Mark Carney now. Everyone is fawning over him so much. It's just, you see, here's where my frustration lies. I get why a lot of people are very impressed with the speech that Mark Carney gave. I watched the whole thing and the little questionnaire that he did afterwards, and I understand it. But I guess I'm a little too cynical to appreciate it so much because they're nice words that he did. So far, the only action to kind of back that up was the deal he made with China, which I am happy about because we should be cutting more ties with the Yanks. So I that was like the first thing that I'm actually like, wow, I full-heartedly agree with him on this EV deal with China. And so I want to talk a lot more about that. So I think I'll be doing like a stream on Saturday that's all about, you know, Trump wanting to take over Greenland and Canada and Canada's response. And then Sunday will be my regular kind of news live stream. But my frustration, like here's where the biggest of my frustration lies with this, is that the vast majority of people, both in Canada and outside of Canada, that's all they're going to know about Mark Carney because we tend to live in a bubble here. If you're watching this, chances are you're more engaged with politics than the average person by far. Most Americans wouldn't even know the name of our current prime minister, but they might now only because of this speech. And so a lot of people, again, both inside and outside Canada, will see this speech that he gave and think he's like this wonderful, great prime minister, that he's a wonderful, great person, and they won't know of all the bad stuff he's done. And he even alluded to it in his speech that he was giving, that he's still like a capitalistic monster, neoliberal to the core, bragging about cutting the capital gains tax and stuff like that. It was right there in the speech as well, that a lot of people might have overlooked or not paid attention to. But And he was bragging about how the resources in Canada and stuff and how they're going to extract more and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yes, Bill C5 for Canadians that were plugged in know about that, how it will trample over environmental rights and, can force it through Indigenous sovereign land and all of that sort of stuff. Or the MOU that he recently signed with the Premier of Alberta. So a lot of people, they won't know that he passed one of the most conservative agendas in generations. They won't know that all the actions that he's doing is to fulfill capitalistic values. They won't know that he has a minister of AI, but not a minister for, DEI. They won't know that he is doing dick all when it comes to enforcing the Canada Healthcare Act. Well, Danielle Smith and Doug Ford are both busy privatizing it. And the federal government does have some power to prevent that. And he's doing nothing for us when it comes to that. They don't know all the bad stuff he's doing. So it feels like his reputation is being sanitized while he's still in office. And what this means is people are just going to be so grateful that he's our prime minister that they're not paying attention to the rest of the stuff, that they're not going to demand more of our leaders, that they're not going to ask for something better because of this one speech that he gave. And also, talk is cheap, because the only action I've seen him do that kind of backs up this speech was the China deal. But other than that, he's been kissing Donald Trump's ring over and over again. Yeah, I've been saying, I have this phrase now because he ran on the slogan of elbows up. And it's like, now available in Canada, knee pads for elbows, because he was bowing down to Trump over and over and over again. And this is the first time he kind of said anything that went against the USA, but he still didn't even say Donald Trump. He didn't name the monster. He was talking about like hegemony in US and blah, blah, blah. But he still didn't directly attack the United States and what they're doing, or the threat that we're currently under because of them. So I feel like, yeah, there's a lot going unsaid. So I'll be doing a live stream probably Saturday, just all about the federal stuff. And then Sunday will be my regular news live stream because I do have a lot to get caught up on. Also, if you haven't seen me in a while, I started a new YouTube page that I'm definitely behind on adding content to because, again, events of the past week have been not good for me. So please, I'm at 48 subscribers right now. Go to YouTube and search out Sandee Lovas, or if somebody is kind enough to pop the link into the chat to my new YouTube channel called Sandee Lovas. And it's going to be devoted to art, my art, writing, and all things creative. So we'll be talking about like the creative process and all of that sort of stuff. We got it. Johnny Too Late has put it in the chat. Please go subscribe. I'd love to get over 50 subscribers by the end of my slot. Just need 2 more people to sign up. And yeah, it's going to be talking about art and all things creative. Unfortunately, I haven't been in the great headspace because there's some videos that I want that are on my current channel, Left of the Box, and I'm going to be moving over there, but I still need to make some adjustments to them. The ending and intro and stuff like that I need to get rid of because it's all Left of the Box stuff, and links are all for Left of the Box, so I'll have to change all of that. So I need to do that. But I also haven't been documenting the artwork that I have been working on over this past week because it takes a lot of setup to do that. Like I have to move around the camera and all this sort of stuff. And plus, I wanted no pressure because it's getting back into painting, and I didn't want pressure. I didn't want to necessarily document it right out of the gate because I just wanted to remember how to use paint, explore it, and realize that I should have put oil paint on my Amazon wish list instead of acrylics. Because from what I remember now, oil paint is what I really liked working with. And I do believe it's on my Amazon wish list right now, an oil paint kit. If not, it will be shortly after this live stream. Because that one, it's much easier to blend the colors on the canvas and stuff, and to smooth it out, shade it out, all that sort of stuff. Acrylics, it's much more difficult to do that with because of how fast it dries. And a lot of people think that, you know, the speed in which it dries is a good thing. You waste a lot of paint that way too, because I don't have a stay wet tray. So there are trays that you can get, which might shortly be on my Amazon wish list now that I'm thinking about it, where you can put acrylic paints on it and it helps keep them damp so that you can use it for days and days and days. Because right now I just throw some saran wrap over it and toss it into the fridge and hope that it doesn't dry out overnight. But like a little dab of paint can easily dry on the painting tray as I'm working, which is just super annoying and frustrating because you waste a lot of paint that way. So I think I want to get back into oil paint as well, but I still have a lot of acrylic paints. And part of the reason why I'm doing all this painting is I'm going to be in a little tiny vendor market at the end of this month, a vendor market with my artwork on display for sale. And so I want to get a bunch done before then, because I'm trying to sell my book and, you know, advertise my portrait business, of course. But I want to have some artwork available for sale as well. And so I have some hidden message art that I do that nobody seems all that interested in actually purchasing. But also I thought I would do some pride-related artwork. And I'll show you after I'm done talking about a little bit of this AI stuff, because it's all connected. It's all connected. Okay, right. I still need to add it to screen, don't I? So I need to click there first, and then do this, and then share screen, and then this one, I believe. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think it's the right screen that I am sharing. And so I do, it's this one, right? Oh, I need to edit stage. There we go. So let's get to my ranting about AI. So this is from OpenAI. In the coming weeks, we plan to start testing ads on ChatGPT, free and go tiers. We're sharing our principles early on how we'll approach ad-guided, putting users' trust and transparency first as we work to make AI accessible to everyone. Yes, it's going to be accessible to people. No, I'll get into a little bit of a rant after this. What matters most, responses in ChatGPT will not be influenced by ads. Of course, I believe that. Your conversations are private from advertisers. Oh, totally. Ads are always separate and clearly labeled. Plus, pro-business and enterprise tiers will not have ads. And so this is where we get into what I call the invisible inflation that a lot of people suffering with poverty have to deal with, is that things that used to be free are no longer free. And so if we just want to use this chat without the annoying ads, without it constantly being bombarded with things that we can't afford or want, we have to pay. We have to pay to get better service. And this is how a lot of people end up, having to spend more money. And it's kind of like with, airliners, how before all these things were included, but then you have to pay for this bag, then you have to pay for this, and all these extra add-ons. And so you can have the free version in which it's so bad and you suffer through it, but you have no choice to use it, or you ante up and you pay. And so, of course, this was going to happen. And so here we have Sam Altman, a billionaire that doesn't have to worry about all this shit. We are starting to test ads in ChatGPT, free and go, new $8 a month option tiers. Yes, because who doesn't have an extra spare $8 around when you're like living with dire poverty? Here are our principles. Most importantly, we will not accept money to influence the answers ChatGPT gives you, and we keep your conversations private from advertisers. It is clear to us that a lot of people want to use a lot of AI and don't want to pay. So we are hopeful a business model like this can work. So here's the thing. If there are people using ChatGPT and they don't want to pay, it's probably because there's a lot of people who can't pay. And so you're going to be bombarding the poorest people with ads that they don't want. They don't want to see it. I am like virulently anti-advertisement online too, with just how intrusive and in your face and so loud that they're constantly blaring at you, because it's almost like, if you have an extra penny, if you have an extra dollar here or there, how dare you keep it? How dare you use it for yourself? You need to be out there spending it. Give me all your money, 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 money. And it's the way that the online, like the internet, sees us as a resource, not as individuals, not as people, but we are resources to them to make money. And yes, Trevor Bournes, ad blockers are great. Not that I would ever use one as a YouTuber who relies on ad revenue. So yeah, I despise ads. And, you know, even this guy here, once upon a time, was like, you know what, ads aren't that great. Because here we have.
Think of ads as like I kind of think of ads as like a last resort for us for a business model. I would do it if it meant that was the only way to get everybody in the world like access to great services. But if we can find something that doesn't do that, I'd prefer that. I kind of think of
something that doesn't do that, I prefer to do that. Let's see. Wanda MDS9 saying which people want to use a lot of AI. What I have tested gives wrong answers half the time. Yeah, so it's destructive to the environment for one thing. And then people become too reliant on it, and we'll actually get a little bit more into it with some of the things that I have lined up to talk about. It's that once it becomes like more accurate and people start relying on it more and believing everything that AI says, that's when the biggest damage can happen, because they're all programmed by people, humans. And we've seen this on Twitter a lot with Grok, how Elon Musk will actually change how Grok answers questions. And there's nothing stopping, you know, this guy, this douche canoe, from doing the exact same thing. And so he can claim now that it's not about ads, or the ads won't be influencing the results. But here he was a while ago, this was in 2024, saying ads are a last resort. So how much can we really trust that he's going to not have their things influenced by advertisements and who's paying and things of that sort? But then once we become reliant on it, once we no longer fact check the AI, that's when they can change it. And who's doing the work anymore? Everyone's just become complicit with the results. And so who's actually going to fact check it and do the work to find out if this is still accurate, if what they're giving is biased answers or not? Like, they are stupefying the population, and it is absolutely horrendous what they're doing, because they don't want people smart enough to think. Because when people are smart enough to think, they realize that people like Sam Altman shouldn't exist. And I mean as in billionaires. They shouldn't exist. In a world where people are starving and unhoused and all of that sort of stuff, can't get the proper medical care they need, education, clothes, you know, there should not be billionaires. And if billionaires were to actually spend their money on making the world a better place, it would be done. It would be done, because they have enough money to feed the world, to make sure that everyone has health care, to make sure that all of our basic needs are met. they have that money, they have that power, and instead they're choosing to hoard it even more and do more ads and charge people more money. It's super dry in here. I have to keep the door closed, so I'm not getting much air circulation in here because of all the paint stuff that I have set up. And my 2 cats would get into it like crazy, and there's glitter all over the fucking place. And so I would have like glitter kitty cats and trails of glitter all over my apartment. And then they would also get into the paintbrushes, start chewing the paintbrushes. They might go to the little paint tubes, start chewing on those as well. So they're not allowed in here while I have all the art supplies out. Anyway, next tab. And so this is, again, more frustration is how much more reliant people are becoming on AI to express themselves instead of learning how to do it themselves. Because there's something about the journey of learning how to do art, of how to express who you are, that makes it more sincere, for one thing, but also connects you to the world. If you rely on some machine, some program to express what you are feeling inside, it's not authentically you. It's a program's interpretation of what you're trying to say, but also from the motivation of profit. It's all about profit. Chat, like AI, they're only doing it because it's based in profit motives, which is totally, there's the AI bubble that's going to burst, of course. And then you have people who are no longer learning to express themselves. And again, it starts to isolate people. It starts to cut off community and all that sort of stuff. Because here we have AI art is art. And there's so many people that are trying to push that. Art is about intent. It's about someone wanting to tell a story or communicate an idea, regardless of what tools are used to produce it. The idea comes from a human. Well, AI art does come from humans, as in it scrapes the internet, takes our stuff, and mixes it in a blender to spit out when somebody prompts something. And it's slop, and it's not accurate, and it is not art. It's just not. Because here's Michael saying, I will not stop saying this. AI art is not art and will never be art. What you do is the equivalent of microwaving a frozen meal and calling yourself a chef. Yeah, I suck at cooking, but I would never order, takeout and then claim to be a good cook because I'm eating this wonderful meal that I had nothing to do with in its creation. Being able to put a prompt in does not make you an artist. It's the beginning of an idea. And did I put this in the right order? Yes, because here's the frustrating thing. And I just want to make sure that the audio is not playing on this. Okay, it's not. So Clover here is saying the heartbreaking part. Oh, make sure I'm sharing the right tab. Clover here is saying, the heartbreaking part is that the left image is literally how drawing starts. Blocking out ideas like this is a common strategy to art. They're so close to creating what's in their head themselves, but instant result culture has normalized skipping the part where people fall in love with the journey of creating. The main goal of art has never been instant product consumption. It feels like society has forgotten all that. And so here they have an AI program, again, just interpreting things. And like, who knows if that is what they actually wanted. But like this blocking that you see here, again, especially when it comes to painting, that's how you start. You just start with blotches for the most part. Or like with me, my pencil art, it takes a while for it to actually look good because it just looks like a scribbly mess for a long time before you start fine-tuning the details and everything. And it's sad because, again, this isn't coming from a person, it's coming from an interpretation. And as an artist, speaking as an artist, I remember as a kid in particular, when I would do paintings and things of that sort, they would come alive to me. And they would actually tell me how they wanted to look. And as I'm doing it, things change. And maybe I feel something different. And when I show you my art, I'll talk about some of it. Or a little mistake leads into a wonderful result. There's all of this stuff that's being missed out. And, you know, it is about the journey. It's about exploring what you're capable of doing. It's about a skill you can be proud of learning, a skill that comes from you, to have a result that says, you know, here's exactly what I did. Here's my interpretation. Here is the image I saw in my head and the work and skill I had to put into it. This is a reflection of me. This bullshit isn't. It's just not. It is just AI slop garbage. And with a little extra time, with a little extra learning, there's no, like, when with the digital stuff, they could have done this themselves. Like, I'm not going to claim that everyone can be an artist because I hate to break the news. Not everyone has the talent. Not everyone can be an artist. It's like me. I cannot run. I've never been able to run. I can train myself to become a little bit better at running, but I will never be able to do like a marathon or anything of that sort. I am physically incapable of it. I suck at math. You know, and again, it doesn't matter how much I do things. Dyslexia is a pain in the ass when it comes to math or spelling. Like, there are just some things that it does not matter how much I work on, I will just not be good at it. And I'm very fortunate. I'm just naturally good at art. But this is not art. It's about learning what you are capable of. Finding, if you can't express yourself through digital art, find a different way. There are different outlets out there, but you can learn it the best way that you can to express yourself the best way you can. And if you can't end up doing it the way that you want, you hire an artist and do commission. That's what you do, because then you get bullshit like this, which is, again, just mind-boggling. Paul saying, oh, fuck you. And I do agree with it, because Paul had tweeted out, Instagram saw it first. Armo Solo's last painting unfinished because he died, on display at the National Museum of Fine Arts. And then he's quote tweeting himself, well, an image of himself, because we scroll down a little bit, scroll down. Here's somebody saying, Grok, finish the painting. How about not? How about no? Because again, there's a beauty in what this is. It's a, you know, it is a part of that artist. This project left undone because he passed away. And there's a meaning and a level of expression and feeling and sentiment that you can put into an unfinished piece of art. I've come across unfinished art that I did when I was a kid, and there can be something very profound about having an unfinished piece of art, something that can be its own message. And this, it can, you know, really represent how fragile life is, how quickly it can go, that there can be these things left undone because you pass away. The frailty of life is right there. And, you know, having this unfinished piece of art from this artist is its own art. And it can say so much. And then you can also just be left to wander and use your own brain to imagine how this artist would have finished it. You know, or you can really project a lot of yourself into it, into the unfinished part, imagining how it would be, as opposed to letting some fucking program, some Nazi program on Twitter finish it for them. But there's something very profound about seeing this, knowing the reason why it's not finished and how precious life is because of it. And I can't talk about this anymore without breaking down right now, so I need to move on. But it's not just like painting and art that is being just totally destroyed by AI art. Because here is this person saying, cannot overstate how deeply insidious this is, especially considering that we recently lost Delangelo, a true artist who revolutionized the genre that Sienna Rose, in quotation, is a stolen generic ass patchwork of. Sienna Rose, in quotation, is a modern iteration in a long history of Black artists being economically exploited and discriminated against, in addition to exemplifying the culture scourge that is AI art. I gotta make sure that there's no audio playing on this. Okay. Yeah. So an AI artist named Sienna Rose. Okay. The artist is not Sienna Rose. It is the AI program with a name Sienna Rose has 3 songs getting streamed in the Spotify top 50, and I'm pretty sure nobody knows it's AI artist. Selena Gomez just posted one of the songs on her Instagram for the Golden Globes. So I listened to this song, and it is completely AI generated, but the person who's making it is basically stealing the genre of Black women who did this type of music, who put their heart and soul into creating it as artwork. And you have some, I don't know, white guy could be, that is just stealing it because they know they can make it sell. And there's no heart in this at all whatsoever. It is just a program making up music, but it's getting to the point where you can't necessarily tell if you just listen to it in the background or something and think, oh, it's a catchy beat. Because I listened to the song and it's not bad. It's generic in some aspects, but it's not bad. And considering that, especially in the pop music that we listen to on the radios all day, there's a lot of bad music being passed as good that's from real artists. It's getting harder and harder to tell that some of this is just made up from a program, and it's gross. It's disgusting to appropriate this genre into a program. Again, it's stealing from these artists to make something that they can just post, and they didn't put the work, their energy, their heart, their soul into it. They didn't have something inside that they were trying to express, to get out to the world, something that can resonate with other humans. It is, I hate it. I hate it. Because then there's this. And I'm just like, no. Oh, right. I need to show this stab and stab. Then there's this. Like, oh, fuck no. Just, again, it's about stupefying the population. Somebody's saying it might be over. There's now a program, turn hard books into easy books with Magibook. Maximize your reading potential and avoid difficult language today. How about no? How about absolutely not? Because here's an example of from The Great Gatsby. So turn hard books into easy books. In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning over in my mind ever since. That's from the book. It has its own feel, vibe. You can think about it, you can ponder it. But if you don't want that, you can just say, when I was young, my dad told me something that I still think about. See, I'm an artist. I'm a writer. This type of bullshit is a hard no. Absolute hard no. Again, there's something about challenging yourself to interpret something, to understand something. And here's the thing, the way that you interpret it could be very different than what the original intent was, but it resonates with you on some level in some way that means something to you. That's why I don't knock people who, you know, were transformed because of Harry Potter, because it resonated with them in a certain way. I would never support their creator now. That's for damn sure. She's a transphobic monster. But, you know, there are different ways of interpreting art. Like there's a song by Evanescence that makes me bawl my fucking eyes out when I hear it, because of how I interpret it in my brain as me as an adult talking to myself as a child. And when I hear that song that way, I lose my mind. I lose my mind when I interpret the song that way. And you know, it's like, you know, you can climb a mountain or you can have a helicopter go and plop you up on the top. It's not the same thing. It's not the same level of accomplishment, because there's something about just even reading a book, interpreting it, loving it, having challenging things in it. Because I'm going to catch up on some of the messages in subspace about reading my book. And there are things I did with the language in that book that if something program came like this, to change it would totally destroy a lot of what I did in that book, because it's so subtle that you wouldn't notice it unless I point it out to you. Or if you did notice it, like, wow, that's amazing. But there are things that I did with the language in this book that would be destroyed by something like this. I'm talking about this book here, Necroplasm, available on Amazon as an ebook or a hardcover. There are hidden things that I put within the language. And my other mystery book, I did the exact same thing. There's lots of hidden things within the writing that would just be totally erased with some sort of program like this. And again, it's about challenging yourself. It's about, you know, turning it over in your head. Like, it's about literally doing what this quote says. You know, I've been turning over in my mind ever since, is to read that book and have it turn over in your mind. Have that phrase, have that quote that resonates with you, because there is something, you know, you can have a quote there. When I was young, my dad told me something that I still think about. That's not a memorable quote. It doesn't stick with you. It doesn't, you know, do anything for you. But this can, because of how it's written. And so a lot of the quotes that we have, that we remember, that we think of, they come from humans, because it is something that they were putting back out into the world, a thought, a feeling, a message from within them that resonates with you so much that it stays with you in your head. And that comes from writers and artists. Like, there's this quote from Star Trek: The Next Generation that always has stuck with me. Do not judge a person on what they think or say, but judge them on what they do, their actions, type thing. And, you know, when I heard that, it resonated with me, because there might be a lot of things that people will think, there might be a lot of things that people will say, but it's their actions. Mark Carney, tying this back into the beginning, that makes the most difference. Let's see, what's the next tab? And then somebody else again just writing about, tweeting about their writing. So for the avoidance of doubt, if you use AI to write a book, you're not a writer. If you use it to finish your book, you're a failed writer. If you use it to rewrite your book you're not happy with, you're a writer who cheats. Spell checking, absolutely fine. But no, being able to tell AI that you had a great idea about a dragon, a sushi restaurant, and a cowboy prince, and getting it to generate a story doesn't make you a writer. It makes you someone who likes having silly fun with AI. And that's fine too. But you're not a writer. Yeah, like if somebody wants to play around with a music generator or something of that sort for their own entertainment, their own fun, go wild. But being able to put a prompt in to make a song does not make you, a composer. And again, this just resonates with me because when I'm writing a book, I have the characters in my mind. And as I'm writing it, I will write a scene and I don't know what's going to happen next until I write it. It's like, as I'm writing the book, I'm reading it. And sometimes a character will do something I wasn't expecting, which just means like, okay, so I had intended to use this character in this way in a later part in the book, but now I can't because they're just too much of an asshole in this scene. So it will actually change the direction of my book as I'm reading it, as I'm on this journey of exploring these worlds that I'm making. And AI, again, just throws slop together and says, oh, here's a book. And to that I say, no, that is not writing. That is not making... there are other ways of doing this, because some people might say, well, it's just to generate ideas that it can go on. Well, there's this wonderful thing called improv that would help you do all of the same stuff, but then you have people and humans involved, because sometimes it's just word association. There are games that improvisers play that will actually make stories where, you have the person who's pointing at each other or something to continue a story. So you get an ask, an offer from the audience, and something like grilled cheese sandwiches and a cruise ship. And so start making a story, and then somebody is pointing at all the players, and as they point, the player will start talking about the story, but then as soon as they point to somebody else, they start doing something, and so on and so forth. So that, like, there's all these games within improv to tell wonderful stories and or to help you with ideas. Like this book here, I wrote it based on the cover. That was the whole idea of the publishing derby that I was in, was you were given a cover and a title, write a book. And I have been obsessed with this world ever since. For like a year and a half, I've been living in this world. And as soon as I get back to it, oh my God, I can't wait. But it was just based on a cover. And it's about using your mind to explore these worlds. You will take it into a direction AI never would. And it will mean something to you. It is your world. I have a video on my new YouTube channel, Sandee Lovas. Go check it out. I'm hoping to get to 50 subscribers by the end of this, where I have a quote on it that I say, there are worlds yet to be explored because we have yet to create them. AI did not generate that. I thought of it. Because these are worlds that we get to explore and create. If anyone out there wants to feel like a god, go write a book. Because you are the god of that book, of that world that you are making. That's not, I don't feel like a god. I feel like a character in that book. But you know where you get where I'm going with that. But yeah. So before we move on to the actual artwork that I've been working on, I wanted to just have a little bit of silly fun with something that I came across, and I just wanted to share it with you guys because I feel it. I feel it right now. And Anonymous had tweeted this out, and it's about Trump. And I'm sure it's going to resonate with a lot of people too, but I just silly fun, not really related to AI stuff that I wanted to go over. So Anonymous saying, if you know a Trump supporter, this will resonate with you.
Dad, I can't believe what Trump posted about Rob Reiner.
Rob Reiner had Trump derangement syndrome.
I feel like Trump can do anything and you'd still support him.
I just vote for whoever has the best policies.
Trump just said the N-word.
He would never say that.
Yes, I said the N-word, and I'll continue to say it because that's what they are.
Everyone said it at some point. He's just brave enough to tell the truth.
Trump just legalized bestiality.
Fake news. He wouldn't do that.
I legalized it, so if you want to bang a dog, you can.
The liberals want that. He's just trying to unite the country.
Can you just admit that this guy's out of his
At least he's not bought like Sleepy Joe.
Trump just murdered someone.
No, he didn't.
Yes, I murdered a man. He was a Latino man. I blasted him in the streets because I thought he was probably illegal.
Well, he probably would have been shot if he was here legally. I guarantee you it was self-defense.
Why can't you just admit he's wrong?
He's not perfect, but he's the best option we have.
I think all my followers who believe in my lies and deceptions are morons. I could do anything and they'll still vote for me.
All politicians lie. At least he's telling the truth. I am a moron.
Dad, I can't believe.
Yep. Oh, I feel that sometimes. I feel that in this world. Now let me move back to this one. Yeah, there's I feel that. I feel that so hard. Yeah, so I'm going to show you some of the art that I've been working on to help cope with the thing that I'm having difficulty talking about or mentioning. But again, please go subscribe to my new art channel, Sandee Lovas. I'm really hoping to get to 50 subscribers. I only need 2 to subscribe during this slot that I'm in for it to reach 50, and I would really appreciate that. And I'll be posting more videos on it, hopefully. Well, once the vending market is done, probably, because I'm going to be focusing on getting artwork done for that. But I was working on some Pride stuff. And so I wanted to make like little paintings of the flags, of some of the different flags, but then adding to it, making it a little bit more personable by putting the symbol as well. So like I'm non-binary. Oh, right. I had to take down my other flag because I was using it for a reference. Because here's the thing. I made these flags on 5x7s, but I still had to mix a lot of the paints to get the right colors that I wanted, because there isn't a kit out there of like, here are all the Pride flag colors for you already pre-made. So like I'm non-binary, and non-binary has a symbol that goes with it. Same with like trans, pansexual, like most of the flags that you see out there for us queer folks, there's also a symbol that we have. And so I guess I'll start with the non-binary one, because I was just mentioning it. Boom. Now you can't see it, but there's sparkles all over it. And so it's a nice sparkly symbol there. And then just one that, again, this was part of the journey and me learning about, wow, that looks really blue on screen. This is actually purple, but I'm looking at it, the camera, the lights, it's making it look absolutely blue. It's purple. You'll have to take my word for it, but it's looking really blue on here. But like this was a mistake. When I put this glitter on, it didn't do it the right way that I wanted. And then I was having trouble blending the red out here because acrylics are just horrendous for that. But the result, I really kind of like. Let's see, if I move this closer, will it actually turn to purple? No, it's still looking very blue. Oh my God, that is like blue. It's purple. It's so purple. The camera is just not having it though. Because the way that this ended up looking, it's almost like it's a sore, like you're coming out, like there's an agitation around it, but at the same time, a very bold look within it, a very strong look within it, that's almost making it look like it's punching through, which I kind of really like. Yeah, I know the camera's an artificial eye. So then I also decided to do ones like this. So I'm non-binary with a pansexual heart. And these are the colors of the pansexual flag. And again, it looks kind of messy on there, but that's because that's all glitter. I put glitter on top of it. And so what I did was after I put the glitter on, I also put a seal on top of it. So it's not going to shed sparkles all over the place and lose its glitter because all the sparkles are sealed in there. But and then there was this one that was little happy mistakes, little happy accidents, because when I was painting here, I accidentally curved it down too much. And so I thought, you know what, I'm going to make it more drastic to give the heart more definition type thing. And then when I got the heart done, I'm like, it still doesn't feel complete. And I had to think about it, and it's like, do you know what? I'm just feeling dots. I feel dots. And so I just started to add the pansexual dots all around. And, you know, I ended up just really liking this. And we also have, I made the trans flag as well. And so that's an infinity heart in it. And this one's similar. So the heart I painted with like hints of the flag in it. And then I changed that. But then there's also the symbol. So that one I tried to make it look a little bit more 3D. And this one, again, this is all glitter inside the symbol there. And I did some pansexual flags. So those are some really thick glitters that I put into the infinity heart there. But again, I sealed it. So you can do this and you're not seeing all the glitter fall off. And then just another one with a red heart. And a gold infinity symbol. And for those of you who don't know, a gold infinity symbol is also the one for, it's a symbol for autism. And then here's one where I made the, that's the pansexual symbol. And I made the symbol just all glitter, glitter, glitter. And then I had another one with the symbol that I painted gold, but then I didn't know what to do with it. Like I was looking at it like there needs to be more to it than just that. And then I saw the glitters that I got from Dollarama, and I found one little tube of it, and I'm like, okay, no, that really works. I really like that idea. So I don't know if you can see it too well on here, but they're all little hearts all over the place that are shiny hearts. And again, I sealed it, so they're not going to fall off. And then I did a tricky one. So here's the inclusive flag. You can almost see it as purple down here, but that was a mixed purple. It wasn't a pure purple. So one I just left plain in case somebody just wants a plain one. But then I did one that's just all glitter. It's glitter, glitter, glitter. And again, it's not going to shed because I sealed it in. And I realized after I painted the base of these, so like I painted them all like this at the same time. And then I added on top of them. And it was the same with like the pansexual flags and the trans flags and all that. I did all 4 of them at the same time, the base of it, and let it dry. But I realized afterwards I did this wrong because these chirons or triangles, they actually move horizontal down the flag as opposed to I have it vertical here. And it's a mistake. But in the end, it works because if I had the triangles move horizontal down the flag, then there wouldn't be room for me to do something like this. Add the infinity heart. And you can't see it quite on there, but the black here is all sparkles too. And then I also experimented with some metallic paints. So this is super shiny, shinier than the rest, but you can't necessarily tell on camera, but that's all metallic paint. And again, as I was doing it, there was just a part of me that said, do you know what? All the colors need to be separated by a black line as well. And what's really annoying for me is that I was doing it and I'm like, oh, I wish I had a brush that was so tiny and a little tip like that so I could do that easily for the fine details. I'm so frustrated I didn't have it. And then after I was done almost all of them, I found I did have that brush somewhere. But there's like a massive amount of sparkles like all over my floor because I had to blow off the excess and stuff because the way you get the sparkles on is there's a glossy medium that you can put on to make the pictures glossy at the end, but it's also sticky. And so I would do the painting and then I would put a line of the gloss wherever I wanted it, dump the sparkles on it, and then eventually just let it dry and then paint over it again to seal it. So that's what I've been working on. I'm going to quickly check to see. Refresh. Oh, I'm at 52 subscribers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. On my new YouTube channel, Sandee Lovas. And so I'm just going to check to see if there's any comments that I should get to. So Donald James, I believe people should have the freedom to create with AI if they want. I just believe that AI should not be monetized. Doing that will put the value back into art. Yeah, I'm not necessarily against people just playing around with it for their own fun or whatever. But it's when they try to sell it, when they try to insist that it's something it's not. And also the way that it's created right now is very unethical because it steals from other people. And then also saying, I'm not using AI for deception, which means all AI generated material should be identified. That too, absolutely, there should be a way to identify it. Because, there's so many videos out there that are just totally AI generated, and it's getting harder and harder to tell which ones are real or not. And so this idea of like a shared reality is just no longer the case. Like it hasn't been the case for a while because of the algorithms, but there will be like visual videos out there that we won't know which is real. So we'll have people living in completely different worlds. But here we go from Groove Dragon. By the way, thanks for getting me back into reading books. An excellent analog activity that I enjoy, even though there was more of a vampiric touch than human. Yes, reading is fundamental. Fundamental. There we go. Yes. Yeah, you shouldn't be warning people. Shh. Also, my son especially liked the cover art. Yeah, they used actual artists too to make these fake covers that we made the stories from. But yeah, this book here, please go buy it. Right now on my dashboard for Kindle, there's been 1 page read in the past week. Nothing sold, just 1 page. Well, it's basically in the last month on the Kindle. It's really sad when I go to check the dashboard and that's all I see is 1 page read. But yeah, artists, real people made the covers of these books. And the reference frame saying, as Bob Ross said, talent is pursued interest. The people using AI as a crutch, I think you meant, is lazy. Oh, yeah, I think you caught the AI there. Or the mistake, the typo. Using it as a crotch. Well, I'm sure they're getting off on it, but I think you meant crutch. And yes, sometimes typos are just brilliant. There was a typo once. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember it. That was just so funny. And it was in some tweets. Oh, I can't remember it now, but I had such a great time with it. Just teasing the person who did it. I wish I could remember it now. I remember laughing really hard over it. It had something to do with like they were saying something about work, but they typed it in wrong. Here's somebody plugging my book, so I will absolutely put that up on screen. Groove Dragon, read Sandee's book. You'll be glad you did. Yeah. Okay, so again, a reminder, I'll probably do, depending on my mood, a stream on Saturday and Sunday to get caught up. For those who don't know, since I have just a minute left, I can finally say it. My cat Frodo passed away. And it has destroyed me. I don't have his remains back yet. He's the first cat that I've ever got cremated, so I'm still waiting to get those back. If you can help out with the cost of that, that would be great. I also got like a clay paw print that I'll be getting too. He was my world. And as you can see, I'm still struggling with it a lot. But you can help out. There's a PayPal link if somebody could be kind enough to toss it in, or e-transfer if you're Canadian. That's also helpful. I also have an Amazon wish list, and I put a couple memorial lockets on there. But it has destroyed me, so I've been using the art as a way to kind of cope with it. He's 18. I spent more days of my life with him than I have with any other creature in my life. Because in the past 18 years, if I add up all the days I was away from him because, you know, I was away for a weekend or in the hospital or something, at most it would equal 4 months. And every day. And every morning and every night, he would do his snuggles with me, and I get to spoon him, and I have lots of video of him, fortunately, so I get to watch that. But I don't know how I'm going to live in this world without him. He was the most precious thing to me in this world. So it's going to be very challenging. But yeah. Anyway, so I'm still having outbursts every now and then. So if I don't do a live stream on Saturday or Sunday, it's because I can't. So yeah. Anyway, that's it. Time to go. I hope everyone's doing okay. Thank you everyone for commenting while these streams are going. It helps this space in the algorithm. Don't forget to actually subscribe to this space. Please go follow all of my social medias. You can find me on Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram. I think there's one or YouTube as Left of the Box and Sandee Lovas. And also TikTok as Left of the Box, although I'm not really posting on there much anymore. And don't forget to thank Nicholas for being the wonderful producer of this space. And yeah. So until next time, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
All type of hustles and all type of grips, pushing all stereotypes and all type of myths. Look how they talk it fast, yep, they take it swift. They got to get the gab and know just how to recite a stricter formula to keep you mad. Show you why your life's a bitch. These awful hypocrites with lies dripping off their lips, but they could give a shit about what you really dealing with. It's all for the bag, all for the cash, all for the drip. They here to get rich, but I ain't here to trip. Just offer my analysis and watch the stones start to get thrown at glass palaces. Cause when they spit that bullshit, I gotta challenge it, man. I manhandle it, break it down, dismantle it. Cause if it ain't true, then my dude, I can't stand on it. I can't stand with it. The stance is against it. Witnessing the slaughter of innocent Palestinians like cowboys and settlers, killing off the indigenous. Y'all claim y'all in the right, but it's all wrong. I can't rock with you. Something fishy going on. The stench is strong. Tilapia, so we formed a coalition here. Our main mission is stopping you. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
The mob wants victory, but more than that, it wants the total humiliation of its enemies.
Hey, we are back. Nice to see everybody. 2026. It's going to be a great year. It's off to an amazing start so far. Hopefully you all had a wonderful New Year celebration and Christmas / whatever holiday you celebrate. Mine was great.
Yeah, Mike, how was yours? You took a lot of time off. Did you get to rekindle your empathy goo and heal?
Yeah, I mean, I was telling David before we jumped on, I kind of felt like I always struggle with like seasonal depression this time of the year in particular. So I tried my best to not follow the news, and I did that, but I kind of felt like not talking about it is also a little bit hard for me because like I follow the news, but like not as closely as I usually do. But not being able to like forcing myself to not talk about it is also kind of damaging because it's therapeutic to, I don't know, vocalize it. So like the show in a way is therapy, but it's also cancerous. I don't know. I feel refreshed-ish, but I would very much like to still not be in front of the camera. I don't know. It's a really rough start, man. The year's been a lot.
My first video this year was Mamdani being sworn in. And in the video, I'm like, nothing bad's going to happen from here on out. And then like the next day, it was like, I forgot. Like, I think the next day was like Venezuela. And there's, I don't know, it was just like rolled on from there. Just horrible.
Yeah. How about you, Lance? Did you have some time to kind of recoup?
Yeah, I mean, I tried working on some movie stuff and went into a deep dive into taking down Stranger Things. And then that led
Which was amazing, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I watched it.
That led to politics again, because you can't even talk about Stranger Things without talking about, genocide in Palestine.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of, the world is inescapable. I've never understood people who are like, I'm apolitical. I was, how do you achieve such enlightenment? So centrist of you. I mean, please tell us.
The only way to be apolitical is be born into money and have no empathy. I think those two, you have to have those two things.
Or you get lobotomized at this point, because how else would you be apolitical? Everything is political. It's always been that way, but now I think more so than ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Matt is not on the show this week. He is at CES. He'll be back next week. Rebecca will as well. Ariana should be joining us here in a little bit. So I'm happy to see you all again. I missed you all, both David and Lance, as well as the audience, the faces that I imagine when we talk. Like you're all there in my mind, and I missed seeing that image of you.
The beautiful blob, the amalgamation.
The blob, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I feel like I just had to be on this week just to like talk to other normal people that are sane.
Yeah.
Like working alone in this kind of world is horrible because it's just like there's no one else to like to shoulder the weight of like the garbage I gotta fucking consume every fucking day. So it's just like getting to talk to other people who are also sane is great, and it's a nice reminder that I do think most of us are not crazy. It's just that the people that have power are crazy, which makes the rest of our lives horrible.
And it makes you feel like you're going crazy when crazy people are in power, because I mean, all of the gaslighting, I mean, we'll get into it, I'm sure,
Oh
but
my
just
God,
like the
gaslighting.
lies that they can tell so boldly about a video that we can see, it's just, I honestly feel, it's, it feels like I've been, hit with a fucking stun grenade. I don't know how to process that information. And like the sheer cruelty is just so draining. It's just terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, at least the normies are getting radicalized pretty rapidly. David, you were just talking about how sometimes when I talk to normal people, I was like, in the past 24 hours alone, I've seen a lot of people who I normally would just see posting things like, just tried the new KFC double triple or whatever, hurt me. And then I know today it's like, the fires of the revolution rise, comrades. We must take to the streets. And you're like, oh wow, all right. However you got there.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how you got here. What matters is that you're here. I love that we see a lot of normies and wine moms. They're basically they're posting through it, and I really enjoy it. I think that the wine mom has been one of my favorite genres of tweets, just to see them talk about how like the blood of the streets must run red with the tyrants. It's like it's so funny, like the rise of Jennifer Welch and just like people who you view as like a nice aunt, just seeing them shit post as if they're like leftist edgelords on Twitter. I shouldn't say shit post, but like to shit talk, like they're posting on Twitter as like edgy leftists.
There's
it's
so
funny.
The wine dads, like Ken Jennings. So I think he has been more political as far as I know, but he on Blue Sky he put out the quote, prosecute the former regime at every level candidate has my vote in 2028. This is the Jeopardy guy.
I love that.
Wow.
And like that, he's bang on. Like yes, that should be the energy going into the next election. And I know we can talk about if that's even going to be a real election, but like that's the kind of political leaders I think people want to see now. Like you can't just deal with the shit. Oh, we'll just turn the page. Like, no, this is not fucking no. There's no turning the page, and that's why these people are so desperate to hold on to power. Like the way they're acting are like people that know the next election are people that know that they're going to try and rig the next election, because you don't act this way knowingly, full of like the obvious lies. Oh, this guy's the ice guy's in the hospital, be hit by the car. He's walking around in the video. Like, are you like, who are you fooling? Like, you don't blatantly lie like this without thinking that you may face some repercussions if you're no longer in office, unless you're not worried about no longer being in office. Like they clearly have some idea of how the next election is going to go. So people need to be aware of that.
Yeah, I was so taken aback by Trump's tweet that it went over my head. Like in my video about Renee Good and her murder, when I went over Trump's tweet, I didn't even talk about that part where he's like, the guy's in the hospital, because it didn't even register to me. I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I have no idea. Is he talking about like a different video or something else? Like, no, he's talking about Jonathan Ross, the murderer who shot a woman in the face 3 times. He says that guy got injured and is in the hospital. What am I supposed to do like with that information? Like the lies are so far removed from reality that it doesn't even make sense at this point. Like I don't even know what they're trying to say. They're just so shameless and brazen. And it's possible that Trump was like hallucinating some video, because we also know that he's losing his cognitive abilities as well. But I don't know how to process the shit that's happening.
No, I that's where I'm at. Like, I don't know how to emotionally process it. Like that's
no.
In my video, I said that today. Like I'm talking about this stuff, but I don't know how to consume this stuff and stay sane. And like, because everything we're seeing is so crazy, and these people have so much power. It's hard to know how to process what the obvious lies, like the Twitter, like the White House Twitter account, DHS Twitter account. These are insane accounts posting consistently posting absolutely insane garbage. These are the official government accounts from the most powerful government in the world. Like, how do you process this as a sane person?
Run by Groypers. Like, it's all Groyper
Right.
memes. And I'm like, oh, great. The Groypers are in power now.
Yeah. And I
I
will
think
say,
well, I just want to quickly
go
say,
ahead.
I think part of the goal is to make you debate it, is to get everyone to constantly second guess it and spend time. Like, every second that you spend debating frame by frame when you go on the video, being like, well, did he actually step in front of the car? Did she back up first? Did she turn right first? Every second spent on that is one less second that you are actually active, taking actual action against, like, ICE, against, you know, the fascist takeover of the US, any of that shit. Like, you're just spending time arguing with people who don't care about reality or truth. They're like, oh, well, here's a new narrative. She had pronouns in her bio, so, you know, apparently she was a radical leftist
Laura
poet.
Loomer said that. So did, I think, Jesse Waters. Like,
that's a justification for her, you know, state-sanctioned execution, according
the
to
Newsmax guy was like, look at the stickers in the back of her truck. It's like the Kansas City women's soccer team. The others are like national parks. Like, have you seen the MAGA stickers on fucking lunatics trucks? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like,
you know,
what is this conversation?
Yeah. It's hard because the year just like started off with such a bang. I want to say relatively, you know, just compared to now, we kind of ended last year's show on like a more positive note, like where the right wingers were battling each other and they were tearing themselves to shreds. And now we come back. Trump's invading Venezuela. ICE is doing terrorism, now extrajudicially murdering citizens. And it's such an important point that you made, Lance, because these distractions work. Nobody's talking about the Epstein files after Trump invaded Venezuela. Because how could you focus on that when he's saying, oh, now we're going for Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, Greenland. Canada is obviously still on the table.
We're on the table.
I just want to say, as the only American on the panel right now, I am so fucking sorry. You all had zero say in this election, and everybody else in the world, they have to live with the repercussions of dumb fuck Americans.
Do you
and
apologize
I just
to
hate it because
Canadians? We don't process this.
I just can't. It's so embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. I saw this meme on Reddit about somebody. It was a Canadian who said, my face when, you know, I'm in Mexico and somebody says they're an American, and it was like, I don't know who it was. It was like somebody making a, you know, a stink face. And I'm like, that's me, and I'm an American. It's embarrassing because the people who are affected the most by U.S. imperialism and our policies, they have no say. They have absolutely no say whatsoever. They don't get to vote. Either they're immigrants or they live in a different country. They have no say whatsoever. So because we have the biggest military, we just get to swing our dicks internationally around wherever, terrorize people, threaten our allies, our neighbors. It's just so unacceptable. And Trump today just said that he doesn't need international law. So like the post-World War II order is completely like, it's gone, it's collapsed. And we're back to the days of Hitler where you just like do what the fuck you want. You invade whatever country because might makes right. And the thing that really differentiates them from liberals and even Bush is that it's very naked in the way that they approach imperialism. There's no like, oh, well, we care about human rights. It's like, actually, we just want their oil. Fuck it. And there's something about that that's like refreshing because at least they're honest. But I kind of, in some ways, appreciated like them lying to us because at least they respect us enough to want us to approve of what they're doing and have some, you know, fucking semblance of legitimacy. But they're
You
just
miss
like
yellow cake uranium, eh? You miss Condoleezza Rice. You miss Colin Powell. You miss all of them. Rumsfeld.
It's exhausting to just see them like, yeah, we're taking the oil. Suck my dick. What are you gonna do about it? It's just, man, it's like we're watching a fucking nightmare horror show train wreck. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it.
The ramping up of the bloodlust on the right, like all the anti-interventionists. Like I was thinking, who is this more embarrassing for? Glenn Greenwald, Matt Taibbi, or like Cenk? In that, like every single one of the right wingers who were like anti-war, anti-interventionists, they are blood drunk. like blood. Like, I don't know if you saw Matt Walsh's latest video. It is like, we need to colonize Greenland. It is time. The American empire needs to expand. It's just like this is, Lebensraum, like the Nazi, land acquisition platform. And he's just putting it into a YouTube video and putting it out there and being like, yeah, Greenland's going to be ours soon, like it or not. We can do this now. There's no more rules. Which, I mean, what's the point of the world's biggest military if you don't use it, right? Why not get some money?
Yeah. The whole Venezuela situation, to me, it still doesn't make sense. Aside from what happened, which was fucking insane, it's crazy that they were able to pull this off so surprisingly competently. No shots were fired. There was nothing. It was just the U.S. military came in, they kidnapped the president of another country, and that's that. I saw, I didn't read the article. I saw a headline that some Greenland politician had said something to the effect of like, listen, if this happens, if the United States invades, we're going to defend ourselves.
Oh no, it was shoot first, ask questions later. Apparently. Right. was the quote. Yeah.
And I don't know why that wasn't the philosophy in Venezuela, because you have sovereignty, you have the right to defend yourself. And I get that you're going up against the behemoth that is the U.S. military, but how do you do that? Yeah, as people are saying in the comments, 80 people died. This includes not just military members, but civilians.
Yeah, it was just like it's straight up bombs and missiles dropping in a highly dense, city. I mean,
2 million people in Caracas, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that people in the West, they got a version of events where it was like, this was a precise strategic military procedure, in and out, that was it. And like, if you look at the footage from the evening, it was like an actual major city with like fucking bombs raining on them, people screaming. Like it looked as horrifying as you'd imagine. And yeah, it's one of those things where ultimately I think the US, like, in Canada, because you were talking about how embarrassing and sorry you are, Mike, about America and what they're doing. You shouldn't let Canada off the hook, because like immediately every conservative and right winger and some of the fucking the Democrat style liberals over here, they got blood drunk too. Like they were like the conservatives and the far right were posting to begging for America to invade them. They're like, yeah, fucking do Canada next, get rid of Mark Carney, invade us, blah blah blah. And then the other half of the people were like, that was beautiful precision. The leader of the conservatives was just like,
congratulations, Donald Trump. Like, he's like, I'm glad he said that. Now we have that quote for fucking ever.
Yeah,
fuck Pierre Poilievre.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Like, does he not realize that could be them? I just...
Well, not to mention, like, he's the oil guy. And then what happened right away? A whole bunch of money got poured out of the Canadian energy sector. Like, they went down by 7 to 11%, like, just overnight. And now, all of a sudden, the leader is basically saying, we need pipelines.
Yeah, he's been tweeting nonstop about needing pipelines. It's like, you congratulate... I screenshotted that congratulations, his own tweet under his own under his own tweets about oil, like the past 3 days, just to remind everybody this guy's a clown. Like it's just unbelievable how like it makes it hard. It makes it harder for accurate criticisms of Mark Carney to stick when Pierre Poilievre is as bad as he is. Like he would help his case. Pierre Poilievre would help his case if he just shut the fuck up, but he can't.
Yeah, I think it was progressives kind of uniquely in the U.S. and Canada who were actually calling this out for what it was. Like, illegal invasion, war crimes, the sovereign nation never attacked the U.S. Like, you just kidnapped the fucking president. And he's gone. It's just right.
The leader of the interim leader of the NDP like went over like the UN, like what is it? Article 2, Section 4, like just discussing like. Yeah, this is completely illegal internationally. Like, there's no precedent for. There's no reason to do any of this. And Mark Carney, like, his response was like, Maduro's terrible, all this stuff. But he stopped short of like congratulating Trump, and he's like, all parties must follow international law. I'm like, the fucking Trump didn't. That's why he did this. Like, what are you talking about? Like this talking around. Like, people will say, oh, but he's the prime minister. You have to be careful. What like. So he has to ignore reality and pretend that Trump didn't clearly do what Carney's claiming people shouldn't be doing. Like, it's the whole thing. It makes you feel insane because we know what happened. We saw what happened, and it's very clear international law was broken. Not to mention U.S. law was broken. Like just out of nowhere, deciding to do this. Like My understanding is you can't do that. there's Congress you're supposed to be going through. Like it's just so insane.
Traditionally, yes, they are supposed to get congressional approval before starting wars. That was under the old regime. That was before we had regime change with dictator Don. One thing that I've got to say is agonizing to hear is the liberal response to this as well. Like you mentioned, Mark Carney and whatnot, but like the liberals in the U.S. Oh my God! Like you see Olivia Giuliana posting, "I'm not mad that Maduro is overthrown. I'm mad it wasn't done sooner." And I just
why did she feel the need?
Yeah. Like, who's making you do this?
Who's that for?
Yeah.
Right.
I don't even know who that's for. Like, is she posting for Chuck Schumer? Like, what is the audience for that?
I don't even know who Chuck Schumer is posting for. There was like a 2020...
Well, he was upset that he wasn't briefed. Wasn't that it? Wasn't he like, my big contention here was Donald Trump didn't let me know he was going to do that. And I was like, well, it's almost like he's behaving like a rapist pedophile. I don't know. He doesn't seem like the most trustworthy of people that I, would put my stock in right now.
But like Chuck in 2020 was criticizing Donald Trump because he didn't overthrow Maduro. And now Trump did it, and he's like, you didn't tell us that you were going to do it, so I'm mad. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? How is this the opposition? We are so cooked. Like, they're going to throw all of us in a fucking blender. These are the people defending us? I just don't know what to make of all of it. It's so frustrating because there's just like, there's nobody but us to like advocate for what's right, what's obviously right. The media is all just captured by Trump billionaires. All leaders around the world, in the fucking UK, in Canada, in France, they're all in lockstep with what Trump is doing because how could you go against the US? You don't want to, piss off King Trump.
Comments were so pathetic too.
Despicable. Yeah. Just everything's gone to shit. And it's because this disgusting war criminal, corrupt pedophile in the United States gets to set the international standards and everybody else has to follow along because he's the fucking HBIC, the head bitch in charge internationally since he's the president of the US. It's so fucking sick that this cartoon character, reality TV show fucking bloated buffoon gets to create the standards of the world, the rules that we all follow by. I hate it. I don't want any part of this. It's just disgusting. I want to tap out. Send me to Mars. Fuck.
And you see that video of like Lindsey Graham on the plane with him where someone asked him about Cuba, and Lindsey Graham's like, yes, yeah, like he's like a little fuck, like a little like goblin, like grob, like it's just so. What is wrong with that man? Like Trump, he's insane. But Lindsey Graham he's such a weird person.
Yeah,
like
he is.
I don't like what kind of creature is he? He's just such a weird person. Why is he so obsessed with like imperialism? Like it's so bizarre.
That his behavior, I've never seen him glowing like that. Like his panties were soaked with pre-cum as Trump was talking about Cuba and fucking Greenland, and like the way that he was sitting and the moment where he's like, yeah, that to me honestly made me want to execute myself when I saw him say that. Like the happiness that he felt to me was so like offensive to my being that I wanted to kill myself. I just can't.
It's possible we misjudged him and he's not a closet homosexual. He's just like an imperial sexual or something. Like he gets off on like just like war with other countries.
Kink shame that. You are allowed to kink shame. Imperial fetishists.
Yeah, that fetish is not okay.
No.
My theory is that he is indeed a homosexual. Like he's attracted to men, but like a anthropomorphic fucking like missile, like a big missile with like a dildo on it, and that's what he wants to.
Maybe that's what it's. Yeah, that's what he imagines when he thinks about this stuff.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, okay. Or it's like a strong man who's like pressing a red button over and over, and the button is on his ass, so he's getting slapped and fucked. Like that's what he's into. Like there is definitely an element to his orientation that's like not ammosexual, like they say for like the gun nuts, but it's like warosexual. Like maybe the comments can help us out.
So many people in the chat's like, what the fuck did I just walk into?
Welcome back.
Yeah, 2026. It's gonna be a long year.
We have a lot of thoughts clearly that we've been saving for you all, so you're welcome. Yeah, looking at Lindsey Graham and that, it honestly makes me nauseous. Like, I've just never seen a more revolting human being. And I say that as he's standing next to Donald Trump with his bruised hands, which Lindsey Graham's boner probably like almost brushed up against because he was so fucking hard at the thought of warfare. I genuinely don't know how he gets off unless he thinks about like war and people being murdered. There's no other way. Like, he's truly a pervert in every sense of the word.
How does he keep winning elections?
Yeah.
How?
It doesn't make any sense to me.
If you're in his state, why would you vote for him? What is? Aren't there better? I'm not saying like better Republicans, but like, I don't know, Republicans that aren't repulsive in every fucking way. Not even like politically. Just, I mean, like, I don't know, performatively, like something. There has to be a better option. Like, he's just
I've
so
thought about Ted Cruz for a long time. I'm like, I don't see the appeal even from a conservative standpoint. Is
No.
it just that he says the right things. Is it just like,
But
done,
you know
he's
what?
here? And we're like, cool.
Give me Ted Cruz over Lindsey Graham. That's how disgusting Lindsey Graham is. I'll take 2 Ted Cruzes over Lindsey Graham.
2.
I'll take 2.
It depends on the day. I've definitely like had moments where I'm like, Ted Cruz is so fucking gross. Like, they're
Yeah.
so, I think it depends on the news cycle and who's currently in it. But they're both
Yeah, I think
terrible.
that's fair. So we're all talking about how demented everybody has become, but I did see a rant from Jesse Ventura that I thought was really cathartic. This is the ex-governor of Minnesota, for those who don't know, and also star of 90s action films, all around amazing person. I really like hearing him because I feel like he is one of the few people who really puts things into perspective in a very concise and blunt way. And sometimes you just need to cut through the bullshit. So I wanted to play this for everybody so you can react.
Body.
You want to know something? I'll give you a quote. We're a third world country now. You want to know why? I'm an expert. I've been to them. I spent 17 months in Southeast Asia while the draft dodger was playing golf. Right? You know how I know we're a third world country? Because in third world countries, they have the military doing their police work in the cities when you walk around. I was in the Philippines the day Ferdinand Marcos declared martial law and went under dictatorship. We went from nobody to a guy with a machine gun on every corner. That's what happens in a dictatorship. In comes the military. That's what's happening here. And people better wake up to it. You want to read something? Then read your history of Germany and start comparing the tactics of what happened in 1930s Germany to what's happening here. Read history. You learn from history. Anytime you have the loss of life that needlessly happens, that's tragedy. And what occurred yesterday did not have to happen.
Yeah, I think
he's great.
He's amazing. It's nice to hear somebody like him say that, who was a governor, who is principled, and who's like rightfully indignant about the situation. Because, I mean, this just happened yesterday, but the video is so haunting, and it's the aftermath that like really stuck with me, like of the guy yelling murderer, murderer. And then there's other videos that I saw after Renee Good was assassinated of like her wife. And you see some guy talking to her, she's off camera and she's like, oh my God, they shot my wife. They shot my fucking wife. And it's like to see that and juxtapose it with like Jesse Waters on Fox News, just like scornfully talking about her as a self-described poet. She had a lesbian partner, just like, you know, she's the kind of person that we all agree should be executed, so it's fine. Just the degeneracy and the lengths that they're going to gaslight us about this video is so gross. Nancy Mace said that the guy who shot her, the murderer, Jonathan Ross, was limping away. She said you could see that on video. Trump said that he's in the hospital because of the injury that he sustained. Maybe like the trigger was too hard and he got carpal tunnel pulling it. I don't know what the fuck. Just the level of lies. It's just, I cannot get over it. How
he's on video walking away.
truth.
Like the idea that he was hospitalized. He's on video after, by the way, he shot through her side open window. Like he was never in danger. The New York Times has there's 1,000 good breakdowns, but New York Times has like a really thorough like breakdown, every single angle, everything. They show like his feet are to the side of the truck as her wheel is turned the other way, and he's shooting. He shot one through like the windshield at the side, and then two through her open side window. How are you in danger? How's the car coming at you if you're shooting through the side window? Like, there's again, Lance, you're right. Like, there's no point debating any of this because they're so insane. But it's just the lengths they go to just lie. Like, just blatant things that we see with our eyes. Like, there's no debating any of it.
Yeah, I know that we're all hardcore ACAB commies, and so we don't, care much about police procedure. But everything I've read says that, like, if a car is coming towards you, shooting the driver is not what the training typically would tell you to do, because the car is going to keep moving towards you. You're supposed to get out of the way of the vehicle. If you've gotten out of the way of the vehicle, then at that point the officer was safe, so he just unloaded his clip. Right, like you see it as clear as day. He gets out of the way of the car, and then at that point starts to execute her. Yeah,
I'll try to find the clip. There's a breakdown from somebody who used to work in law enforcement. But yeah, you're right. Like he talks about how in the DHS own handbook they say to not do what that guy did. They say get out of the way of the car. Don't shoot at it because it can become a weapon. It can hit other pedestrians, hit other cars, and to simply get out of the way of the vehicle, which he did. But again, he wasn't even in the way. Like, he was moved and then shot her.
Oh yeah, she reverses first.
Yeah.
And apparently she was getting multiple different instructions too. Like, people keep saying like, well, why didn't you comply? Why won't you comply? And it's like, there are multiple witnesses, including this, like, you can hear audio on the video. She's getting instructions in two different directions from two different people. One person is saying, hey, pull your car over right now. The other person's like, get out. And then it's like, okay, what do I do? The other person's like, move along. And then it's like, okay, like, I don't know.
There's even a video for like waving somebody by beforehand. Like, she.
Right.
Meanwhile, Trump is like, she was a violent agitator. Like, what the fuck are you talking?
Just blocking the road. No, she wasn't.
No.
And even if you take everything that they're saying as the truth, which you should not, none of that is a justification to execute her.
Yeah,
I know.
This is a state-sanctioned.
That's what's so dumb about this whole debate. Even if she was exactly what you're claiming she was, you still are not supposed to shoot and murder her.
No, no, like, it doesn't call for an execution.
Right. We've gotten so far away from like the fucking plot that what we're talking about is, it doesn't even make sense. Like, the fact that we, like, to your point, Lance, that we have to go back and like be overly scrupulous here and debate these finer details just so that way they can justify it and not hold this murderer accountable. It's so infuriating, because any person with common sense who watches that just needs to see it once. And what happened is very, very evident.
Yeah. I think also that it's going to be something where, I mean, people are asking in the chats if there's any updates from Portland. I don't know, Mike, you're closer to anyone. Is there anything that's come out of that yet?
Yeah, as far as I know, the two people who were shot are injured, but they're alive. Let me get a quick update from K2 really quick.
I mean, that's good at least.
Yes, last time I checked at least. This is 42 minutes ago. Both people are wounded, but they are alive. So let me just bring in the article, actually, so that way people know what we're talking about, because this broke just before we went live. But in Portland, Oregon,
who were accused of being Trender Agua. Of course.
Okay.
Going to be shoot first and then name
tracks.
whatever organization they're a part of afterwards, right? Like, yeah, that's MS-13.
Exactly.
It is. That was Hamas. Oh yeah, I just ran over Hezbollah. Yeah, that's keeping everyone
But remember,
safe.
because of NSPM 7, basically all of us are, like, the government is able to dedicate resources to track us because we could be potential terrorists. So, you know, it's just a different flavor. What flavor of terrorists are you? Are you the immigrant flavor terrorist? Are you the alphabet mafia flavor terrorist? Like, what are you, just like a general commie terrorist? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you are not them, you are terrorist. But this is from K2 News. A U.S. Customs and Border Protection agent shot and wounded 2 people in Portland on Thursday afternoon, according to the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, which said the shooting was in self-defense, of course, when the driver of a vehicle that the agents had pulled over tried to run them over. So since this is what they are reporting, I'm assuming that the opposite is true, because this is now one of many times that they have tried to say that somebody tried to run them over. In fact, there's a different, let me pull it in. There's a different story of somebody else that they accused of trying to run them over, and she was acquitted, I believe. Let me find the exact details here. And I'll bring it in. So this is
Well, he's looking for that. I just
CBS
wanted to.
News, November of last year. Yeah, so real quick, they dropped charges against this woman who was shot by a CBP agent, and they justified the shooting of this individual by saying that, like, oh, they were trying to, she was trying to run them over. So it's the same thing. She boxed in federal immigration agents in her vehicle. He fired 5 shots at her. It was a lie then. So they just, anything that they say, you have to assume by default they're lying.
And I've seen 2 different videos. I'm sure there's more of ICE agents trying to or hitting people with their cars. So are those people in the right to then shoot them? Like, or is it only okay when an ICE official shoots an innocent woman in her car? Like, it's depraved.
What's the standard in Florida? Because there is a law effectively decriminalizing running over protesters. So if your car is getting blocked and you fear for your life,
Ron DeSantis.
yeah, is that a different situation there or no? Like they want to just be able to like pass a law nationally that's, hey, we get to kill lefties if we see fit. Like they just, that's what they want to do.
And, you know, this wasn't an avowed activist, by the way. I just want to be completely clear. Like, Renee Good did not have a long history of being like an Antifa agitator / political Marxist, communist. Like, you know, on paper, this is a woman who, you know, was a Christian, was a, you know, a proud community member, was a white woman. You know, it should also be mentioned because people keep bringing up the fact that, like, how are things like this happening? And it's like, well, I mean, it should go to show you that, like, you can be white, but the system is still going to be working against you. It's not as if, like, you know, white supremacy universally benefits all white people. You can be white and poor, and you're going to die just as likely as you're going to die from, you know, a violent police encounter as you would in another racialized group, right? Not as likely, but like you can still die. And it just seems like a situation where people are a little bit thrown back by that, as in, like, why is it that, like, you know, in this particular instance, this happened? And it's like, because you should see, like, it's the intersection between capitalism and white supremacy, essentially.
Yeah, great point.
Hi.
Hey, Ariana.
Hey.
How are you?
How you doing?
Good.
Doing amazing. Happy New Year. Happy holidays.
Happy New Year.
Yes,
I
Happy
miss
New
your
Year.
beautiful faces.
Yay.
And Ron DeSantis. I just wanted to play this video quickly because
plus a jump scare.
It's like,
this is the pause that he.
Okay, fine. I'm pulling up. Which episode is this?
153.
153.
Perfect. All right, go on.
And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida.
It's crazy. They're not saying this about Renee Good. She had the right to defend herself from this ICE mob. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It's amazing.
I mean, wait, didn't Lance say that 2 more people got shot in Portland, or am I imagining that?
No, it did happen. Yeah, so they're alive. They're wounded, but am I breaking up?
Yeah, you're breaking up.
They're wounded. That's the last update that I can see, at least from K2 News. Maybe the chat will let us know if anything else happens. But yeah, they're wounded, but they're alive. And CBP is the perpetrators of the shooting, and they're unpredictably or I should say predictably, excuse me, claiming that the reason for the shooting was that they were trying to run them over in their car. So that's always their go-to. You could just shoot and injure anybody or kill anybody if you claim that they're trying to run you over and you feared for your life.
So I saw this on Threads, and I need to verify this because Threads has become a cesspool of just misinformation. But someone threaded that he threatened to knock on people's doors one by one once he gets enough feds hired. I don't know if that's true, to see if like...
Oh, JD Vance said this actually. He did say, I can confirm this, that they're going door to door.
Okay. Yeah, it's giving Nazi Germany.
Right.
Isn't this the government tyranny that they were so fearful about under like Obama and like Biden?
Yeah. Big government people are nowhere to be found. In fact, some of them are defending the state-sanctioned murder of a U.S. citizen as well. There was one woman, I can't remember who she is. She's like a smaller influencer on Twitter, and she was talking about how, this Renee, should have obeyed their orders. And then like her only bio mention is just big government sucks. It's like, okay, like I guess you don't notice the
there's
contradiction.
No.
Just these people can't be fixed. Let's put it that way.
It's hard to fix stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, especially at this level when they all they function as a hive mind at this point where they're all thinking the same way. They're all saying the same thing. They all get on the page with the same talking points. Get on the same page, I should say, with the same talking points. Like that, how are we supposed to deal with this when you've got a third of the country, basically this fascist death cult, who are comparable to Nazis? Like they are openly celebrating the murder by the state of citizens. They don't ever stop to think, oh my God, what would happen if, a Democratic president acted this way? What would happen if a foreign country did this to us? If China chose to kidnap Donald Trump, just swoop into Mar-a-Lago, bring his fat ass to fucking China. They don't think about these things.
You're making a request.
You know what? It's not a bad idea.
She, if you're listening, activate.
I made this joke in my video when I talked about it, but like, imagine what we would say if China just came in and they kidnapped Donald Trump. Just imagine that for a second.
No, it's the American entitlement when it comes to everything that happened, because there was a whole build up to Maduro getting captured, which I don't think many people were following.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, our naval ships completely surrounded Venezuela for weeks. I mean, can you imagine if Chinese naval ships started surrounding us completely, for a week? Like, can you imagine the public outcry that would have? I mean, that would have just never happened, first of all. But it's just like this premise.
Everyone lost their mind over a balloon, over a Chinese.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Balloon. Meanwhile, we're sending our warships to basically trap this whole entire country. Now, do I agree with Maduro? No, he had a lot of pretty credible allegations, but like, bro, I just wish Americans were like, I wish we were all on the same page about something. Like, for me, it's like when I say that it's none of my business and I don't want to invade other countries, I dead ass mean it. I don't care if you're a dictator. I don't care if you're fucking Kim Jong-un. Like, I want my money to go towards my healthcare. I don't want to pay a premium that's now $1,000 because Trump decided to cut Obamacare. Like, and as an independent creator, I have to be on Obamacare. So, like, I would much rather my money selfishly going to me, or at least the veterans that are on the street dying, at least take care of them if you don't want to give it to me, rather than going and like Also, I don't know if you guys saw the video, the graphic, that there were some people that made graphics and they showed exactly how they extracted Maduro, and it's fucking insane. They basically bombed the shit out of Venezuela until there was so much noise and chaos. And then by the time all the bombing was done, Maduro was long gone. Like they had taken him away. Like basically all the bombing was just like a distraction to get him out and to build like noise and like chaos barrier so that they can have like their SEALs go in and like grab him. But it's like, yeah, my money is getting wasted on stupid shit like that. Like, respectfully, I'm sorry. I agree with y'all. Maduro's terrible, but like, I don't want my taxpayer money getting spent on shit like this. Respectfully, like I just don't.
Maduro is not in the Epstein files, and so
Yeah.
I'll say this: if a precursor to being able to invade a sovereign nation, bomb the fuck out of its civilians, kill a bunch of people, and steal someone, I mean, Trump's a rapist pedophile, right? So, by the rules, if it's how it's supposed to be done, I mean, again,
I mean, they're both dictators.
Yeah.
One has, objectively speaking, killed more people. One has, objectively speaking, raped more people. I mean, by those standards, if we could invade another country because, oh, it's a bad person, then fuck, we're never going to have another president again that doesn't get swooped off in the middle of the night, because every single American president, at least in my lifetime, they're all war criminals. Like, U.S. imperialism alone has led to the deaths of millions of fucking people. By our own standards, we should have been regime changed decades ago. It's just the amount of pain and suffering that we cause around the world is just, it's incalculable. Like, the people that are ruined because of what we've done, and there's not even like not a fucking acknowledgement from the American people, not even a sorry. Like, the thought of paying reparations to the people of Iraq is like, it's laughable, because we are such an immoral country. We have no moral compass whatsoever. It's just, it's all about us. Fuck everybody else. But like, that mentality has very clearly reached its logical conclusion to where, like, the country is circling the drain, and now the elites have that mentality, and the people are like, hey, what about me? It's like, well, I mean, we all kind of enabled this collectively, you know? This is what happens when you elect somebody who admits that he wants an autocracy, that tried to overthrow the last government. Like, there was somebody who was a witness to the murder of Renee Good. It was a right-winger. I played this clip, and he said something like, you know, he talked about how horrifying it was, and he's like, I'm leaning right, and this is not the way that things are supposed to be done. And it's like, sweetheart, I'm so happy that you said that, but you see, when you vote for somebody who is saying we're going to do mass deportations, and who is openly broadcasting his intent to shut down democracy, you can't really talk about how things are supposed to be. That ship has fucking sailed. That ship sailed with Reagan, arguably. That ship sailed with Buckley v. Vallejo back in the 70s when we decided to commodify elections in this country. So it's just kind of like, it feels like the chickens have come home to roost, and it might be too little too late. Like, as much as I want to see Americans wake up and become class conscious, like, that just seems like, I don't know, we're just too far gone. I don't know. I think that the only hope that I have is like the thought, like this naive thought, this dream rather, that one day we'll all collectively like rise up into a general strike and shut down the economy. It never happened, because like the second there's momentum for that, all they do is have the propagandists come out and Americans would, you know, be against it. I mean, just a side note, but like, if you look at public opinion polls in the lead up to the Venezuelan invasion, Americans opposed it. Then you poll them right after it, and now it's closer to, it's not a majority, but it's a plurality that now support it. It's like, you know what? We deserve it. Like, fucking, we deserve it. Like, not the innocents who aren't partaking in this, who didn't build the system, but like a lot of Americans deserve to feel what people in other countries feel because of all the pain and suffering that we've enabled and just not given a fuck about. It's, I don't know. It just feels so gross to see everything that's happening.
It is incredible to note, like, a lot of Americans are aware of how, I would say most Americans are aware of the impact of media and how it, you know, can change your opinion on something, and how it's manipulated in a way to move you. Yet they fall for it every single time. Like you're aware that that you're lied to constantly, but you believe all the lies and you don't believe the stuff you should be believing. Like, you believe the bullshit. Like, it's now, again, I don't think it's a, you know, you said a plurality. I don't think it's a majority of people. I think a lot of people maybe don't know enough. Understandably, people have busy lives. They don't really understand Venezuela. They don't understand imperialism. So they, you know, that's why it's a plurality, not a majority. But I guess enough propaganda could be a majority supporting it. But it is just like incredible that Americans are aware that media does this, and yet they still fall for it.
Yeah, and even like I agree with you. I think that like foreign policy matters, as frustrating as it is to see so much ignorant bliss, you know, on what we do and how destructive our military is. You would at least think that somebody would understand, like, at the concrete level, why Trump is bad. Like I have a family member who was worried about losing Medicaid after the big bullshit bill passed, who needs that, who would die without it. But it's like, you just got to trust the president. You got to trust our president. It's like, that's a level of stupid that you can't fix. You have to remove that person from society and put them in a re-education camp. I'm saying this about my own family member, so maybe I'm the psycho. But like, how do you get through to that thick fucking skull? It's like impenetrable. Like, you can't reason with this person. They voted for somebody who is fucking them over and whose policies could literally kill them if they lose their healthcare. And they're like, I trust the president. Okay, well then die. Like, I don't know what the fuck to say. Like, you are laying the fucking groundwork for your own demise because maybe you don't like trans people or you want immigrants out of the country. And if that's your priority, then I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can't force you to be empathetic, but it just feels like there's so many people like that in this country who would cut off their nose to spite their faces, who would willingly fuck themselves over just to see people who they deem as inferior suffer more. And I don't know how to live in a country with that big of a population that thinks that way. Like, it's not everybody, like you were saying, but it's at least a third, like a third of Americans that are like that.
That's what white Americans did to the black community. Instead of having swimming pools for their kids, they were willing to let the swimming pools get closed down in totality so that their white children wouldn't be in the pools with the black kids. And like, everyone loses and your kids lose, but like, hey, at least someone else might suffer more seems to be like the guiding compass in a lot of this. All right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like, we're all getting fucked over, but you're getting fucked over worse. So,
and it's worth it. Those values that we grew up with, like, sharing and stuff like that, that's all, I guess that's
all
out the
about
window.
Individual.
Yeah,
take mine. Come on.
So there was also a big story that we didn't talk about because we were on break, was the Nick Shirley story. And how, and I did not watch his video, but from my understanding, he tried to make it seem as if there was widespread fraud in Minnesota by Somalis. And the reason why he did this was because there were multiple people that were already indicted, most of which were Somalis. And he's trying to add to this narrative that all Somalis are bad. So like, he went to daycare centers after hours to be like, oh, look, there's no kids here. There's no kids here. And he was making it seem as if, if you don't show this random dude the kids that you have, like if you don't bring the kids to him, as if I would not show the kids some random, like, oh yeah, let me show you the kids. They're here. Then there's something suspicious. And this has led to Tim Walz basically, I mean, he's not resigning. He's going to serve out the rest of his term, but he's canceling his re-election campaign because of this, because the story blew up, because it was propped up by right-wingers and politicians. And now you see Somalis in Minnesota facing even more backlash, harassment, threats of violence at daycares. And it's kind of spiraling out of control.
What do you mean by Tim Walz's resign? Like, was that his first solution? Was, hey, I'm going to resign because this turn devolved? Like, what are we?
He's not running again. I think this is more like, this is just the final straw for him. Like, his family has been harassed, right? His son's been harassed like ever since he was ran for VP. Like,
so
I just think
he's just calling quits. Like,
I think he's just tired of it. Like, if I was his age, I'd be done. Like, I'm not doing this shit anymore. I got a family to take care of. Like, fuck this.
I mean, with or without the shit, I think a lot of these people need to be done with their terms and be gone because they're basically skeletal remains sitting in their places. But
Wells isn't even that old. He's like, what, 60s? I'm not even sure.
Past 65, past the retirement age, you got to go.
61. He's a good governor. Like,
he's young for political standards.
Yeah, out of considering the amount of people, considering the amount of people over 70 who are still in government.
Oh, he's
61 is nothing.
Oh, he's a baby.
What? Oh no, you got me fucked up. Calling Tim Walz a baby is crazy.
By comparison,
I do want to say though, the reason why Trump released 2,000 more feds into Minnesota was because of this unsubstantiated claim that Somalis are
Correct.
taking welfare money. So actually,
Such a great point.
the reason why Renee Good was murdered was actually as a result of the hoax that you're talking about, because Trump was like, oh, the Somalis are taking up all of our money. Okay, send all the agents that we have. And then that turned into an American. Listen, this is all I got to say. Not to bring up identity in this, because sometimes identity politics really irks my soul. But if a white woman who's a U.S. citizen is getting shot in broad daylight, there is no hope for any of us, first of all. Second of all, how do you feel like they treat Black and brown people behind closed doors if they're shooting a white woman who's a U.S. citizen in the face? Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think a lot of people are really thoroughly indulging in what this actually means for the future of our nation. Because if they're brazenly shooting white women who are U.S. citizens in the middle of the street in front of a bunch of people watching, we are all fucked. Like, we are all genuinely fucked. And I don't know how this is going to manifest in the next 3 years. I do think Trump desperately wants everyone to go into a civil war and to like bash each other's head into it. And honestly, at this rate, I think it's going to happen. Like, I think we're getting there, because it's just ridiculous. Like, these people are out of control.
It feels like we're in a cold civil war. Like, does it not?
When what was it? The National Guard was being deployed. I was like, that is civil war.
I think Tim
right?
Wall said that he's going to bring them in to defend.
I was like, if he on a state level deploys the National Guard, like that is the opening salvo of a civil war right there. That's going to be like a very, very dangerous conflict.
It's just escalating so
right,
quickly.
It is like, what are you expecting people to do? Like, if you were going into their communities and like literally shooting them in the face, right? Like, it's we're all talking about this instead of talking about the fact that he's all over the Epstein files. I mean, no matter what you want to say, it's like, you know, everyone said he's going to invade Venezuela to distract everyone, and boom, he goes and does that. And then it's like, hey, by the way, he's going to launch a war on his own citizens. Boom, he goes and does that. And, you know, now does it even matter? Does it matter that he's the guiltiest fucking, you know, person in relation to Epstein anymore?
Well, remember, he tweeted in like 2012 or something that Obama would launch a war with Iran or bomb Iran to distract from his like bad poll numbers. Like, I'm paraphrasing people. It's, you know, it's a famous tweet that he posted. So like, that's the mentality that he has, right? So if more of the Epstein files comes out, then who's going to get bombed? Who's going to have to pay for his pedophilia, alleged pedophilia? Like, who's going to have to pay? It's almost scary to think about it. Like, the more you hold him accountable, the more unhinged he gets. And to Ariana's point about the ICE agents in Minnesota.
I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right? Last time. Very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember.
Yeah, you can say yes, and we'll be very appreciative. You can say no.
I thought Iceland was all green and Greenland was all made of ice. What's going on with what's
Yeah,
is something wrong with the man mentally?
I like thinking about that. I'm like, why is Iceland kind of green and Greenland's like really icy?
The Vikings did that. He would have felt
Yeah.
for the Viking thing. For those who don't know, welcome to Absurdity Space, episode 7.
Yeah, episode 7.
Speaking of
Yeah.
6, 7, just kidding.
Yeah, that's
but
where
yeah,
my head went, and that's why I paused and said I'm not going to do that.
yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to stream tonight after this because I thought getting like 14 hours of sleep would help after a stream for 90 hours, but apparently I need another like 12 or more.
Yeah, there's a cutoff point. I think it's like 10 hours. If you sleep more than that amount, you just get tired again.
Yeah.
And I've fallen into that trap so many times. There's been so many times where like I'll sleep like 2 hours a night for like a couple nights, and then I'll sleep like 14, and then I'm like, oh, I'm just as tired.
And then you get another 10 or more, then you're like, finally, I feel refreshed, and then you could just do it all over again. But so what? How is ice that is going to melt going to protect us from national security, Forrest?
I wonder. I don't know. I keep thinking about like formulations. Maybe he thinks ice agents come from Greenland. He's like, this is Iceland, and this is where we get the ice.
Maybe
agents.
they're made of ice. Maybe they're like Mr. Freeze.
or maybe he wants like Lebensstrom. That's been my thing. I think it's like Lebensstrom, but like all the propaganda posters for like the Nazis, that I had one that I made that I just like I put the guy in the middle of Greenland, like a version of it. I took a Lebensstrom poster where it was like sunshine, because all of them are like sunshine, greenery. Come see, like, we have so much space. It's gonna be great. But like, then you put them in Greenland, and it's just like a fucking glacier.
Yeah, it's interesting because like Iceland is in the North Atlantic. Its capital city is Reykjavik. We all know this. If you watch Craig Ferguson, that was part of his little questionnaire that you could big cash prize. You win like a bunch of quarters. But like, my sister went to Iceland because they have that fancy schmancy spa, with like the water, and she gave me like some clay for my face, and I'm like, awesome. My God, as long as you didn't go to Greenland, because that's where all the ice is.
Well, Iceland does like Reykjavik does a scam thing, and I'm trying to figure this out because I'm trying to go on this on a trip in like March or whatever when Conan's off, and
You're gonna eat, pray, love.
I'm gonna especially eat. But
then you're gonna come back. You're gonna come back and be like, the portions are so small, I end up losing weight. What is America doing wrong?
It's not GMO, like GMO infused like antibiotic,
and the portions are smaller.
And such small portions. There's Reykjavik, right? Through like Icelandic airport, or like airlines or whatever, right? So it's like extra cheap to go wherever you want to go, and then you land in Reykjavik, and everything there is like hella expensive. So they make a bunch of money off trapping you in Reykjavik for like a layover, apparently, and then you go wherever you want to go in Europe. But it's like that's like their scam. They're like, look, the flight's gonna be a lot cheaper if you go through like Icelandic airports, but you got to stop for like 10 hours at our airport and buy some like $10 glacier water or something.
Yeah, I felt bad for the people that attend the World Economic Forum because they're probably like, "Oh my God, he's using the term daddy," and like daddy. How did America elect this guy again? And I'm like, I'm still confused about that because I also still don't understand how the Democrats were prepared to win that midterm a few months ago. Like I still think it was rigged. Trump was rigged. He was rigged to win somehow. Like I can't. Democrats are not prepared to tackle him, especially now, because they're like, knock it off, ICE, knock it off.
My mom's
will
fully
fund
bought
you and train you.
My mom's fully bought into the Elon Musk conspiracy, which I think, like, for all I know, is like, has validity to it.
Probably true though.
Elon Musk, because he said something about it. He's like, Trump had him on stage, and he's like, well, thanks for Elon Musk knows a lot about voting machines, knows all about the voting machine. Yeah. And it was like, all right, that's pretty sketchy. I mean, I don't know, but I think that there's like rational Americans are, like sloppy ass pigs, and Trump promised affordability. Everything's more expensive now, of course, but like people, like I saw people that I've never seen be political before go crazy enough about inflation and shit like that, where they were just like, oh, I'm voting for Trump this time, but it's not for like the immigration stuff. It's like for cheaper groceries. And I like got into multiple arguments.
But that's all his fault though. Like people think it was Biden's fault. And I keep saying this. I'm like, look, the reason why the economy seemed so good when Trump had his first term up until COVID was because Obama's economy was finally kicking in. It finally was kicking in. You need like 6 to 8 years for like president's economic agenda to really like come to fruition, And so with COVID and then all his tax cuts, like he just took a brick, like busted like a wrecking ball against what Obama had. And well, welcome. Yeah, well, good. Yeah. So it's like, so Biden, did very, very minimal incrementalism, and so of course everyone's going to blame him for all the shit that Trump did when Trump was in office the first time.
I mean, part of it is also the interest rates, right? Like we've had, like that's why the American economy is kind of boomed under Trump, and that's why the startup people really like, a lot of the tech people wanted Trump back, because it's like the interest rates for the longest time were so low that's why there was so many there's startups on startups on startups. It's just like starting a company and borrowing money to do that. It's basically like you're basically making money at that point, even if the thing fails. It's like there's like enough of a fail safe that people could get out of there. I mean, obviously there's a lot of hedge funds and like people that got ruined by that, but still like
Jim Cramer is now saying that now's the time to buy stock. I'm like, listen, if Jim Cramer is saying do something, do not do it. Do not do it, because in hindsight, shit's gonna be bad. And like
I love
what
those,
my sister says,
I love those compilations where it's everything that Jim Cramer said to do that
it ends up not like being wrong.
One of them was he was one of the biggest promoters of Sam Bankman-Fried, and he'd have him on for the longest time. So he'd have Sam Bankman-Fried on to be like, this is what we're gonna do with crypto, and then he's like, this guy is the truth, this guy's great, and then he had to be like, oh man, I fucked up on that one, guys. He's in prison now.
Well, it's so funny too, because all like a lot of my my uncle who works like on Wall Street or whatever, who's like Republican-ish, like he's like establishment, but even my sister's like, he tells me that when Democrats are in office, the stock market's great for him, everything's good for him, but then when a Republican like Trump, it's like it's bad. And I'm like, but why does he still support like Trump quietly? She's like, I don't know, like it's a weird thing.
I have family exactly like that too. They'll be like, you know what, there's the economy will be a lot better when Democrats are in office, but I'm still gonna vote for Trump. Why? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
And then they spend the next 4 years complaining about Trump, and it's like, well, I don't know.
But I don't want to tell you voted for him. My sister voted for Trump back in 2016. She's like, it was a mistake. I meant to vote for Hillary. I'm like, really? You and your ex dressed up as Trump and Hillary for Halloween, and you were very sympathetic towards Trump.
You know that Simpsons bit where he keeps voting and the voting machine keeps stealing his thing. And
Yeah,
he's like, I'm here to vote for Obama, and then it's like he keeps going McCain. He's like, I only
she's like, oh no. See, this is why we need mail-in ballots, because the button might be wrong. Your finger might accidentally press, because sometimes they're like really close, and you want to like, it's like when you're at the ATM and you want to press yes, but it clicks on, but your fingers like it presses no instead. You don't know exactly where to like press it. You're like, do I press at the bottom of the button or like that's how it is.
I hate when you're supposed to like delete a number, but sometimes you accidentally press cancel, and it's like you cancel the whole
it's like you go back yellow. I pressed the yellow button, not the red button. Press the button.
But yeah, so do you think we're gonna go to war with Canada? Is that next?
Greenland, Canada. Why not? You know, but we're going to
Greenland
war
wouldn't-
everywhere. It seems.
Greenland wouldn't put up much of a fight. I was reading though that the Canadian military right
preparing.
now, yeah, well they're doing
Yeah.
they're doing like war games. So they're planning out how they would take on the U.S. military, and it has to do with they're trying to do like a like a Vietnam style kind of like insurgency. You know what I mean? So they're trying to figure out like how the U.S. would do counterinsurgency, like the coin strategy from Vietnam and like Afghanistan essentially.
It's just so weird to go to war for Greenland over. I still cannot, like, all the Trump supporters I know, I'm like, why Greenland? Why? Can you please? They can't come up with like why Greenland. And it's like, then they're like, well, they got the ice. I'm like, what is ice gonna do? Are they gonna ship the ice over to America? It's gonna melt. Like, I don't, I can't, like.
There's a few things. So one of them is the fact that we have like 3 military bases in Greenland because of World War II.
Whoop-de-doo.
Well, yeah, but because of World War II, we have like three bases with people that were on it. And during World War II, we basically occupied Greenland for, to try to keep it out of European hands, or, the unfriendly European hands, and to try to keep it in our hands because Denmark obviously wasn't going to do it. And they were kind of on the neutral side of things. On top of that, though, there's like everything from, they believe that there's oil under the, under the, they have not found the oil, but they believe it's there. And in 2019, kind of, Denmark and Greenland.
So it's like weapons of mass destruction. They're not there, but they think it's
well.
there.
Everyone in Greenland
Can't
also
find
thinks everyone in Greenland also thinks it's there. But they kind of did something stupid in 2019, and they had the U.S. military aerial survey, I think on 2 different occasions, to try to find which resources are actually under the earth. But which doesn't even matter because then Denmark passed a law that like because of climate change they didn't want to drill into Greenland. So like that, they kind of cancel that. But because
they gotta preserve that ice, what's left of it,
the only people
we
that
can't be stealing that ice.
The only people that have managed to do aerial survey of all the places where there might be minerals and there might be rare earth minerals and there might be like petroleum deposits and stuff like that, like reserves.
British. Wait, by the way, this stream is sponsored by what
British
force?
Petroleum. British Petroleum. But no, there might be So basically, they kind of they let the wolves into the hen house for like a couple days, and this was during the time when Trump was first talking about Greenland, but everyone kind of thought he was joking. We've tried to buy Greenland from Denmark.
I still think he's joking. Like it's just so stupid. Like he's mentioning Greenland's ice, and I'm like, what ice? Like what? Like I get it, Greenland has all the ice, but like, what is it going to do to protect national security? Like, well, what are we protecting Greenland from? Or actually, we should be protecting Greenland, from ourselves at this point.
Well, I mean, I think one of the things is that China, obviously, the rare earth minerals, they're the only ones that can actually process the rare earth minerals and turn it into anything worthwhile and drill for them. But the other thing is that, it's right there in the Arctic. So Russia has such a foothold in the Arctic that's the that's the lever, I guess, that we're talking about pulling down. Of course, it's already under the NATO umbrella, so technically we're supposed to be defending it anyway. We're not supposed to have ownership.
Yeah. Also, too, it's not like this is not going to help us become like the #1 American superpower when China's been kicking our ass because we've been doing tariffs and shit. Like I don't. Sorry.
It's literally is the ancient Viking trick.
Because he kept saying Iceland, and everyone's like. You're saying Iceland? Like I wish I was like because I just saw that clip earlier and the quote and all that, and I was like, he did not say Iceland has ice, did he? And I can only imagine people at the World Economic Forum are like, or just like,
well, he kept saying it, and he also said Greenland. There was a I'm trying to find it. It was Jeffrey St. Clair that writes for The Nation had a funny.
I saw a Barry Weiss thing. Like someone made like a Barry Weiss joke. Is that the same thing we're talking about? Because like I saw like, he mentioned it. Yeah.
Barry Weiss memo to CBS News reporters and anchors. Yes, Trump referred to Greenland as Iceland 7 times in his speech, but make it clear that he referred to Greenland as Greenland 13 times.
Yeah, that's. Again, I know someone who's like, yeah, I listened to her and Ezra Kleiner are my top 2 podcasters that I've listened to. And I'm like, you were 20 years old and centrist. That is not something to boast about, considering what she's done to CBS News.
My little brother listened to a lot of Ezra Klein and like, the New York Times or whatever daily podcast. Like he listened to that a lot until Gaza happened. And then he was like, oh, I don't want to listen to New York Times anymore.
It's funny because this guy, he's like, again, this kid, he's against the idea of abolishing ICE. He's like, that might work in New York City, but not outside New York City. I'm like, dude, you live in a bubble.
You live in a fucking like I get it. You like me. We both live in the same town, but you live in a freaking bubble. If you think anyone outside New York City does not support abolishing ICE, I'm sorry, but there's shit going on in Minnesota. It's not really happening. It's happening in New York City, but not to the extent it's happening in Minnesota because again they want to make an example out of Minnesota. But it's ridiculous when people are like, "Yeah, I'm a moderate and proud," and I'm like, "Why?"
I mean, there's a lot of like. I don't know.
You're too young to hold those views. You either go left or right, and sometimes
people are
right.
weird. People are weird on immigration. Like it's very easy to like sway people on immigration. Like it's like a lot of people obviously want if you're like, oh, let's deport criminals. Like there's a huge percentage of people that are like, yes, let's support let's deport criminals. Let's support criminals. Let's deport criminals, right? And then the more you go down, like, oh, well, would you support deporting people who have been here for, let's say, like 10 years and who have a family and who have like family connections, and then the number goes down, and then it's like, would you support?
Sometimes they'll still say no, let's support them anyway. They should have had plenty of time to give citizenship.
There are people, but like the numbers go down obviously like precipitously depending on like, oh, what about like 30 years and they've started a business, and then like most people are just say no, we probably shouldn't deport those people. So like as the numbers kind of change, what if they have a spouse in the country? What if like they pull people on all those things? And I was like kind of amazed when I saw, I don't have it like right in front of me, but I was kind of amazed to see how like the spread of the numbers, right? Like, because it was like 75 or 80% of people are like, yeah, if there's criminals that have, committed a crime, like a violent crime, right? Like we should deport them. And like, I'm not.
Pull my uncle, he don't care. He will say deport the mob, even though he's a major hypocrite when it comes to that. I'm like, dude, you do not work. You are a painter. You're living off your wife's money. You are a hypocrite.
The thing that
the
thing that I think that people should have, third people especially, like they might be on a so-called leftist progressive news network, but people should have understood that when quotas came around, right? Like Trump's like, I'm going to have these quotas. This many people need to get deported. People should have understood that, like, that meant that they were just going to start deporting whoever, because it's like, it's a pretty impossible to reach quota otherwise.
He wants to do more than Obama and Biden did. And the thing is, like, a lot of Democrats, they're like, well, Obama and Biden didn't do as bad. I'm like, no, they were doing the same thing, but they were being discreet about it. They weren't dedicating, like, the department chief. Yeah. Like, child separation policies, the kids in cages. I remember that. People were protesting that. Obama had to, like,
be
like,
a lot of
people don't like that.
Immigrant rights groups, like, were real mad at Obama through, especially his like second term, when like ICE.
2014 is when that shit went down.
Yeah. So it's like they really started protesting, and that's really when we started seeing all of these like deportation centers, which Bush obviously deported a shitload of people too. But it was kind of because he founded DHS and he founded ICE and he founded Customs Border Patrol. So they were just trying to basically figure that stuff out. Bush also did the he continued on the border fence, which is so much funnier than the border wall, because it's like Trump had to go and take the places that we had spent already millions of dollars trying to put a fence
and say,
there.
Look, I added more and I built the wall.
Like we made the fence higher.
Too, like it's funny too, because a lot of people are like, whoa, you shouldn't be crossing the border legally. I'm like, what is a border? You're just making, I'm like, that's just glorified jaywalking. That is it. Oh, I mean, I'm like, I just think, like, that's my opinion about crossing a border. I'm like, again, most people come here on visas. They stay a little bit longer. Sometimes have a hard time getting back home. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
but it's like
most of the people got in here like
by plane
or something. Yeah, and then which is why like the border fence kind of thing never made sense. I mean, look, I don't personally have that much of a problem with the idea of like securing the border in the sense of, like if you wanted to have people making sure that people don't come in here illegally, like I don't necessarily think that, like, I don't know. I think that it would be real hard to convince people that, you need less border security or whatever. But I think once people are here, there needs to be some kind of amnesty.
Yeah.
Like they're
I just think it's funny when a lot of people are blaming like the measles outbreak on like the immigrants that are coming through the border. I'm like, listen, they actually have to be vaccinated against that stuff. We're not.
I've always felt like
people were worried that they were going to bring Ebola here, and I'm like, you do realize Africa and South America are two completely different things. Like, I don't.
For most of our
ISIS is going to bring Ebola to the border, and I'm like, oh Jesus.
For most of our history until 1924, I want to say, with the Immigration and Naturalization Act, we had just it was kind of a free for all. Like there were. I mean, Ellis Island would make sure that you weren't like real sick or like you weren't like missing a bunch of limbs or something. And I mean, but like there was a lot of like we let most people that wanted to come here that were of working age that kind of had an ability to work in, and I've always kind of felt that beautiful about America, which I think is definitely founded on some real fucking genocidal shit. But it's like, if you're going to keep this country moving, you know what I mean? Like having it be multicultural and having that kind of be the center that everything's around, because this isn't somewhere where like the majority population, their roots aren't here in the sense of like their ancestry doesn't come from here, right? Like, so it's like it feels like, I don't know, it feels like hypocritical to say you know, to be like, oh well, these people
I mean,
I think it feels like, you know, Mexicans are more indigenous to here than Anglos are.
Texas, like seriously, like Mexico and all that, it's all part of the country. Like again, like we all know, like everyone's like, how come there's so many like Mexicans in Texas? I'm like, well, I hate to tell you this, but Texas for a long time was part of Mexico. Like I don't know what else. Like I don't like. It's so funny, like what history is taught and what isn't taught. But also, I feel like it's gotten to the point where like people are getting like Anne Frank and Helen Keller mixed up and thinking that they're fictional characters, and I'm just like, you know, I feel like millennials were the last generation to actually have a decent education system.
I will. We had a shit education system too, but I will say visiting the Alamo was kind of cool. I mean, I don't know. It's like,
hey, do you remember the Alamo? You were there.
People don't remember the
But
Alamo.
like, I saw a story of how, you know, ICE agents went to a Mexican restaurant, helped themselves, saw the food, came back later, took all the workers. And people were like,
it just had.
I'm like, that's not funny.
Caroline Levitt is fucking pregnant, and she was just caught in a Mexican restaurant drinking a margarita while pregnant.
Margaritas. I'm like, your kid's gonna feel alcohol syndrome, bitch.
Which already that kid is. I mean, her husband's like 70.
Yeah, the sperm. I mean, that kid, that sperm is very old. We all know that kid's gonna. I'm not gonna finish what I'm gonna say, but we all know what I'm alluding to. But like, it's just so funny to me that it's like it's become like the meme. The meme. It's like, yes, they enjoy the culture, they enjoy the food, and then they end up taking it.
Yeah,
taking away, yeah. And I'm like, okay, your favorite Mexican restaurant just got closed. That you have like, you know, $3 margaritas every Thursday. What are you gonna do now, Karen? What are you gonna do now? That Mexican restaurant's closed.
Supporting the right to own slaves, because the whole point of Texas is to have a large standing slave state that we could bring into the union, and then it kind of became, they declared it a republic, and then Andrew Jackson was too much of a pussy to recognize it instantaneously, so they had to wait until Van Buren and then Polk, and then kind of everything had to be like brought in at the same time. They do the Mexican-American War and steal even more territory, which I mean, I feel like part of me is just like, we should probably give Texas back to them at some point.
I agree. I mean, if you really think about it, half of the southern eastern coast, like Louisiana, Florida, should not have been land to own because it's below sea level. And even the people back then were like, look, this is going to be underwater in a few centuries. It's not going to be good. And,
there's a really good book, This Vast Southern Empire, Slaveholders at the Helm of American Foreign Policy, by Matt Karp, who he writes for Jacobin a lot. And it's about the Mexican-American War and how that came, and how we ended up going from kind of it's just Texas, you know, the Tejas region of Mexico, to like, oh, maybe California, and maybe like Mexico, and maybe all of these areas too.
That are all named like Hispanic names, Los Angeles, San Diego. Like, come on, like when people are surprised that there are like Hispanic people like in these states where there's a lot of like Mexican sounding name towns, like they were here first, you weren't.
Caroline Levitt have the specially touched child she probably will. That her husband's metal.
That old sperm does a lot to you know, but also too,
I don't know how much that goes the other way, because it's like if as a mother gets older, like it's more likely, but I feel like it's both. Like I feel like it's got to be
low sperm. Yeah. But like, you know, what's funny too is like a lot of people, you know, a lot of Republicans use this gotcha. Like, you know, you guys talk about like, oh, what about the jobs that, you know, these illegal immigrants are going to be, you know, what that sounds racist that you're saying these are. I'm like, okay, are you going to apply for that job? Are you going to be a busboy? Are you going to be doing construction? Are you going to be clean? Are you going to be doing any of these jobs? Are you going to fill in those quotas now that these people are deported? No,
I'm sorry, Union, by the way,
we're lazy.
Was kind of what they're trying to do with NAFTA, except for they were trying to do free trade to bring down costs and with American labor to try to be like, oh well, we can have labor from Mexico or from Canada, and we can just kind of take it from the highest bidder.
Yeah.
But that is kind of the same thing where trade barriers are taken down. That's the same thing the EU basically did around. It just kind of worked out because there's so many different places in the EU that have different like specialties or whatever. I don't think it's been hasn't been that great for them necessarily, but it's been better.
I just think it's interesting that all these white folks, say it's racist to claim that all these, this, unfortunately undocumented immigrant labor that we depend on. I'm like, okay, but what's going to replace that then? You're not going to take up and do those jobs. You don't want to do those jobs. White people want the easy way out.
Right wing PM Tony Abbott ate an onion on camera with skin on.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
To share the boat people tactics and laws they use on war-torn refugees. Check it out. I haven't seen that. It was crazy. The craziest shit with the Australian elections was that they had those big posters of Xi Jinping, and they're like,
see, my mom would have ate the onion full, like she just put a little bit of salt. She would eat it. My mom loves onions.
Everyone's saying
that's a good point
how
too.
AI is going to take away all the jobs, but no, it's the immigrants. 3 decades of Fox News brain rot. But then
I mean that's what's going to come down to, because Elon Musk has been boasting about UBI, and I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, but here's the problem though: will the government provide UBI once all the jobs are now AI and robots? Like that's no one's they're not thinking that what's going to happen, how we're going to make an income,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much I really believe like the AI hype though. Like I don't know how much is gonna actually like it's
about the burst that bubbles.
But there's like
it's time for that bubble to
AI
pop.
End up being so powerful that it wipes out it's gonna wipe out jobs either way, but like it's gonna wipe out like most people's jobs, right? Like or anything that really AI touches, it'll wipe out. The other school of thought is like it'll end up being kind of utilized by people within those industries, and it'll take a lot of like turnover and stuff, which already fucking sucks. But like, will it destroy things to the level that people are saying? And how much of people saying that it's going to destroy things is its own version of like a sales pitch? Like this is so like we got to stop it. It's so big. It's so terrifying that everything's gonna get fucked up, and it's like. I don't know. It's like it's.
I mean, they're already. I mean, with
right?
with the data centers now, PC parts are going up through the roof because they need the fans and the RAM and the GPUs to run these data centers, and now's the time to buy something that's already been pre-built, because a lot of those parts are now. And a lot of people are very, very mad because everyone's like, oh, I'm so glad I got my PC when I did, because, RAM's like $5,000 now. And RAM's usually one of the cheapest parts to buy for a PC.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, then we gave China all our chips.
Yes. And people were crypto, like GPU mining during COVID, because I still don't know. I remember when GPU's prices eventually went down, but it's like, because a lot of people, authorities were busting in because a lot of them were also funneling like bot farms. It is interesting when you see like videos of like authorities busting in and taking down like these bot farms. There's no humans. There's no one there. It's just all these computer parts just running.
Suggesting Canada should get into a union with the U.S. is like suggesting the girl next door should get married to a drunk wife beater. I mean, whether or not she gets married to the drunk
today, at least.
Whether or not she gets married to the drunk wife beater, like we're there. You know what I mean? Like the drunk wife beater is like banging at the gates at all times, pretty much. And it's like,
let me in.
I don't know. Bezos wants me to pay for a PC subscription. Yeah, everything's on.
That's why a lot of people. Yeah, I mean that's why Steam is making the Steam, the gaming app, whatever Steam. They're kind of pushing Steam machines because it's like it's all the Steam games you can play, like Sims or whatever. And it's like they'll be more affordable than like a regular PC, apparently. And I'm like, cool, but can it handle all my mods and custom content for The Sims 4?
And like, what happens if you spill water on it?
Yeah,
you start renting anything, right? Like that's my thing with it. It's like people rent their cars, and it's like I wouldn't do that. But the thing is with I had something, but I don't remember what I was gonna say. Rand was going up, just having to buy 2 laptops a month ago. Well, yeah, you bought 2.
Fancy.
They were twice as.
Yeah,
I can't believe it. I bought 2 laptops and it was twice the amount. The money. Oh, what I was gonna
Yeah,
say is
seriously.
the subscription stuff, right? Like Adobe now has you by the balls, where it's like if you don't have the download of the actual physical, which they go after you for if they catch you using it too much. For a while, they were like taking people to court over it. If you don't have like a physical, which you already paid the first time for the physical copy of like the software, and then they're like, oh well, you can no longer use the software, and if you do, we can sue you for using our software. There was a thing written in there a long time ago, and also, you know, it's just gonna keep going up. Like Adobe keeps going up all the fucking time, and it's like they have everybody by the balls. I mean, I could figure out like DaVinci Resolve and stuff, but it's like once you're like good at a program and you're like really into it, like
That's why people use the CapCut for like TikToks and shorts and shit like that, because that shit's just easy peasy lemon and much more affordable.
They wanted yeah, it's much more, but they wanted like a certain amount of money for using that too. It's like oh, you can use some of our features for free, but you know.
I mean, in 5 days, TikTok is going to be owned by an Ellison, because Democrats were like, oh my God, Israel, Palestine, and then also to, you know, Republicans were like Chinese spyware. And now once again, another media of some sort, social media, is now owned by a conservative pro-Trump person. Thanks, Democrats.
Yeah. So tomorrow morning, and I think, I mean, I don't know, am I gonna actually get up? Am I actually gonna?
I don't think so. We you know, we could do like an after party on Friday with the fucking after Adam McKay shows up or whatever.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm gonna,
because there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell we are going over F1, because apparently that's gonna get nominated for Wicked for Good. I'd rather go over Wicked for Good than fucking F1. Car Go Zoom, big whoop. You know, like come on now, that deserves the best picture nomination.
But so I was. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try to train myself to get up for the 1 p.m. show by trying to see if I can get up first. I'm gonna try to run the marathon before I run the track. You know what I mean?
The 5K, whatever.
Yeah, that works. That's the one I was looking for.
Marathon, let's go.
But I don't know. Like I think we did it last year. We managed it somehow. I don't
remember us doing that.
I can't remember if we did it or if we just were all online together in Discord or something doing it. But one or the other. I remember I was in Long Island at the time. Let me see. So 12 categories for the 98th Academy Awards. Wake me up when it's the 100th. Animated short film, casting, cinematography, documentary feature film, documentary short film, international feature film, live action short film, makeup and hairstyling, music, sound and visual effects. Those aren't even the good ones. No, all right, yeah, it is. But let me see. So animated, the films listed in alphabetical order. I haven't seen any of these, I don't think. Autocar. I guess that's German.
Do we have time to go through all these?
And we're halfway through. Cardboard, Iru, Forever Queen, The Girl Who Cried Pearls, Hurricane. These are weird. I Died in Irpin, The Night Boots, Playing God, Quintana's Ghost, Retirement Plan, Shyness of Trees, Snow Bear. I did see Snow Bear. I liked Snow Bear. That's on YouTube and it's only like 10 minutes. Three Sisters. I liked Snow Bear. That was cute. Casting. They're gonna give out the
yeah, is that new? That's a new category, right?
Yeah.
This could be a sinner's win.
You're so good at casting. They're gonna give the casting. It's gonna be the shape of a couch.
Yes.
The casting, you know, the casties. 10 films will advance to the casting category. All right, the films listed in alphabetical order: Frankenstein, Hamnet, Marty Supreme, One Battle After Another, The Secret Agent. Still got to see that. Sentimental Value, Sinners, Surratt, Weapons, Wicked for Good.
I feel like this is gonna be a for the casting. It could. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like, you know, giving Sinners 15 nominations, it's probably gonna win like 1 or 2, 3 things at best. Is kind of sad.
They were pretty good at casting though.
Yeah.
Maybe. Cinematography. See, there's like all of these for this one, and then it's like not that many for casting.
Yeah.
The Ballad of the Small Player. Haven't even heard of that one. Begonia, Die My Love, F1, Frankenstein, Hamnet, Marty Supreme, Nouvelle Vague. I actually really liked Nouvelle Vague. One Battle After Another, Sentimental Value, Sinners, Surratt, Song Song Blue. Actually, I like Song Song Blue. I'm not gonna lie.
I was surprised. I'm like, wow, biopics about tribute bands are doing better than the actual biopics. Like, imagine if they did a Neil Diamond biopic and it did not do well.
I watched Song Song Blue and then I watched Heat for our Josh, or not Heat. I watched Thief for our Josh Olson episode, and they both have, one of them, Jim Belushi's the manager of the of Thunder and Lightning, the you know, and then the other one he's like he's the sidekick, you know, for James Caan's greatest thief ever. It is like, I feel like he's doing one of these jobs a lot better than the other one. Sound of Falling, haven't heard of that one either. Train Dreams.
The Sound of Falling.
Wait, we actually, I think we have The Sound of Falling in the I think we have it in the, well, no, we just have there you go. There's Falling. Anyway, Train Dreams, Wicked for Good, documentary feature film. I bet I haven't heard of half of these. The Alabama Solution, Apocalypse in the Tropics. That sounds
I don't even know what the Alabama Solution is.
Oh,
does it sound good?
Yeah, it doesn't sound great. I would guess that's something to do with lynchings, maybe. Coexistence, My Ass. I don't know what that is. Come See Me in the Good Light, Cover Up, Cutting Through Rocks, Folk Tales, Holding Liat, Mr. Nobody Against Putin. I actually do want to see Mr. Nobody Against Putin. That looks interesting. It's like the guy that he's like a school teacher and he fought against like he used his position as like a school teacher to fight against the Ukraine invasion propaganda that Putin was pushing, and they made and he like recorded himself every day doing it, which I would be like, if I was gonna do that, I wouldn't record myself doing it every day. Mistress the Speller, My Undesirable Friends Part 1, Last Air in Moscow, The Perfect Neighbor, Seeds, 2,000 Meters to Andrika, I don't know how to say it, and Yanuni. I've heard of like one of them. Documentary short film, All the Empty Rooms, All the Walls Came Down, Armed with Only a Camera.
All of that.
Armed with Only a Camera, The Life and Death of Brent Renaud. Bad Hostage. I would be a terrible hostage. Yo, they could make that about me. I feel like you'd be a bad hostage if you talk too much. You're like, hey guys, can we have a conversation about this? Cashing Out, Chasing Time, Children No More, Were and Are Gone. I guess. Classroom 4, The Devil Is Busy. Yeah, because there's a lot of dancing going on. Heartbeat, Last Days on Lake Trinity, On Healing Land, Bird's Perch. That sounds interesting. Perfectly Estrangedness, Ravana's Choice. No, wait. Rovena's Choice.
You should send that to her.
Yeah, We Were the Scenery. There's a place that when I go down to Long Island and I pass by Queens, there's El Ravan. It's like a place, and on Ravana's birthday, I finally got, like, it happened to be her birthday. I finally got a picture of it and was like, "Hey, it's Al Ravan."
Every time I see a Carvana plate, I send it to her.
All right, this is international feature film. Argentina, Berlin. I don't want to know what's going on in Argentina's film industry right now with Malay. Brazil, The Secret Agent. I gotta see The Secret Agent, and I'm losing time on it. France, It Was Just an Accident. That's another one I want to see. Germany, Sound of Falling. All right, well, it's
Springtime for Hitler and Germany.
India, Homebound. Iraq, The President's Cake. Yellow Cake? Wait, Yellow Cake? Is that Japan, Kokuho. Jordan, All That's Left of You. Norway, Sentimental Value. Of course, that's a shoo-in on Sentimental Value is great. Palestine 36. I have to see that.
They ain't getting anything.
I'm surprised they even had it in international, because it's like, I don't know, like you can see Zionists.
We also know what happened at the Golden Globes with the one movie, and it's like
they cut away.
We can't show.
It was a movie about a little girl that got murdered by the IDF, and they didn't even let the movie.
They're like, no, we can't show that.
South Korea, No Other Choice. I liked No Other Choice. That was good. Spain, Sarat. Sarat.
Okay, Sarat. No, wait.
I think of just Ciroc, and I'm like, damn. Is that movie produced by Diddy? It's crazy. Everyone was just drinking Diddy's Ciroc juice that he had. Switzerland, and it was also they own the vodka company is also, I think, a guy in the Epstein files. It's owned by
Winners. Am I right?
Yeah, Switzerland, Lake Shift, Taiwan, left-handed girl. Taiwan isn't the no, I'm kidding.
Edit now.
I want this shit. I want
we
this.
Over here at this space would like to apologize for Forrest Miller's comments.
I want our stream to get shown in mainland China, and they have a one China policy. Tunisia, the voice of Hind Rahab. See, that's the one they cut away from.
That's the one they were like, we can't show that's a brown Palestinian. We can't. No.
Well, it was like a little girl, and then it was like her family, and they were like, they cut it. They instantly cut it. Live action short film. I don't think I've seen any of these. Ado, Amarella, Beyond Silence, The Boy with White Skin. Oh, they made a movie about me.
Sounds racist.
There's Whitey. Butcher's Stain, I don't want to know what that is. They should have called it something better. They should have called it like I don't know, Mr. Clean, the movie. Butterfly on a Wheel. Dad's Not Home.
I've heard that title before.
Yeah, I feel like I have too.
Yeah, I feel like it might be something. I think it might be a player. I don't know. I've heard of it. I heard the title before, but like
Dad's Not Home. He sure as hell isn't. We're gonna get wild. We're gonna get wild in here. Extremist.
Deadbeat Dad, the movie? Extremist. How dare they make a movie about us?
I feel like that movie is gonna be like, it's just gonna be. I want to see.
It's gonna be centrist saying left and right the same. Am I right?
I want to see a movie where one of the new, like al-Sarraj, like the Syrian president or whatever, like one of his guys, and then like I don't know, like a person that like a West Bank settler maybe in a room together, and then they can have like a MAGA guy, and they're all trying to find common cause. They just they can have a MAGA guy, they can have like, I don't know, like one of those crazy German anarchist guys. They can all be at the table or whatever, and they can film it, and they can just have them try to find something they all have in common for the entirety of the movie. I bet they could very easily, to be honest.
Yeah. A friend of Dorothy.
A friend of
Toto?
Friend of Dorothy. I think
that is Toto, the biography.
I think they mean a friend of Dorothy, like,
Oh, I thought it was the story of Terry the Cane Terry, who played Toto in The Wizard of Oz. That actually would be a perfect documentary about that.
No, they used to call gay men, like, they used to be like, "Are you a friend of Dorothy?"
Yeah. Well, that started with The Wizard of Oz, queerness.
Jane Austen's period drama. Okay, what do they mean?
Which one? I mean, there's so many, and they're all the same. They all have the same plot. Seriously, they do. If you've read one Jane Austen novel, you've read them all.
Is it that, or is it somebody having a problem with like menstruation and Jane Austen? Pantyhose. They're just making up titles now. One of them was Pantyhose. The Pearl Comb. Is that like a H. Pearl Davis's comb? Where all the Flock Funkle and Oaks.
Wait. Forest and Oaks. That's actually our Hall & Oates tribute band name.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. Forest.
Is it Foreign Oaks? Is it Hall & Oaks? I love the those girls that do Garfunkel and Oates, because it's like they're both
that's a clever. That's actually because everyone doesn't care about Garfunkel or Oates.
Yeah, Virginia Woolf. is better than Jane Austen.
Agreed.
So pantyhose, they're just making up these titles. The Pearl Comb, a lot of hair comes out in that. Rock Paper Scissors.
Wow, a movie about this?
Well, they made Battleship.
Wow, revolutionary.
They made Battleship the movie, right? Like,
yeah, they did.
The Singers. Two people exchanging saliva. No, there's no.
What the? You mean mononucleosis the movie? Like, what's going on here?
When I was a junior in high school, I got mono because I drank my friend's drink, and I got mono from drinking my friend's because she had mono. And then I remember being told I had mono after, like, you know, I was just suffering, like I was constantly.
And you're like, wait, how?
But I was like, and I didn't even fucking kiss anyone.
They really call it the kissing disease. That's like, there's more to it than that.
It's like it's just a spit swabbing disease.
It's like it's a part like they probably did it to be like, you know, like make it like a celibacy type of thing, you know, like don't have sex or you get pregnant or die. Don't kiss or you get mono and die.
Yeah. Let's see, makeup and hairstyling. The Alto Knights. Isn't that the one with fucking 2 Robert De Niro's?
Maybe.
The people were saying, "Oh, this, yeah, it's the one where it's 2 different Robert."
Hey, if you're dying with laughs, you should check us out on Moon Night Extravaganza, especially 1 p.m. on Friday with the Adam McKay. Well, actually, he's a bit of an indie director. He's directed a few indie movies, I think, right? Yeah.
Yeah. He directed. Wait, he directed Pantyhose.
He directed Pantyhose.
All right, so they definitely put a. Well, I guess they put it's 2 different Robert De Niro's. They made him
Marty Supreme for best acne scars. Wow.
Well, they made Robert De Niro look like 2 different guys, and I guess that's why it's in there. That's the only one that got Frankenstein.
Hey,
the makeup was pretty good for Frankenstein, I will say.
Yeah. He still looked hot, but you know, whatever. Marty Supreme, best acne scars in my opinion.
Kokuho
did.
Kokuho.
Coco.
Different than Kokomo.
Not Kokomo?
No. Marty Supreme. I feel like the hairstyling and makeup is less important to that than like the affectation that Timothy Chalamet puts on for that whole movie.
Yeah,
Nuremberg, where they it was the last time that
what did they put like a nose on someone a la like,
no, they had
or
Russell Crowe.
Whoever.
They had Russell Crowe right before. I think he lost weight, but right before that he was fat as shit. And they're just like, dude, we need you to be Herman Goering in Nuremberg. He lost a bunch of weight right after that. And I was like, damn, they had him at his fattest and most alcoholic. They're like, dude,
I remember watching him in Thor: Love and Thunder, and I'm like, Russell Crowe, you are kind of heavy, dude. What's going on here?
They had the there was a thing where Azalea Banks claimed that she went to a party at Russell Crowe's house and he threw a bottle at her head, which I would too, but
Bitch is always making shit up too.
Let me see. The One Battle After Another. I don't know. The hairstyling isn't the thing that pops out to me about that. Sinners. It might be Sinners for this, or Wicked for good. The Spashing Machine.
I mean, if the lighting was a bit better in Wicked for Good, we could be like, oh, that is not CGI. That did look CGI. Whatever.
Yeah. The Ugly Stepsister, the Ugly Barnacle. You know, I haven't heard of that one either. Wicked for Good.
It's a bit. It's the Ugly Stepsister is actually pretty good. It's pretty niche, but it's really like a good like horror like take on like the Ugly Stepsister.
She's so ugly that it's scary.
Yes.
She comes to the room and was like, wait, she comes to the room and everyone's like
Ooh, musical original score. We all know the Sinners. We all know that's probably good. Ludwig's getting his 2nd Oscar.
Yeah, all right. Music original score. Avatar.
Why the fuck is F1 there? It's all just Cargo Zoom, man. What the hell?
maybe it's all car music. They're like,
like boom, boom, boom.
You know, I should win for best original score. Captain America. Oh, Begonia. Again, Begonia is not. It's not the music that stuck out to me most out of everything in that movie. Captain America, Brave New World. Gotta give that a. It's the Chinese century now. Diane Warren, List.
Of course, what a surprise! Wow, a movie by Diane Warren be nominated for Oscars year after year for best original song.
Who keeps giving her the money for these movies?
Who the like seriously? Like
I've never seen a single movie that she's. Well, wasn't she the Cheetos movie or something?
But like she has her own movie about why she keeps getting nominated for best original song Oscars. Is this what this movie's supposed to be about? Talk about bait.
That's what Golda was about. F1, Frankenstein, Hamnet, Hedda. I feel like they've made mad movies that are called like Hedda.
Is this maybe Hedda Hopper?
I don't know, but I definitely don't have a head of hair. A House of Dynamite, Jay Kelly. See, music was not what stuck out to me about Jay Kelly. It was George Clooney just being George Clooney. Barty Supreme, Nuremberg. I wonder what the music for Nuremberg is. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, like Nazi fucking Gestapo music. What's going?
Like papa. One Battle After Another. The score for One Battle After Another is legitimately good. I've been bumping that a little bit, even though the guy's like a fucking Zionist shill or whatever. But I don't care. Sinners, I love Sinners soundtrack as well. Surratt,
me too.
Train Dreams. Apparently, there's a song that is there's like a Train Dreams theme song or something that's in there. I didn't even catch when I was watching it. Tron Ares, and then of course the sequel Tron Pisces.
I don't understand why they thought that movie was good because Jared Leto. Anyway,
Wake Up Dead Man, Knives Out Mystery. That I love that. That movie slapped.
My favorite scene in that entire movie is he's about to speak. So I think you hear da 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 da. I'm sorry, but you need to stop talking.
I mean, I've been saying they could cool it. They could cool it on the MCU for a little bit because the last one I was really interested in seeing was Endgame, and then I was like, I watched too many of those leading up to Endgame, and it just kind of I got like the Sweet Tooth thing where it's like, Truth and Treason. Is it the Mike Lindell story? Wicked for Good. It's funny to keep Wicked for Good to the last whatever music original song, and then I guess we probably got to wrap it up after for one.
Yeah, we all know K-pop Demon Hunters for some reason is gonna get nominated and win for I don't know. When it should be I Lied to You from Sinners.
As alive as you need me to be from Tron Ares. I don't want.
I know.
To be alive at all.
What? I know they don't.
30 Seconds to Mars song.
Oh God. I know they don't really allow the best original song to perform anymore, but I feel like them doing like I Lied to You at the Oscars.
Yeah,
having like people of different generations dancing and like, oh, that would go so hard. They should do that. Because they know that they're like, okay, Ryan Gosling did I'm Just Ken, we can't top that. I'm like, you can't top it though with an I Lied to You performance.
Dear Me from Diane Warren, Relentless.
Ow.
Dream Is One from Avatar, Fire and Ash.
Okay,
blue,
Miley.
Blue, we're all blue.
How could they haven't thought about that?
Drive from F1.
Wow, how original of a movie about cars that have a song called Drive.
Drive, get in the car and drive.
If you want to go take a ride with me,
yeah. But in the passenger side of your best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Dying to Live. Billy Idol should be dead. Who made Billy Idol should be dead? This sounds mean to me.
What is that? Is that a documentary about his life? Like, what's going on? What?
Girl in the Bubble from Wicked for Good. That's definitely gonna get a nomination. Gay ass bubble. Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters. Golda from K-pop. highest to lowest, from highest to lowest, original song.
Wow.
I lied to you from Sinners. I'll go to the bat for that for everything.
I'll be wanting to win. Yeah.
Last time I seen the sun from Sinners. I mean
another good one.
Yeah, that one hard at the end.
That one seems like more of like the Oscar bait one because it's a sad, slower one, you know?
Yeah. But I feel like I Lied to You is just such a central part of that movie that it makes, yeah. No Place Like Home, Wicked for Good, Our Love from the Ballad of Wallace Island. Never heard of that. Walrus Island. Salt, then sour, then sweet. From Come See Me in the Good Light. They're just making up titles again.
I know.
Sweet Dreams of Joy from Viva Verde.
Sweet dreams are made of these.
Train Dreams from Train Dreams. Apparently, I should pay more attention in while watching.
Best original song category.
Well, because it's a Nick Cave song. Like they had Nick Cave come in and do Train Dreams, which
Yeah, right hand. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But if you wanna hear more of these, either at 8:30 in the morning or later on Friday after we talk to our good friend Adam McKay. We're that's, by the way, I should say our episode with Adam McKay is going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern time, 12 p.m. Central time, 11 a.m. Mountain time. I'm doing it 10 a.m. Pacific time. Because he's in Dublin right now, I guess. Movie night extravaganza.
He's doing the Rocky Road to Dublin.
Yeah, he's on the Rocky Road to Dublin. But he's he's gonna be on, and then we have Josh Olson coming on. If there isn't 3 feet of snow,
an ice storm.
Yeah. on Tuesday, we have a double header of like big ass guests right now. And
we can't afford to lose electricity, y'all.
I have a generator, but that's not gonna help with the internet part. So movie night extravaganza, 1 p.m. on Friday. We're going back live. We've been off for like a week, so I mean, I just slide into the DMs with a little softer episode, I guess, here before we have our big interviews. It is Friday at 1 p.m.
2 days.
1 p.m. or depending on where you are, 12 noon or 11 a.m. or
11, 10.
Yeah.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It doesn't matter. You could be in Australia time. It doesn't matter.
It could be Saturday in that case.
Yeah, exactly.
But Absurdity Space. I am Forrest Miller. This is my good friend and co-host Christina Oakes. We're doing
a Hall Notes tribute band.
Or it's an Oaks forest. We could have a whole forest. Can't see the forest for the trees. I would never make that joke, but I just did.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to American Wasp. I am Deter McBizness, joined today by, as always, Alex Haha of Devil's Advocate Productions, and a special guest for today, your old pal Jake, What You Can Do, or the most solutions-oriented podcaster I've ever come across. Wouldn't you say, Alex?
Yeah, I mean,
this guy doesn't just complain, he proposes.
It's the question that people keep asking while they watch MSNBC or Fox or CNN or any other leftist podcast. What can I do? And here's the man with the answers of what you can do.
Some of them are even correct.
What's going on?
Yeah, it's good to see you guys. Thank you for joining me. Jake, since you're our special guest today, what's on your mind?
Fake ass progressives, people who pretend to be progressive, but in fact are just trying to scam us and take those precious opportunities that we provide for representation in office and spoil them by doing favors for the same scumbags that Republicans do.
We're talking about Jasmine Crockett. We're talking about Gavin Newsom. We're talking about
that's the one I'm thinking
Chuck.
of.
I got a couple little slices here. Let's start with the guy himself, Gavin Newsom. He went to Davos, World Economic Forum, which the conservatives have like conspiracy theories about the WEF, like they're the Illuminati or some shit, right?
Probably.
Basically.
So Trump's speaking there. So like, oh, he's infiltrating and whatever. They have their own excuses. And Gavin Newsom went there to be like the top Democrat opposing party. Like, hey, we don't all agree with this lunatic. Some kind of representative.
Well, I think it's even simpler than that. He's just in campaign mode, and this is like him being in the public eye as much as possible. So I don't fault Gavin for going to this, but I'm excited to hear the criticism of him because I've got plenty of criticism.
Yeah, no, I don't fault him for going. That's not my criticism. I think it's happened in the past, right? When like Bush was around, or even in Trump won, there were like top Democrats who were like, hey, we're gonna go too, to kind of just be like, don't worry, we're gonna get rid of this lunatic and try to keep our international relationships alive. But Trump, I guess, was told that he was there, probably knew he was there, and decides to roast him. And this is the clip.
From that stance, he dares to roast anybody.
I know. This is after now Gavin Newsom has been tweeting like Donald Trump, trying to mock him, trying to get out, and like you're saying, he's campaign mode, trying to position himself to be the top Democrat who can beat him. And he just got owned by Ben Shapiro in the year 2026. And now Trump himself.
The people in California, we want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles.
Good cameraman.
We had some problems. But we would love to do it. I would say this: if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. Come on in, make us look good, because we're cutting crime down to nothing, and we're taking people out, career criminals who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries. But where we've done it has been amazing, and we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I've directed that starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities, because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get under murderers, drug dealers, the mentally insane. They emptied their mental institutions into the United States.
What are they hoping for?
The
camera on Gavin.
we've ever had in the history of the
Footage of it.
just came out. But equally importantly,
he does something weird with his hands.
$19 billion in fraud.
I mean, you got to
he does
know.
this thing. He does
what, $19 billion in fraud.
About synergy. He does this thing. That's the Gavin like physical expression. He's got busy hands. But yeah, I mean,
I think
you think he was communicating to his team just then.
This
Was
tweet
he
by
saying,
Nina
like-
Turner is interesting to me.
I think Gavin's a little bit like Obama, where when it comes to being in public, he just errs on the side of lowest friction possible.
I think so. I think so too.
Being as chill as possible.
But
he is
if
a Californian.
I see this tweet by Nina Turner, all that tough talk, and he just stood there and took that from the president. Gavin Twitter fingers Newsom, right? And someone was like, "What is he supposed to do? Heckle him? Why not? Like, why not? Give it back to him. You're in the room. They all hear you. People are looking behind you. You know there's cameras everywhere. There's going to be footage of you. Like, you have to be doing something. You could walk out. You could,
I don't think he has to. I mean, I get what you're saying. I would agree.
Saying
Like,
for
give
him
him an
particular,
air
trying to
pump or
be, I'm the
something.
big tough guy. I could take on this
bully
Nazi stuff, but I'm not going to call them Nazis. I'm going to sit down with Ben Shapiro. Actually, I'm going to because you can see the conservative frame being broken, be the pro-Israel and the anti-Israel and the just full-on anti-Semitic were Nazis, and the we want to court you, but we don't want to go fully there because international stage and corporatism or whatever. I think he's trying to make deals with that side, and I think any kind of making deals, any kind of sitting down with Ben Shapiro, getting not making him concede to you on your own podcast as a governor. Why do you have a podcast as a governor?
Well, all of the things that you're saying about his podcast, about his style, suggests that he wouldn't do what Nina Turner wants him to do in that moment. She's expressing a desire that a lot of us have, which is someone with a big stick to get up in the face of MAGA and tell them to shut the fuck up, sit the fuck down, and let the educated, enlightened, and empathetic go to work. But Gavin's not going to give that to us, at least not in that context. He's going to pack a punch better if he times it up better, at least according to him. But I'm interested in, like, you know, what you can do. Jake, what you have to say about this as well, before I go to mute so you guys don't have to listen to the dogs.
I just think those are unrealistic expectations. If we're sitting here trying to say what stunt should Gavin Newsom have pulled while Trump was speaking, you know, it's just imagine applying that standard to somebody whose politics we agree with. If AOC was there, like, oh, she didn't interrupt him correctly. Oh, she didn't make the correct rude gesture. We're not interested in a new Nancy Pelosi who's gonna do one of those. I'd like that. I'd like the occasional rip into Trump, but it's his politics that I have a problem with. The fact that he's there at all, the fact that if he's there, he's not there to tell all those people that they're killing the planet, which they are doing. They are conspiring to kill the planet. That's the problem I have with him. It's not how he conducted himself while Trump was blabbering on yet again like a jackass.
I think Nina Turner's point is less so like he should have actually done it, or more like this is how he's talking. This is how, you know, the way he's talking on Twitter, it's Twitter fingers. Like, literally, like, you're not going to back up the way you're acting online in person. Because you're not that guy. So stop trying to do that. So stop trying to posture like you're any kind of change, you know, against the establishment. You're just a puppet, another different puppet of the same rotten system. It's, you know, people like AOC who's like, hey, yo, you guys are going to do rescissions where Congress allocates money to this agency, and you're just going to decide on a whim not to allocate that money, then we're going to do that when we're in power, and we will be in power. Reiterating that this will end, reiterating about prosecutions, and we'll get into Zoran in a minute, but reiterating that government can help you and has just chosen not to for all this time, will make people kind of, hopefully, do what they can do, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with the he not backing up his words on Twitter, I suppose. But again, it's. I do think if this gives me any hope, it's that progressives are looking for ways to attack Newsom. I'm glad that we recognize that he is the enemy. He is not a friend. He is going to take up space that we need. And at this point in history, it is at least three factions, I would argue four, but at least three factions being the Republicans, the Democrats, and the progressives. And every seat a Democrat wins in the primaries is one that the progressives didn't win, and that's a problem.
I think Newsom, because it's very early, right? We're talking about 2028. It's the midterms now. It's already kind of early to even talk about that, but like, the presidential cycle's just been constantified where it's just always happening. So let him take the arrows. Let him be the Ron DeSantis of the Democrats.
Let me ask you this, Jake.
Be built up.
Okay, so a couple things about Newsom. One is he's a capitalist, but he used to be way more progressive when he was younger. It's like he used to be for Medicare for all, and then he flipped on that. That's the big one that everyone points to when they talk about the younger Newsom being the better Newsom. What do you think about this, Jake? If he ends up winning, and by the way, he's probably peaking too early, just according to conventional political knowledge in American presidential elections, you don't want to be peaking this early. What do you think if he got into office, and what if you think during the campaign he started going left? Like, would you believe him if he said, I used to be against Medicare for all, but now I'm for it? Like,
no.
Would he, you don't trust him.
Because once somebody lies in the way Newsom has lied, or let me put it like this, once somebody flip-flops on something like Medicare for all, they've made it clear they're just chasing trends.
Right.
So if he says, I'm suddenly for Medicare for all, if he says that on the campaign trail, obviously I don't believe it at all. And if he says it, if he somehow gets into office and then says it, I don't believe it till it's signed. But there's nothing in his history to suggest that he holds political beliefs earnestly. He just says whatever he thinks is going to get him power, and we don't. Right. That era is over.
Yeah. But do you think that, this was a lot of the apologia, the coconut head apologia for Kamala Harris, was that she also kind of chases trends, and if it's trendy to do those things, culturally. Make it trendy. I mean, hell, it already is whenever they do a poll, but they'll just stop doing polls, But I don't know. Like, how do you punish these people? You don't get to go to the Oscars if you don't support Medicare for all. You don't get to go to the Met Gala and hobnob with the celebrities you liked from your movie that you liked this year.
You're making a good point without even realizing it, Alex, which is the person that has got to go if we're going to take over the party is Ken Martin. That guy is a complete pussy. He has no sense for what kind of war we're waging right now, what kind of counteroffensive we're trying to wage. And he also, and this is something that Newsom did recently, suggested that because we are a big tent party, we don't want to alienate the 1%ers who might be very valuable campaign donors. Even though, by definition, including them only increases the tent by a maximum of 1%. So, Ken Martin's got to go. That he's a Gen Xer. I'm of the opinion that we need to leapfrog Gen Xers and go right to millennials, at least in terms of candidates. The organization that I keep preaching, and it's selfish, is the DSA. I feel like a lot of people, and if you look at the polling, it's not a mystery why, are despondent with the establishment Democratic Party, and they're looking for something that's actually further left, that's more in line with Zoran. And the DSA seems to be the only place. There are activism groups, but a lot of them that I've come across in the communities that I've lived in over the years, they're very issue specific, local, to the point of it's only affecting, they're only really worried about what's going on in the city council. They're not worried about what's going on in Washington, D.C. Even though, for this controversial energy facility in my district, Newsom's all about it. The current congressman's all about it. And it's a horrible idea. It's going to be owned by private companies. It doesn't make any sense. And yet it's part of the Green New Deal. So the left has some sorting of its own house to do before 2028. And I think something like Project 2025 for us would be great, but it's a matter of who puts that together.
So I have a question. The Green New Deal is AOC's legislation, and that never got passed through Congress, right? But people are I guess Democratic states are looking at the legislation and trying to implement some of the policies on their own on a state level.
Some projects, yeah. Okay. So it's a mismatch. It's a mishmash of public works projects but it was slapped together by a lot of different people 10 years ago in a hurry for Bernie to have something to talk about. And it includes a lot of public works projects where once the project is done, and this is the big differential that I think a lot of people can understand. It's one thing for a municipality, like a county, a town, a city, to pay a private company to build something for them, whether it's an energy facility or water filtration, whatever. But then for a private company to own and operate that facility after it's been built is completely exploitive of the ratepayers for whatever that utility is.
Right. Yeah, just watch the movie Eddington. It's about a data center. I'm just go ahead.
So I think the left needs to be reflective. And go ahead, Jake.
No, it was a bad point. Do go ahead.
Oh, okay. So so all that's by way of saying I think the left really needs to reflect, and in over midterms it's going to swing back the other way, but then the real kind of head punch is going to be 2028 with those primaries, and everyone's going to be older. The millennials are going to be older. They're going to be fewer baby boomers, and I think that's when not just swinging the pendulum back left, but really bringing it back left in the direction of anti-establishment politics. Anti-establishment politics is the sexiest form of politics in the history of American politics.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Everybody loves anti-establishment politics. So what we can do is like what Zoran has done, where he wins. He has he's taking care of himself in a little bit with the Jeffries thing, but he's gotten his governor to adjust to him. Now, wouldn't that be nice? And this is part of my theory, Jake, that I've talked about on here with Alex before, is that I really believe that if we're going to have real progressive change in America, it's got to start in the cities, and then it spiderwebs out of there into the suburbs, and then eventually it gets to rural areas. I mean, I wish we could start with rural areas. They're so desperate and in the shitter economically, but goddamn, I mean, when you keep voting Republican for 60 years, it's tough to feel sorry
look,
for you.
There's rural areas in upstate New York. Kathy Hochul is acquiescing to Zoran's policies, and it's going to help some of those people in those communities too. So just even by having the biggest city in the state, it might be a very rural state, but having the biggest city in the state have more progressive policies can ripple out. And again, let's not echo trickle down or any of that kind of shit, but it can lift all boats. A rising tide lift all boats.
Yeah, the cliche. Careful with the cliche.
I'll take that.
I have two thoughts that go against what you've said with rural areas being out of the picture as a first step. I do think we should, as groups, we should be concentrating on cities, just because cities are a bigger example. You can get stuff done faster. And like we're going to see with Zoran Mamdani, it's going to help people's lives and be a model for the rest of the country. But rural areas, for the same reason that the city has all those great things, rural areas have less people to convince. There are towns where if you total up all the voters, it's like 200 people. You can have 200 conversations in 6 months. And if you've been voting Republican for 60 years, we both know that means you don't actually know how any of this stuff works. You have no idea how government works. So there is an advantage there. We can go into these voters and describe ourselves as like a 1930s Republican and be accurate. It would be an accurate descriptor. And they're going to hear something different, but when you explain your economic plan for them, they're going to like it, and you're not lying to them.
Yeah. And I think it works exactly like that. You're saying, Graham Plattner,
it doesn't necessarily work, but
right, true. But you got someone like Graham Plattner in Maine, who's bringing this message of like, I'm a fucking farmer like you guys. I'm mad at big ag. I'm mad at the wars that I was sent to and fought in, and then became disillusioned by. Speaking to most of the, like farmers and military, that's very rural, and so having a voice, that's big tent. You know, the big tent large enough for one Elon Musk, as Rokano once suggested. I don't agree with, but as Rokano also suggests, an anti-revolution tax, and a hey, billionaires, do you not want your heads cut off for real? Like, give up a little bit. And
well, you could,
I
imagine you're in
with
a
that
small,
side.
I'm sorry.
Go.
Just imagine a small town candidate opens their campaign by saying, "I don't trust any party that's protected child diddlers, but unfortunately, you have to sign up with one of them. So I've signed up with one of them, and I think both of these parties are protectors of child diddlers. If anything, I've already guaranteed you that at least one child diddler protector will not be governing you by taking their seat." You just start by being blatant about how the fact that we in this small town should not trust the political parties in charge, and that the political party you're part of is irrelevant. Now, here's the economic message.
Okay, so a couple things. One is, I think intellectually you're right, but emotionally, I think it depends entirely on what rural area we're talking about
and who the
because
messenger is.
If you go, and I got to tell you, there's a lot. Like I define MAGA in my essays as Confederate flag waving, Bible beating, gun nuts. Those three cultures overlapping in a Venn diagram, plus heartless one percenters. Okay, that's MAGA. And they're manipulated by the heartless one percenters. But the point is that it's the three big conservative cultures. It's the Confederate flag-waving culture, which is explicitly racist. Then there's the Bible-beating culture, which is not only implicitly racist, it's also implicitly capitalist. And then there's the gun nuts, which are just like these lost souls that you hear about that listen to the manosphere all the time. And, I distinguish in my essays between responsible gun owners and gun nuts. Right? Like, you have to make these distinctions. So I think any area where there's the Confederate flag, there's no fucking way they're going to give a good goddamn shit about what you have to say if you're a Democrat. They have been programmed to think that the Democratic Party is the party of evil. But I know you're saying that this would be a new pitch, and I think that's good. But it's gonna ultimately the message. I guess what I'm saying is your message is intellectually valid, but the success of that message depends on who the messenger is.
Yeah. Yes.
If you have that messenger needs to be tailored to the specific rural area. If not, they're just not going to trust him, Jake. Yeah. They're just not going to trust him.
I wholeheartedly agree, but I do also think that's why you start by presenting them with the severed head of a Democrat. You start by saying, right now, somebody who sincerely likes this party might have run in this seat, and now that's not happening. So I'm going to start by saying you're welcome.
Yeah,
Second,
that's a good pitch. I like that. I like that. I like that cutting point
there.
Yeah,
and be like, and you can be a little, just because they are often irrational does not mean you can't be harsh. You can say, second, I hear a lot of you talking as though the Republican Party is much better. Let me relieve you of that delusion. They're a bunch of child diddler protectors. And if you disagree with me, I ask you, where are the Epstein files? Not in our hands. So ignore the party. They are not your friends.
You can call them daddy Republicans if you want. I mean, this is Trump at the World Economic Forum.
Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right? Last time.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being.
So like, and I just, it made me think of these other moments.
Yeah.
When Tucker
I use
Carlson,
that in an essay. I use this in an essay.
Called him daddy.
Which dad comes home.
And dad's pissed.
Dad is pissed. He's not vengeful. He loves his children. Disobedient as they may be, he loves them.
Right. And then
so this is a primal thing. So there's
Jesse
basic.
Waters, hold on. Jesse Waters as well.
I bet Al's already started drinking because Daddy's about to land and Daddy has needs.
Right. So all this like psychosexual shit aside, yeah, exactly. Deter, please explain this daddy dynamic with these.
Yeah, it's developmental psychology.
Defenders.
Okay, so it's developmental psychology. We have three major parts of our brain: the cerebrum, the cerebellum, and the brainstem. Our relationships with our parents are in our cerebellum. It's the oldest, one of the older parts of our brain. The brainstem is the oldest part, and there's probably a lot of people who know more about psychology could tell you that some of this stuff comes from the brainstem too. But basically, our survival instincts live in these places in our brain. And when our survival instincts are activated, we want to go to the biggest, strongest person we know. And according to the perspective of our inner child, it's daddy. And this is not anything new. This is what he did in 2016. He just did it more explicitly in 2024. And down in the deep south, they talk about the security of daddy and how that's appealing. And you know, it's like I say, you don't, just because you got money doesn't mean you're not white trash. Well, I also say just because you're a woman doesn't mean you're not a misogynist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And aren't we fucking adults here? Are we not adults?
We are. We are.
Jesus Christ.
I mean,
they are not. That's the whole premise of my show. That's the whole premise of my show, Jake, is Deter Decree number 2. Just because someone looks like an adult doesn't mean they are one. They are underdeveloped. These MAGA trash motherfuckers are underdeveloped human beings. And in the same sense, like, it's where you draw the line. A lot of the neoliberal capitalists that are the incrementalists is what you should call them, and the moderates, these, you know, the show raging moderates. And, you know, Scott, I got a lot of respect for Scott Galloway, but he's a multimillionaire, and he's talking about the male loneliness epidemic. And I'm like, yeah, like, he knows all the stats, but it's not the desire to get rich that is going to reinstill confidence in these young, lonely men.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only fuel. This is a crisis that is manufactured, not entirely. There's, you know, systemic situations that are causing a lot of young men to feel lonely and isolated, but it's being profited off of by all the people who just went to a club in Miami: Sneeko, Andrew Tate, Nick Fuentes, out to Matt Walsh, and these other losers. It feeds into, like, you're lonely, it's girls' fault, they're never gonna like you, so hate them and join us and hang with the boys. And Cavicular, that looks maxing dude who punches his face with rocks to change his jawline, like, he's sterile from taking all the drugs he's taken. What are you gonna do with the looks that you have to just, like, omnipresently look better than everyone else and just philosophically look better? And that'll satiate the hole inside you. From what I understand, the dude has a tragic backstory with, like, his parents dying or some shit. I don't know.
Jeez.
But, like, and failing, like Jeffrey Dahmer, kind of being mid at everything and failing at everything. So just like, I'm just going to look better than everyone, and that'll be my win against society. It's real nihilism that young people, not just men, are feeling. I mean, women are like, these are the men that we have to date? What are you kidding?
Well, that's why all the Gen Z women are all dating millennial men. Like, if you're an educated Gen Z woman, you're not dating a fucking conservative. You know what a lot of conservative men, these manosphere men, are doing on the dating apps? They're lying. They're lying about being conservative. And then after date 2 or 3, the woman sniffs it out. She's like, fuck you.
Have you listened to Joe Rogan? Have you ever heard Jordan Peterson?
Dude, somebody's got to go on Joe Rogan's show and chew his ass out and just be like, you're a disgrace, dude. You know, where's the where's the self-development? Where's the growth? Like, you have all this privilege and all this money.
Yeah, you
and
killed people.
Instead of like working on yourself and becoming a more evolved person, you just bring everything down to, like, the lowest common denominator with respect to actually comprehending complex issues. For example,
Because
vaccinations.
It's not his job. His job is comedy, ostensibly. So
Right, he's an
it's
entertainer.
just,
He's an entertainer, not an informer.
If you find this entertaining, then good. And
yeah, but you know what I find? You know what I find entertaining? It's entertainment that teaches me something.
Word.
Entertainment that teaches me a lesson. You know, the whole
or at least
moral of the
doesn't
story shit.
misinform. If,
Yeah.
if it doesn't teach, at least you should. There's a difference between having something not be educational and having something be specifically harmful. It's
Right.
You know, if they said cigarettes are good for you, that's a whole different thing than just not mentioning whether or not cigarettes are good or bad. This motherfucker is responsible for deaths. People have not taken COVID. There's somebody right now that's watching Joe Rogan's show and something's eating at them and they don't know what it is. And in a few years, they're going to realize they've never taken COVID vaccinations and their parents died of a COVID infection after they visited. And I don't know what that's going to do to that person's mind when they accept that truth. I assume they're going to act real batty until they accept that truth. But that happened,
if they ever
and that
do.
happened thousands of times over in America.
And it happened with the housing crisis in 2008. Whole generations, like, we're never going to own a house. We have to just survive and kick into survival mode and have been in that mode for their entire adult lives. And,
Sure.
you know, again, that's why on some level, weirdly, ironically, it gives me hope and optimism, being like, we're too you fucked with the people too much. And it's going to hit breaking points. And it already has.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen the shit that's going on in Minneapolis. They're starting right now in Maine with ICE. You know, you got Luigi, you got whoever, you know, Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk, fucking people taking shots at Trump. Like, two people in this, at least two people, if not three people in the same year tried to get Donald Trump. That is unprecedented for a presidential candidate. Like, that's huge.
And by the way, before either of those happened, and I'm not Nostradamus here, but before either of those happened, I said that the folks that were going to take a shot at Trump were going to be conservative, because it will be a shock to conservatives that this guy is lying, and we've had years of getting used to it. Lo and behold, turned out to be conservatives. Now that there's a new wave of, say, evil immigration tactics for Cubans that thought that they were going to be safe, and how many thousand were kidnapped off the streets. Yeah, I don't think this guy can ever
and people
rest
who
easy
saw
again.
a white woman, queer as she may be, shot in the face in the middle of the day in a neighborhood, like, it's I don't think the daddy's home shit is going to work for your average person. Your average person is going, I can't afford to take my girlfriend to a restaurant. I can't afford to upkeep my car. I might have to sell my car and get a bike in a rural area. Like, this is at a breaking point, and it's been, you know, Occupy Wall Street, even before that, the protest against Iraq and whatnot, Obama's election, and then, you know, they saw what they could have started with Obama, and they were like, no, we don't want to do that, because that's going to fuck us in the long run. So let's give that donor list to the DNC and just shut that stuff down.
Yeah.
But it keeps coming back. And
I
think
have been
we're in
having
one of these times
a ton of success with the very true, I feel, comparison that when I talk to MAGA folks, that for them, Trump is their Obama, and that's not a good thing.
Yeah.
We all up here understand why Obama wasn't a good thing. They think he's like our idol. But when you point out the fact that both of them promised change and winked at our morals, but don't actually share any of our morals, and only run the same scam that has always been run by the government, but just turning it up a notch, suddenly that makes it a lot easier for them to both understand who we are and why they shouldn't trust their guy. But frankly, nobody's doing a better job of showing why Trump can't be trusted than Trump right now. I don't know how anybody's defending this.
Yeah, but okay, so real quick about the numbers. So, Jake, how many members of the voting public do you think are MAGA?
70 million.
Okay, so that's pretty close to what I think too. I actually think it's less than that. I think it's about somewhere between 60 and 65, because I think it's 2/3 of the GOP, and the GOP, according to the last election, was I think 77 million, something like that.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. So that's why the approval polls, whenever you see an approval poll, notice the 33% benchmark. Because if we get his approval down to below 33%, then we're really winning. Because you're actually eating into the Confederate flag waving, Bible beating, gun nut base.
The daddy folks.
And that's
I
the
think
thing
we're gonna
that
have an
jiggles.
easier time. To me, I was being optimistic because to me, more MAGA Republicans is better than less MAGA Republicans. Because less MAGA Republicans, the MAGA, if you are MAGA, you are essentially, what I'm hearing is that you are willing for drastic changes, at least drastic changes as far as the television media has told you. And you're willing to basically do anything. I will point out Ashley Babbitt was an Obama voter before she died for Trump. That's, to me, exactly who MAGA is. They're desperate for change, and they're willing to try things they haven't before.
That's fair.
But they do think we're the devil.
And I
Maybe
think
trans people are the devil.
they might. And I think the Jennifer, what's her name from
Jennifer
I've Had
Welch.
It. Yeah, when she said like it's a lot of it is the Christian like evangelical
Bible beaters.
Like it's the pastor. He's supposed to be kind of abusive towards you, like daddy and whatever. But I think we're getting shown another way, and I want to talk about Zoran a little bit because I know you want to talk about sports at the end here.
Yeah, we only need like 6 minutes, 5, 6 minutes. It's fine.
Zoran is showing another way that. Again, I brought it up earlier that you can't, the government can help you and has been choosing not to, and what it can do. And yes, it's
God, I hate The View.
It's The View. It's annoying.
God, I hate the fucking dumb bitches on The View. But anyway,
but
it's like
the fact that it's New York.
It's just pedestrian. It's fucking pedestrian politics.
It is very
pedestrian. At
pedestrian.
its fucking
I don't know why it has
superficial
this much of a
reasoning.
zeitgeist
No one does their
influence.
goddamn homework. Isn't it
Well,
amazing?
that's the thing. That's
the
'cause
local,
that's the average American.
the local political analysts actually do know what they're talking about in terms of like really good journalists, but the national people are lazy because they have people working for them. They're supposedly doing all the reading for them, and it's like, no, you got to read yourself. You got to do your own research.
Yeah, I mean,
and they've been
Meghan
paid too
Meghan
much
McCain
for too long.
God.
I'm sorry, Jake. What are you saying?
No, I'm just concurring. And they're paid too much. People tell them they're good too often when they're not.
Yeah, but again, I think Zoran's race became a national story. One, because everyone was desperate for something good from last year. There was also worry on the establishment side of like, the socialist Muslim in New York after 9/11. What? 9/11, 9/11, 9/11. And it is important. Like, it is important that New York City did experience 9/11 and then over 20 years later elected this man as mayor as like a refute of like, no. We are New York fucking city. We are the greatest city on earth. We do forget. We are smart enough to recognize this man is not in Al Qaeda. He was not flying a plane when he was fucking 10.
Never forget doesn't mean become racist.
Right.
Has anyone ever actually taken the time to have like a chill conversation about his Islamic identity and like how his, because I've studied intro. I took intro to Islam in college, and there's like 4 basic factions, and then they kind of become their own little things, like the Sunnis and the Shiites and so forth. And I'm like, so like it would be interesting to hear like him talk for like a half an hour about where he fits in that culture about which Americans know very little.
He's done that a little bit when, particularly in like clips of him answering questions from the public. He did an event at the Museum of the Moving Image where he had just people come asking questions. He had lots of videos of him talking with like in Hindi or what does he speak? Urdu, I believe. And talking about like how that's informed his politics going forward. Jake, you have the Quran with you.
Yeah, because I live in the most Muslim place that isn't the Middle East. Yeah, I'm trying to think of. Yeah. I gotta say, it's exactly like Christianity. If you look at the broad strokes,
patriarchy,
a series of excuses for being a good person, as though being a good person requires an excuse.
Right.
A lot of I read this whole thing. I don't understand it. Not a
Really?
word, but it's.
You read the whole
I mean,
fucking
it's just
thing?
well, in chunks, yeah. And I did
Jesus.
there's a YouTube thing. Well, it's actually not a very big book, but it's just parables. At least the copy
Right.
I have, the English translation of the message of the Quran. But it's
Right.
just it's just parables, and I'm
Yeah.
trying to.
That's
you
how
know, I'm
Jesus
making,
spoke
I'm-
was in
I don't wanna
parables.
belittle.
From what I understand,
Yes.
Judaism is chapter 1, Christianity is chapter 2, and Islam is chapter 3
Yeah.
of the
Yes.
same book.
You know,
Yes,
it's a
but they're
good.
all,
in
but
the
it's funny
trilogy.
because the it's ironic though that the chapter 1 of what you just described is like it's like the Old Testament is fucking fire and brimstone.
Yeah.
But the culture of like modern day educated Jews is usually pretty progressive, as is evidenced in Zoran's numbers with Jews in New York.
Yeah.
So, you know, the one that's supposed to be, but at the end of the day, all three are patriarchal. It's just Christianity took it to another level, and Islam took it to an
Mormons is
explicit
chapter
level.
4. Mormons is chapter 4, as we all know.
That's true.
Yeah, let's
That's
talk about
the weird
patriarchal.
reboot that was on TV.
Yeah. The
Let's see,
made-for-TV
Zoran,
movie.
Talk about what can be done when government tries to help you.
I'll be honest, it feels incredible.
Yeah.
You know, this is the dream of a lifetime. And we've always wanted to build a city government that moves as fast as New Yorkers do. You know, when a New Yorker's trying to walk somewhere, you don't get in their way. City government, it hasn't felt like that for a long time. So we've wanted to say that there's not going to be any problem too big or too small for us to address. So day 1, we put bad landlords on notice right after that inauguration speech. You know, day 6, we fixed a bump on the Williamsburg Bridge. Day 8, we announced more than $1 billion in funding for universal child care.
That was a huge bump, by the way.
That was a huge bump.
Where's that money coming from?
That's coming from the state. And what that does is it allows us to fix universal child care for 3-year-olds and deliver it for 2-year-olds. We actually have a mother in the audience, Mallory, who is here with us and who, when the announcement was made, texted her husband to say, it might be time for a second kid. And I think so often we think that these are decisions families are making on their own, but really we're giving them no choice when we say that childcare costs $25,000, $26,000 a year. Now it's something that they can actually get for free.
This is, I mean, and if I want to, you know, there's more clips, but this is a quote from Matt Walsh here, who said, "No problem too big or small for us to address is perhaps the most ominous thing a public official could possibly say, also the most un-American." And I would like to say to him, you don't care about birth rates. You don't want birth rates to go up. You just want white birth rates to grow up because you're a fucking Nazi. And this is the pro-birth rate party. It's the Democratic Party. Is the party for making shit affordable. Affordability came out of his campaign, and now it's like this big word that people are tossing around, and we got to address this, and there has to be a question on affordability for every candidate that came out of this fucking movement. That's big.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's big.
There's going to be nothing more effective for advertising what we believe in than the success of candidates that the success of policies by candidates that we believe in.
Right.
And they made a huge mistake by playing up that Zoran's a socialist. Because now everybody knows that this is what socialism looks like. Even if that's not accurate, that's what everybody's thinking is, New York is what socialism looks like? Give me that, please. I want Robert De Niro I want to run into him at a sandwich shop. I want to, I don't know.
It's a great
Dua
town.
Lipa,
Have you been to New York a few times, Jake?
Just to visit my sister, and I'm not fun in person. As you were describing on a show the other day, I'm like meeting Larry David in person. You don't want to socialize.
Well,
But I
introverts
think,
make good political commentators.
like you're just saying about The View, it is inexplicably important to American zeitgeist after 30 years of being on air?
No, it's the housewives, right?
Annoyingly,
it's actually the most
important.
important voting demographic. Yeah, is suburban white women.
Seeing this
And
friendly
they watch
Muslim.
the View. They watch the View, and they're like, "Oh, I'm informed now."
Saying this friendly Muslim socialist. Come on.
Actually,
all
you know what?
smiles.
That's
His
what
cheeks
Jennifer
gotta
Welch.
hurt.
So that's what Jennifer Welch and the I've Had It podcast. Their goal should be, is to
Yes.
replace the View. That's
Yeah.
their
Yes,
goal.
indeed.
That's
We
their
need
goal.
that.
Get her on
Yeah.
the View.
Yeah, get her on
Think
the
it
View, and then
over.
be like, and by the way, you're all fucking fired.
now she's in
because I
charge.
actually do my goddamn homework.
And now
Let
she's
me
in
just
charge.
float this out to you. How often is the View on? Is it like a 1 hour
Every day.
a week? Every day?
Yeah.
Okay, so look, it's not crazy for suburban white ladies to say, I watch a show that talks about politics for an hour a day. Of course I'm informed. So I think Alex is correct. We just need to get the right people on this show to straighten them out. And until we get that, some sort of pressure on the show to let their audience know you're being misinformed by these cackling crones. Crows? I don't know if that's a thing.
Crohn's is word.
By these cackling weirdos.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, look, Barbara Walters started it. I think that's where it got its credibility to begin with,
Yes.
if it ever had any. Oprah is not on the air anymore. She has her own
It's
network,
really the
and
next
she's-
step from Oprah.
Yeah,
I mean, this really
it
was.
is.
I mean, Oprah was
around
the
that
start of this,
time.
and
Yeah.
Oprah was a lot more respectable because she stayed in her fucking lane.
But she gave us Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil.
Yes.
And she needs to answer for that.
She
that
does.
reckoning needs to happen too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially within I was going to say the woman community, especially amongst middle-aged women of a certain age, and also particularly Black people need to reckon with Oprah. I'm watching a video from Lil Bill about like Jay-Z, Rihanna, like Black excellence, Black capitalism.
So, but that's a
featuring
trickle down
Marcus
process.
Garvey.
So I would argue that that's a trickle down process, and I say politics is Star Wars, policy is Star Trek, political marketing is, depending on your audience, is either Jurassic Park or Inception. And it's Jurassic Park when you're talking to most people because you got to kill the dinosaurs of Reagan and Clinton. And then you got to eventually kill the dinosaur of Obama too, because it's like so many people are hanging on to Obama because he was just like came across as this decent guy trying his hardest. But I mean, ask anybody who actually paid attention to his years in office. The guy was preoccupied with getting everybody to like him.
Yeah.
Like the guy was obsessed with getting everybody to like him.
He cared more about a monument to himself than he did about people living or dying.
Yeah.
That's who he was. That's his character.
Man, that's wow.
But it doesn't have to be. We got more clips like this.
Orders. And that's very important. But I just want to say, listen, if you can do what you say you can do, you will not only remake the city, but you may help remake the nation. Yeah. So, my famous quotes for you. New York City Mayor Zoran. I'm a dime. I didn't get the last name, but nobody heard. One by one. One by one.
One
What'd
by
she say?
one. She said she didn't get the last name right, but she's getting there. And Zoran
Wow.
said, one by one, you'll learn it. And I think one by one, people will look at this duopoly and go, Chuck Schumer, JD Vance. I don't know. I like the people who are screaming about health care, free health care, free fucking child care, affordable groceries, basic things that we all need and we took for granted for so long. And they slowly priced us out of.
The y-axis of what you're talking about is age. And that's actually something that conservatives don't have in terms of marketing angles. They're all the same. All the conservative values are like minimize government, tax cuts for the rich, excessive military spending, fuck the immigrants, fuck the blacks, fuck the women, and their reproductive rights. It's the same messaging across generations. With our side, the generational divide is the internal problem. That the boomers still have so much power and are still hanging on to that power with a death grip.
Yeah.
It's not even that they're boomers. It's that they are running the scam that worked on the boomers. The neoliberals. The people that
I know
are
that, but
pretending to
the
be
people who
progressive.
are, but like Nancy Pelosi, for example, and Hakeem Jeffries is a Gen Xer, I know that. But my congressman, Salud Carbajal, he's a boomer and he's a Mexican-American immigrant. So he fits the profile of a great candidate, but then he gets into office and just does what he's told. And he's, you know, he raises a lot of money out of this celebrity town. I won't say where, but there's a lot of celebrities that live there. And as a result, Salud Carbajal is the first guy that you see when Biden comes to do the State of the Union. He's sitting there right there. Position A1 is my congressman, Mexican-American immigrant, and 90% of the money that comes into this district from the federal government goes to the military-industrial complex.
Of course.
And we've got homelessness issues. We've got housing issues. We've got all sorts of problems. We've got energy problems. And yet with all that, you know, it's actually it's like you're, in terms of if you wanted to be a public servant, like either the city you love or the area that you love, like this would be prime real estate for any congressman. And the fact that that 90% of the money goes into the military industrial complex in this district is just a statement about how clueless this guy is. And by the way, this is a neoliberal establishment figure that supports the Green New Deal.
Sounds
Further
like
evidence.
primary.
Clueless.
Yes. Yes, he does need to get primaried.
Sounds like
But
he needs
he's not going to get primaried this cycle. He might get primaried in 2028. I think a lot of people are going to get primaried in 2028.
Why do you think he's not going to get primaried in this cycle?
Because I know the landscape really well, and no one's emerged yet from the progressive left. They would have already. There was one person that was maybe going to do it for the Working Families Party, but now there's a Republican who announced, and he's trying to distance himself as an anti-MAGA Republican, and so that gives Salud, the incumbent, the upper hand, because it's like, now we're defending the district from an attack as opposed to trying to evolve the district and trying to like take a next step in growth. But I wish someone would step up and run against him this cycle, but the reality is the turnout's not going to be strong enough to dethrone him. It's just not. I know the numbers
One by
really
one.
well.
One by one. AOC, Joe Crowley.
Yeah, it's going to
Ilhan
snowball.
Omar,
It's
you
going to
know,
snowball. But
it's
this
gonna
shit isn't going
happen.
to take over. It's not going to take overnight. And I think our focus should be really Gen Z. I think Gen
Because
Z,
again, things happen faster. Things are going to happen faster this time, and can happen faster. And I think Gen Z, us millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, we're not going to wait around for like decades to fix all the problems that Trump. No, we're skipping past it. We're fixing that shit. We're getting through it to get back, not to get back to anything, to move forward beyond what we thought was a back and forth table tennis match between a
Two parties.
duopoly,
Yeah.
and move to something new.
Let me ask you to
that
do one
MAGA
thing.
is more interested in change than anything else. I'm sorry, ask me.
Keep track, whether they win or lose, of who is running as a progressive this very time. Because progressives, I think we'll agree, are correct about what needs to be done to get this country back on track. That means eventually it's going to happen, whether genuine progressives do it or not, because we all want to survive. And when it happens, it's going to become popular. When it becomes popular, there's going to be 1,000 Gavin Newsoms out there pretending to be progressives.
Right.
So everybody who's running right now as a progressive, we ought to keep track of, because we know they're on the level.
Now let's move into sports. Dieter, what did you want to talk about?
So, well, I'll talk about this. I think the left has a lot to learn about the culture of competition. And I think the culture of competition is the craft of competition. Can you use your emotions to fuel your productivity within the context of, in the case of sports, athletic competition, right? Like, can you hustle, right? Like hustle is a big part of sports, and that's actually like anger, and that's useful. So athletes are socially conditioned to use their negative emotions to fuel their athletic productivity. And I think that lefties have some required reading in terms of paying attention to the NFL in the postseason and maybe the NBA, but really, like, from Thanksgiving to the Super Bowl, my dream would be to have lefties paying attention to the NFL as well as studying some of its history, because 93 out of 100 TV shows every year, the top 100 TV shows, are NFL games. So it's too good of a cultural attachment point. And here's the thing, the players, mostly black, are actually, like, even though they're multimillionaires, a lot of them come from very disadvantaged backgrounds. They're just freakishly gifted, so the system finds them early on in their lives, gets them to go to an SEC college, and then they get drafted, yada, yada, yada. This all happens in a phase of 18 years or 22 years. But the semifinals, the championship Sunday, is this Sunday. So the winners of Broncos hosting the Patriots and the Seahawks hosting the Rams, the winners of those two games will face off in the Super Bowl. So even someone like you, Jake, and you, Alex, like, I tell you, even if you don't like football, okay, watch the games on Championship Sunday so that the Super Bowl is fun to watch, so that you will have had at least one game
a little bit of
seeing.
investment.
And you can. And here's the thing about football in the NFL: if you delay when you start watching it, you can watch it on DVR really quickly. You know, like if you're
Fair.
watching on your screen and you just tap 3 times and it goes ahead 30 seconds. Well, that is basically the time in between plays. So handoff, running play, 1, 2, 3. Now you're on to the next play, and it's a play action throw. And
Yeah,
like,
I used to listen
you
to
can
Bill
get
Burr
through-
for a lot of years, and he would talk about he would always watch
On
games
DVR.
that he DVR'd. Yeah,
Yeah.
and like stay away from
and you
spoilers
can get through
from
you-
social media.
Yeah, you can get through a game. You can get through a game that would normally take you 3.5 hours. You can get through it in 20 minutes. So even if you're not watching this weekend, Jake and Alex, I would encourage you to do so, because it'll make the Super Bowl a lot more fun. And then the Super Bowl is something I'm trying to, like, get people to pay attention to, because, like, I think you can learn a lot about America through the NFL, specifically our fascination with violence. We are obsessed with violence. Why is the NFL the most, popular sports league? It's not just because it's one game a week. It's not just because it's, like, played in the athletes all have to be huge to play it at that level. It's because of the hitting. It's because of the hitting. We want to see bodies collide.
It's big
like
men running
miniature
into each other.
It's like miniature car accidents every play, and we fucking love it. And then what do you guys know about storytelling? The stakes. The stakes are higher because it is such a physical sport, because you have to wear all these pads, and because if any of the three of us went out there and tried to catch a pass thrown by Tom Brady a few years ago in the NFL, we would get absolutely killed. We would be killed. It would be
to
over
Chuck
for
L's
us.
point,
I just turned to
I
dust.
find it easier to watch hockey because of the violence, and they're actually allowed to fight, but also it's faster. It's a lot
Oh,
faster.
there's constant but
And
you
it's the
can't
same
do the
game,
DVR.
dude. Hockey,
but you can't do
basketball,
the you
soccer.
can't do the DVR trick with hockey.
It's too fast.
There's too
but
much action.
It's all the same game. It's get the ball from this side to that side. One of the teams is going to get more points at the end. That's why narratively I find it very boring, because it is. But the narratives of the players themselves, their come-ups, where they went to school and this and that, and the rivalries and whatnot. Look, heated rivalry, I know, is very popular right now. It's also a hockey show. But I think the sports thing is important for lefties to be in the space. You got Stephen A. Smith on fucking
know.
ESPN spouting dumb shit out of his mouth. You need more sports people. This is yet another moment where I will reiterate our call to action. Get Emma Vigeland to start ESPN again on this space. Get her and Deter on a stream with Lumencast, who's up next. Jake, I don't know if you're into sports that much, but I know
I'm going to try to get into it just to keep Deter company.
Yeah, just watch this
He
Sunday,
had
dude.
good
It doesn't take long. You got to. You got to.
It's a good point you had.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I just wanted to make sure I've squeezed that in. We got to get out of the way of the next show. Lumencast is coming in. Until next time, I am Deter McBizness, America's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, reminding you that you don't get change in America by asking nicely.
Take care.
There we go. Okay, I had the wrong. I got so many headphones. So I got so much audio going on. I got this for those of you watching. I've got this thing which is not on right now. That's why it's a red light. This is just for video gaming only. I've got my mic set up, and sometimes it gets confused when it doesn't. It's not on the correct input, so I just have to play around in the studio with some input type fun stuff. Anywho, and okay, we here, not muted anymore. Great. Good. So, if you Lumencast on Twitch, Lumencast on YouTube. Also, Good Morning Comrade is the podcast that I share with my co-host Jeff. Jeff is out doing union things, saving the world. He is possessed with the ghost of Jimmy Hoffa. So he is organizing. And what an important job union organizing is. Let me tell you something. I got a lot to say. I'm trying to get my thoughts right. Before I get into that, and I was hoping that the boys, the previous, would let me in on their little sports talk. As I sit here and I wear my NOLA Gold shell hoodie, whatever, shell jacket from the defunct rugby squad in my city, which is no longer because the Major League Rugby League has folded. Just like we can't keep any other leagues besides the big four going. Without MLS is maybe like the exception to the rule. Well, we can keep going, and that has to do with like American exceptionalism. I 100%. Americans have this weird ideal that if you're not watching the absolute best, then you cannot support like a second tier. Like we can't support a second tier or a third tier or a pyramid structure of sports in this country. The closest we can do is MLS, to be honest, Major League Soccer, because let's face it, a lot of people who are watching Major League Soccer, which is the Premier League's retirement home, don't watch or not waking up to watch Premier League. So that's like they get it and they don't think about, that there's better soccer in the Bundesliga in Germany, Premier League, in the UK, and what's the Spanish league? I can't think of it right now, but it doesn't matter. But the best leagues in the world that we can't contend with. And so if it's not baseball, football, even basketball is even questionable, because the NBA, a strong argument can be made the NBA is not the best basketball league in the world. Same thing, the NHL, strong argument that the NHL is not the best hockey league in the world at all. That's a very strong argument to be made. Russian leagues for hockey, all over Europe, European leagues for basketball now. And that's why we have a very, very hard time getting the gold medal in the NBA players that go play for Team USA in the Olympics. And we just have this idea of American exceptionalism. College football is the only exception really to this rule. And I would say it's because college football players are college football fans. These schools are kind of isolated out in the middle of nowhere, and they usually don't have a NFL team in their vicinity to root for. So they just kind of pretend that the NFL doesn't really exist and only Saturday exists for college football. And they get out and they will kill somebody for University of Alabama Roll Tide. Because if you're living in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and you want to get in the NFL, who are you rooting for? The Saints, the New Orleans? That's about it. But this year, honestly, I've really gotten over my fascination with sports. Professional sports anyway, amateur sports, second and third tier leagues, I will ride for them all day long. But professional sports, especially the NFL, I haven't watched a full NFL game this season. I've probably watched 10 plays of an NFL game because it's at a bar. And the reason why it just became too much. God, this is a great topic, actually. It became too much for me to ignore. I always knew it was a gladiator sport. Obviously, anybody can see that. The average salary of an NFL player, when you average it out, really isn't that much. It's like $100K is like league minimum, and it goes up from there. For what, the last show they were saying, it's a car. They're not the only person, but I said it's people who played in the league at either the league or college or even high school. At any kind of proficient level will tell you it's a car crash every play. So you're watching grown men brutalize and abuse their bodies for my entertainment, which honestly, let's keep it a buck. I don't have a problem with that. If I lived in ancient Rome and I wasn't a slave, I could see myself totally enjoying the gladiator games, the arena, because first of all, people getting executed in there is that's a whole different thing. If you're a cishet male, the Roman Empire is your Roman Empire. And so that, you just have all this lay knowledge of the Roman Empire. And that most the 99% of gladiator fights did not end in death because it's not economically sound. You don't want your guys to be getting killed. Yeah, they'll have special matches where, guys will die or whatever, to the death, but that wasn't the goal. So I can say it's not the best. It's dirty. It's shady. I'm also was at one point a degenerate gambler and never really got out of hand. I pulled back from the abyss before it got too bad, but it never really let it get out of hand. But I'd love to put a 50, 100 down, on a game and see where it takes me. And with the NFL in general, it's too much. It became too much for me because one, I'll stay on the gambling thing before I forget it. The way I used to dream, I used to watch, because I'd wake up and I'd watch international soccer and I would see, these ads for these bookies, and I would go to Europe or whatever, and I would see the bookmaker on the corner like it's no big deal. And I'd be like, man, I wish we could get that, and I wish we could get that in the US. And it finally happened to where I can sports bet on my phone. I live in New Orleans. I can take a 20-minute walk from my house to Harrah's, which is now Caesars. But Caesars, I can take my, Caesars on Canal Street, and I can place a bet on anything. And I absolutely don't want it. It needs to go in the trash. Sports betting has absolutely ruined sports. It was always an issue before, but now it's how can we not, it was always an issue before. You hear about a poor kid who goes to a Division III basketball school, point shaving and going to prison because he knows he's not going to make the league. So he's trying to make a little money on his way out. You hear about college bookies. You hear about, the mafia being involved in Vegas and Atlantic City. You'd hear about these little things every now and then. An NBA ref would have to go to prison because they were making calls to try to swing the outcome of a game. But now it's just so pervasive. It's so pervasive. Like we've got a whole betting scandal now in the NBA. You can't really trust any outcome of any game anymore because it's just so easy. It's so easy to fix. And I don't mean fix it as far as like, and these aren't the sports books. Like I want to get this very clear. These aren't the sports books doing this. What it is, you get a player and his boy can make a little money. So he'll say, look, I'm going to pull up in the fourth quarter. I'm a wide receiver. I'm going to pull up. I'm not going to run as hard in the fourth quarter. So bet on us getting the under. And that's how it happens. And there's really no way to control that. And that he can get to his boy and make that and place that bet so easily and move a line. There's no way to control it. So you can't even trust the outcome of the game. And it's not like there's some, I say this, Chuck L in the comments here says every time someone wins big on MGM, the company tries to say it's by mistake. Yeah, that is a thing. That 100% is a thing. And they will, if you win too much, they'll kick you off the platform because they think, hey, you've got some kind of an edge, which you most likely do, because you most likely have some kind of an inside edge of how a certain play, because you can bet on anything. That same scenario of just like, I've got a buddy who's a wide receiver on the Saints, and he's just going to pull up on a couple routes and not run as hard and make sure he doesn't get to one or two balls, and that's going to keep him in the under. Like, you can bet on that play to whether like a ball's going to go to a guy or not. You bet on everything. Our whole economy now is just built on drugs, shit coins, crypto, gambling, new car, which nobody's buying. Watch every commercial. That's the, it's coins, car, drug, gambling. And so our whole economy is based on this now. And it's just like, it's so fitting that we live, either this is the end of days or this is the new world trying to be born. This is the birthing pains of a new world and the fall of capitalism. Depends if you're a glass half empty or a glass half full guy. But I can't stand it. Like it's taken all the fun and enjoyment out of sports for me. I used to be a big, fantasy football guy, and like I didn't, it's Dungeons and Dragons for nerds. It was fun. It's fun to put $50, have the year. It's fun when I dominate your league and you're really mad at me because I'm obsessive about it. And I know when your guys are hurt and when they're not. And I just make sure every running back is off the table for you this week. Like it's not hard. It's not a hard game, but I can't stand it. I wish we could. I hate to say this. I wish we could go back to the good old days. I wish sports gambling at a minimum was only in Vegas and Atlantic City. I wish we could go back to that. It's absolutely disgusting. And so that's number one. Number two is just the NFL and its absolute just limp-wristed, and I don't mean that in a homophobic way. It does sound homophobic, so I'll just take it back. They're mealy mouth, just milk toast, fence sitting. You watch an NFL game, the five of you that are still playing John Madden football, right? What are the things that when you boot up your PlayStation 5 or whatever, and it's got a download that takes 20 minutes. What is it for? It's not to update rosters or anything like that. It's to make sure they put fight cancer on the field and end racism on the back of guys' helmets and all this, like, again, just mealy mouth, never take a stand on anything, never have any kind of actual, like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like, what would you say? It's like, it's worse than liberal activism. It's like it's corporate slacktivism. And I'm not asking for the NFL to take a positive stance on anything. This is a gladiator game that's fueled by copious amounts of alcohol, opiates that the guys are taking just to get through the day, and gambling. I don't expect you to talk to me about Darfur or Palestine, but don't put end racism on the back of dudes' helmets and expect me to, like, give a fuck about that. It's insulting. It's insulting to me. So on top of that, and then finally what was the final, like, fuck this. I'm not watching the NFL no more. I'm done with this whole bullshit. This is personal. It's regional, I should say. And this will get me in a lot of trouble with the people who live in this city who want to. That's a whole nother different thing. Is the people who here we are in New Orleans, and they will lay down in traffic for the Saints, where the whole time the New Orleans Saints organization is funneling money from every dome dog that you buy to protect and shuttle around and shuffle pedophile priests. Yeah. And I hate this for this city, because the city deserves so much more. Let me find an article on that real quick while I'm saying that. I hate that for the city. Saints Catholic Church. So that way y'all don't think I'm going crazy. Scandal. Like the whatchamacallit, the ESPN. I'm gonna read off of ESPN. Exactly. They did one story about this and left it alone because they knew it was a bad look for the league, right? But I'll read straight from ESPN and let you know, like, why I cannot attend another Saints game. And this is, and you know what hurts? Like, this is prime time NFL, or at least was. The season's over, but this is prime time, like, NFL. Like, I love a bad team. I'm from Tampa Bay, right? Buccaneers are my squad. The Lightning are my squad. The Tampa Bay Rowdies, the second-tier soccer team, probably between them and the Lightning, probably the best performing sports teams that the city's ever had, and the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. I love a bad team, because what a bad team means is I can sit all-inclusive, all alcohol provided with my ticket, because nobody else wants to go to the game, and enjoy my Sunday for $50 instead of paying, $300, which is the face value for a ticket like that. I love it. When the team's bad, I want to go more, because it's going to get cheaper and I'm going to get my money's worth. Love it, love it, love it. But can't go at any price now, because at some point, like, the bullshit has to stop. And you got to make your own decisions in life. You got to decide where the line is for you. But my line is pedophilia, and I'm not messing with that. Let me read you. So this is from ESPN. So ESPN put this up, but this is from Associated Press, February 3rd, 2025. New Orleans, as New Orleans church leaders brace for fallout from publishing a list of predatory Catholic priests, they turn to an unlikely ally, the front office of the city's NFL franchise. What followed was a months-long crisis communications blitz orchestrated by the New Orleans Saints president and other top team officials, according to hundreds of internal emails obtained by the Associated Press. The records, which the Saints and church had sought long to keep out of public view, reveals team executives played a more extensive role than previously known in public relations campaign to mitigate the fallout from the clergy sexual abuse crisis. The email shed a new light on the Saints' foray into a fraught topic far from the gridiron. Behind the scenes effort driven by the team's devoutly Catholic owner, who has long enjoyed a close relationship with the city's embattled archbishop. And that woman, who is the owner, is none other than sentient vodka soda, Gail Benson. And, like, here's the deal with this. And you know what I hate? I hate more, and excuse my language, I'm not talking as me, I'm talking about how it's presented. There's, like, I think, is she the only female owner in the NFL? I think she is. And I think, like, on deck, my other squad, I told you I love bad teams, Cincinnati Bengals. Mike Brown is the owner, cheap bastard. That's why when Joe Burrow got drafted to the Bengals, that's a death sentence. Your fate is Carson Palmer. Your fate is 2 torn ACLs, because Mike Brown's never going to pay for a line that's going to protect you. I felt so bad for Joe Burrow, and, like, it came true. That's why I really want him to win that Super Bowl so bad, because I'm like, well, you're not going to see them in the Super Bowl for another 20 years, maybe. But Mike Brown has a daughter who's going to inherit that team. And she's already said, oh, the thing about the Bengals too, they don't have a GM. Mike Brown's the GM. Can you imagine being the owner and the general manager? Those of you who aren't sports addicts, it's like, imagine if, okay, so the owner is the guy who writes the checks, right? The general manager is the guy who makes decisions on the field of personnel. So imagine if you're not, if you're not the GM, right? Imagine if your boss at work was just a rich guy that knew absolutely nothing about whatever business that you're in. So if your business is making widgets and doo-wopples that go out and sell on the market, the widget and doo-wopple market, imagine your direct boss, not the owner, who's also the owner, your direct boss who is making decisions on the assembly line to make the widgets knows nothing about widgets. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the Cincinnati Bengals. So when he dies, can't wait. Let's hurry that up. His daughter has already said the first thing I'm doing is I'm hiring a general manager because I know about business. I don't know about football. Smartest person on the planet, right? Cannot wait for that day. My point to all this is I don't know if there's another female owner in the NFL, but with the Saints being as bad as they are for various reasons, holding on to Drew Brees way too long, letting him and his huge salary just run you into the ground. That's why you're bad. That's why you're in a decade rebuilding, because you just let Drew, you had that huge Drew Brees contract. But what people are saying about the Saints is, and excuse my language, they're saying that dumb bitch Gail Benson. That's what happens, right? It's like when, I'm old enough to be like, when I was a kid, what was the joke that like women were bad drivers or whatever, and you'd be like, oh, the woman gets an accident. Well, that's what happens when you let them drive. And it's like, you are messing up the game for so many other people by being a scumbag, and it sucks. And it's like, when you're one of the few, this is one of the reasons I don't want to say forgive Obama, but I understand Obama. And if you get what I'm saying, this is why if you're one of the few or the only one, you have to be better. As growing up as a black child, I was told I could not be as good as other people. I had to be better, because as soon as I'm not performing to the standards of white people or whatever, then it's because I'm black. So you can't. There was a bull rider. I heard about. I can't think of his name. Right. There was a bull rider, and he was told that the black bull rider, and he said, 7 seconds, right? 7 seconds is the perfect ride. He goes, I hang on for 9. That way they can't mess with me. And it's like, if you're in that space where you're like the first or the few, you have to be almost perfect. And Gail Benson is not that, because she is a pedophile enabler. Let's continue on. What was that here? Okay. They also showed how various New Orleans institutions, sitting from a sitting federal judge to the local media, rallied around the church leaders at a crucial moment. Among key moments, as revealed in the Saints' own emails, Saints executives were so involved in the church's damage control that a team spokesman briefed his boss on a 2018 call with the city's top prosecutor hours before the church released a list of clergymen accused of abuse. That's so gross. The call, the spokesman said, allowed us to take certain people off the list. Unbelievable. Team's officials were among the first people outside the church to view that list. A carefully curated, yet undercounted roster of suspected pedophiles. Disclosure of those names invited civil claims against the church and drew attention from federal and state law enforcement. The team's president, Dennis Lauscha, drafted more than a dozen questions that Archbishop Gregory Amon should be prepared to answer as he faced reporters. The Saints Vice President of Communications, Greg Bensel, provided fly on the wall updates to Lauscha about local media interviews suggesting church and team leaders suggest they're all on the same team. Why are you? I know it's in the name. Why is your company on the same team as the Catholic Church. And that's what this is. This is a company. They don't care about you. You're out here laying in traffic, getting into fights in the parking lot and over a football team. And these people do not care about you. We just let it go on in this city. We let it go on in this world. It's disgusting. The emails obtained by the AP sharply undercut assurances. The Saints gave fans about public relations guidance 5 years ago when they asserted they had only previously minimal assistance to the church. The team went to court to keep its internal email secret. This is disgusting. State Rep Mandy Landry, Democrat from New Orleans, she's a good one. As a New Orleans resident, taxpayer, and a Catholic, it doesn't make any sense to me why the Saints would go to all these lengths to protect grown men who rape children. And this, preach. All of them should have been just as horrified as the allegations. The Saints told the AP last week that the partnership was a thing of the past. Well, it doesn't matter now. The damage is done. Motherfucker. The Saints covered a year-long period. That's like saying, hey, yeah, it's a thing of the past. That's like saying, yeah, this guy was diddling kids, and I drove him out of town so he could catch a flight and never be seen from again. But that's a thing of the past, right? Why are you bringing up old stuff? Let's go forward with life. What the fuck are you talking about? It's gross, man. The Saints told the AP last week, this thing in the past. They were subpoenaed by attorneys for victims of a priest later charged with raping an 18-year-old boy. Thank you for not putting, you know what? I thank you, AP and ESPN, for putting the word raping and not sexual assault. In a lengthy statement, the team criticized the media for using leaked emails for the purpose of misconstruing a well-intended to do what? To protect pedophiles? No member of the Saints organization condones or wants to cover up the abuse that occurred in the Archdiocese of New Orleans, the team said. That abuse occurred is a terrible fact. Well, you didn't think it was that terrible. The team's response did little to quell the anger of survivors of clergy sexual abuse. We feel betrayed by the organization, says Kevin Bourgeois, a former Saints season ticket holder who was abused by the priests in the 80s. It forced me to question what other secrets would be buried. I'm hurt, I'm angry, and re-traumatized again. I don't want to be funny about it, but I pray for Kevin. I hope he canceled his season tickets. There's a 60% chance, knowing the people in the city, he didn't. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to be flippant. It's just how tribal we are for these brands, these labels, these logos, and this is just another thing. Go spend your money. If you want to go watch the game, go watch the game. It's good times. But don't sit here and sell it to me like they care about you. It's some kind of city pride. Know what you're doing. And what you're doing if you're going to watch the Saints in particular. At a minimum, you're watching a gladiator sport that has conservative, right-wing, disgusting values. The same. I don't want to sit here and talk about lefties should watch the NFL when it's the same league that had a moment of silence for fucking Charlie Kirk, except for my Cincinnati Bengals, who I called. I know they were getting a lot of hate, and I called their public affairs office, and I said, thank you so much. That lady was not happy to hear from me, but hey, it is what it is. My Cincinnati Bengals did not do that because they did not want another riot in Cincinnati. But yeah, I don't want to hear that. If you want to watch it. Know what you do what you do. I do a lot of shady stuff. I do a lot of stuff that's quote unquote not you can come for me. It's not woke, whatever. But I don't try to sell it to me because I saw some lib put a post on Facebook. No, I'm not even gonna say some lib. I know exactly who it was. I'm gonna tell you exactly because he's a public figure. Matt Dillahunty. If you're old school new atheist, you know who that is. It's from the Atheist Society of Austin. He used to have a nice he still does it somewhere else, but he used to have the Atheist Experience on Austin Public Access, back when public access was a thing. And he's made money like touring the world debating theists, right? Anyway, good guy, liberal, complete liberal. This guy was crying when what's the dude from my state of Louisiana? The Nazi. I can't think of his name right now with the hair. There's so many of these Nazis. Well, anyway, when that dude, Richard Spencer got punched dead in his face, he was sitting on there on his little show talking about, oh, we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. And now, because we didn't do that, Jeff, no, because we didn't do more of that, now you got ICE unloading into people's face because we didn't deal with this when it needed to be dealt with. I mean, we're doing it now. Big ups to Minnesota, but this guy, going back to Matt Dillahunty, he put on his timeline, oh, Green Day, oh, Green Day's gonna be in the pre-show. Oh wow, I can't wait. Those MAGA chuds are really gonna hate that. Are they? Are they? No one cares. No one cares, bro. This liberal stuff of just like, oh, did you see that they got Bad Bunny? It's gonna make so many people mad. Did you see what Kendrick Lamar said? Oh, did you watch the Daily Show last night? It's a King of the Hill meme of like, you know, this would mean a lot if these motherfuckers could read, which they can't. They stupid. But they don't care about that kind of stuff. So again, do what you do, but don't try to sell it to me as like we're at the point where it's like this is a whole nother topic. I don't want to be poo-poo people's habits or their hobbies, but your art and your poems and your I don't know, your vulva hats are no longer that's not resistance. That's a clown show. Keep doing it. If you enjoy doing it. I'm sitting up here being a loudmouth over the internet. That's not saving anybody either. But I understand that's not saving anybody. I understand that this is not resistance. Resistance is being in the street, right? What Jeff is trying to troll me in the comments right now. What Jeff is doing right now is resistance. When he's agitating and he's doing labor organizing. Because with these folk, when you're talking about the federal government, ICE, the America, all, you know, whatever you want to say here on Turtle Island, there's only two things that these people care about. Messing with their freedom, not their freedom, messing with their safety, or messing with their money. That's it. Jeff is out here organizing, trying to get people together, trying to get a general strike going. I have been doing protest actions personally with my wife, with the PSL, because I personally, again, God bless the DSA. I have moved past the DSA. I don't think there is any kind of, even though the PSL does run candidates, their thing is they want to organize for, eventually have a general strike. And I think as far and as pie in the sky, threading trying to put a needle through the eye, trying to put a camel through the eye of the needle, that is. I think that's a better option than trying to change the party from within. Or if, trying to run a million Zoran Mondamis, which a zillion more Zoran Mondamis should run. 100%. I don't want to, that is work. I don't want to poo-poo your actions, but if it works and I'm wrong, God bless. But I've seen two things when it comes to dealing with the federal government in my lifetime. I've seen people meet the unruly federal government, ICE, Gestapo, Nazis, whatever you want to call them, meet them in the street and legally armed up. Because as soon as people come out, I know y'all have been getting these Black Panther Party, the new Black Panther Party. It's not just reformed, it's been out. This is the thing. But I know you're seeing those videos of people with their freedom sticks exercising their Second Amendment rights legally on the street. And all of a sudden, these ICE goons don't want to play no more. All of a sudden, all that get back. All of a sudden, that stops. All of a sudden, they're the ones getting back. Because they don't want that. They don't want the smoke. They don't want the Hulkamaniacs coming down on them. right? You can say that's good. You can say that's bad. However you want to say it. But it's just reality. It is what it is. I don't like it. I don't want that. But I tell you what, a lot of liberals waking up. My wife is liberal as it comes. Well, she's not liberal anymore. She used to be at one point. I was a lib, is whatever. I was a lib too. I was talking to Jeff about this last week. She saw a billboard for our local gun show, and she said, we're going. My wife now owns a firearm. And this was a woman when I was a law enforcement agent myself, was terrified to even have a firearm in the house, to even have my Glock 19 in the house. She was scared of it. Now this woman owns a firearm. I bought my firearms. Right? It is what it is. It's like, and I can tell you this from experience. When I was working in the I was working for the sheriff's department here, and they were like, hey, okay, so these people, we had a bunch of Proud Boys come down when we were in New Orleans, and we were the city, Mitch Landrieu, one of the few things, good things he ever did was get rid of the Confederate statues in the city. Well, they wanted to surround the statues and be like, we're not, y'all aren't taking them down, and they're armed up. These dudes are out here with they're tactical ARs. They're their AR platform, their long rifles. And they're like, hey, we got to go work this thing, to make sure that these the construction guys who are taking the statues down don't get harassed, right? And I said, okay, cool. So I said, now I live by there. I've seen them. These dudes are out here with ARs. They got mags in the mag well. I said, and so what's the op top? What's the SOP? What are we doing here? What's the standard operating procedure? Because from what I know as a peace officer, if one of these dudes pull that thing up and pointed at me, their life is forfeit, right? I'm clearing leather and I'm unloading on them. And then you should have heard my supervisor, my superiors go, well, it's complicated. You can't do that because and blah, blah, blah. I said, oh, okay. Yeah, it's because it's a bunch of white guys. I said, but if anybody else, somebody that looks like me, points their weapon at a law enforcement agent, it's let them have it with no problem, except for these guys. But I'm just telling you, that's the mentality. So if people come out and they exercise their Second Amendment rights, you're going to see a lot less ICE agents. You're going to see them backing up, and you're going to see them getting in their cars and leaving. I'm telling you, that's what it is. Again, I do not like it, but that is reality. You might not like it either. And I'm not even telling you to do such a thing. That might not even be your role. But for somebody like me, it's my role. I'm a big black dude. I can't hide anywhere. I was talking to Jeff about this. There's nowhere for me to go. My DNA is literally in the system. Marine Corps vet, law enforcement vet. There's nowhere for me to go. I'm on a list. Like I'm supposed to be traveling out of the country beginning of next month. I don't expect to get back on time. I expect to spend all day in a Homeland Security office at whatever airport we fly back into the U.S., right? I'm already expecting this. I mean, God, if it happened to Hassan Piker, I fully expect it to happen to me. Because I talk way greasier than he does. And I mean, don't have the reach, obviously, but it's happening to people like Hassan. It's happening to people who have no podcast. So I totally expect it to happen to me. I totally expect that I'm on a list. I've already heard stories of people's passports getting canceled, whatever. So there's nowhere for me to hide. But if you're not in the system, you haven't committed a crime. You haven't been convicted of a crime, I should say. You haven't been convicted of a crime. You haven't worked a government job. You don't even have a fingerprint for an ADP system at your work to clock in and out. This is probably not the role for you. because you have, I don't want to say more to lose, but you have more leeway of the spaces you can get in and out of. Is that if that makes any sense? So this might not even be your role. So don't feel some type of way when I'm like, hey, y'all got to get not only agitated, not only activated, but also armed. Does not mean that necessarily you should be doing that. Because maybe somebody I know right now, she's like, I wish I could do more. I wish I could do more. She has 2 kids. I said, your job is to raise your children. And if something happens to us, tell your children our story. That is your job in the revolution. Because that's what this is. This is if you're not sitting here calling it a revolution, then I don't know. David, Fort Sumter's already happened. It happened to Miss Good. It's already happened. So if you don't want to take the route I'm taking, and I'm not even saying that's the route you should be taking, or we can pat our bellies and rub our heads at the same time. We can do both. You can talk to my man Jeff. Jeff is organizing for a general strike. Watch how if people like Jeff, if people like the PSL, if people like other labor organizers throughout the United States can do not just what they did in Iraq for the Iraq war, because my fear is this. My fear is this. That I'm old enough to remember the Iraq war, how millions were organized in the street, but there was no labor action behind it. So the empire did not care. Empire did not care. There must be, you have to fuck up these people's, and I say people with these demons, with the loosest of terms. You have to fuck up their money. If you're not prepared to do that's the only thing they listen to. And I'm telling you right now, if we get this off the ground, when I say we, it's not me, people like Jeff can get this off the ground, and we can get any kind of a general strike going in just a city, a state. I ain't talking about the whole country. I'm talking about for any length of time, just in one American city. If you're worried about the first part of this, my talk about violence happening, this second part that you think is nonviolent, get ready for that, because it's not going to be. You're going to watch when you start fucking with capitalism. You're going to see how violent the state gets. You know, how, if you're not consuming, you're going to see how violent the state gets. That's the thing. I have a joke all the time about, and I'm not joking, but I think it's ironically, I think it's truth. People were worried about the COVID-19 vaccine. Oh, the vaccine, it's not been tested. Oh, what if it gives me, I'm shedding virus, whatever bullshit people were talking about, right? I said, I'm getting the vaccine. Actually, I was one of the first, probably 100 people in the state to get the vaccine who could get it. I had access to it. I said, I'm taking it. I'm not worried about it. Oh, what do you mean? Like, you don't trust the government, but you're going to let them put that in your body. And I said, bro, they need us to get back to work. They're not going to put something in me. The whole point of this, the reason why they're pushing these vaccines so hard is because we have to go to work. We have to produce and we have to consume. If we're not doing that, then the whole thing falls apart. That's why I'm not worried about the virus. But if we spontaneously, not so spontaneously, but if we all do this, it's not going to, and stop going to work, it's not going to be nonviolent. If we stop consuming, if we stop buying what we don't need, it's not going to be nonviolent. Go read the people who participated in the bus boycotts during the civil rights movement, how nonviolent that was. And all they wanted to do was walk to work and walk home and not use the city bus. And that was unacceptable. Once you start messing with a municipality, a state's, the federal government's money, it's not going to be nonviolent. I got 13 minutes left, something like that. I got good news on the good news front. I really want to get this out. So I have a friend who is she's Jewish, New York Jew, Jewish lady. Like her a lot. She's cool. I would say I at one point, if you would have asked me a week ago, I would have said she was a Zionist. But she actually came, we're outing, and she came running up to me and told me, I have so much to tell you. I've been wanting to tell, I just haven't been able to just text you or write it down or whatever. And I said, okay, what's going on? And she goes, I get it. She's like, everything you said, everything you've been saying is true. And I was like, all right, tell me more. She told me that she tried to, well, she went to a dating like symposium. It was like sponsored by JDate, which is what JDate is. It's just like, it's Match.com, but for Jewish people, which is not unusual. Like all those companies have like, you know, there's like a black Tinder. There's like an Asian one, like whatever. Fine. Okay, cool. I remember being, I'm old enough. I remember Black Planet. You know about the Black Planet. But I'm like, all right, cool. Well, they said to her, they called her. She's in New York. It's like she's in there early. It's like 2 days, right? And she said they call her and they said, look, we're going to need more information about your grandmother and her lineage, or her great-grandmother. I can't think of his grandmother or great-grandmother, who is literally in the Holocaust. Because that's why there's not like, they don't have, you know, a bunch of like history papers, you know, birth certificates, death certificates, stuff like that on her. She literally like escaped the Holocaust. And they said, because in not so many words, they didn't think she was Jewish enough. And she said at that moment, it clicked to where I just remembered everything you said about how Israel's not about Judaism. It's a white supremacy death cult. Israel is. And again, just how Israel has nothing to do with Judaism. And this is a woman who went on Birthright. This is a woman who's been there multiple times. And it clicked into place. And I said to her, I'm so sorry this happened to you. And I'm also so glad this happened to you. I'm so happy this happened to you. And I said, you know, I gave her the quote of Malcolm X when he said about his time in prison when he was still Malcolm Little. And he said, some people need to feel the beast on their neck before they know he's real. Also, I mean, another thing that comes to mind is a hard head makes a soft ass. And looks like she had a hard head. She got her ass tenderized. And now she gets it to where like, she's like, I don't understand. Like the people who are at this thing, I know for a fact, some of them are pedophiles. A lot of them have like the worst views on women. And I said, now remember, this has nothing. And I'm the one telling her, as you know, as Goyim, as a Gentile, be like, now remember, that has nothing to do with Judaism. Sitting here, just like literally holding her hand, going, don't give up your Judaism. Don't let them take that from you. Your Judaism has nothing to do with their Zionism. And they want you, you know, Israel wants you to feel afraid. They want anti-Semitism to run rampant because they want you to feel like, hey, the only place I can live is Israel. And obviously that's just not true. Obviously that's not the case. And she just understood it. So the best thing I can tell you guys, like, don't ever give up. Even if you have to write, and I wrote this person off completely, right? I wasn't talking to them. I was like, look, I can't. You're a Zionist. I can't mess with you. It is what it is, right? And I completely wrote this person off. But the seed that I had planted finally sprouted. And when it was time to see that, and it was time when she got, in her opinion, I mean, in her feels, when she got betrayed by quote unquote her people, and those are not her people, Zionists are not her people. Just because they're Jews do not mean they're her people. She felt completely alone. Like, can you imagine what that would feel like to have like this cultural thing that you've grown up in, whatever it is that makes you like culturally unique and gives you a feel of just like belonging. I don't know. Like, I don't really have that. The closest I have is whenever I go to Jamaica and we touch down at Marcus Garvey Airport in not Kingston, but what's the place everybody goes in Jamaica, wherever the airplane, it doesn't matter. But we land in Marcus Garvey Airport, and I'm just like, yeah, this does kind of feel like I belong here. And I'm sure if I went to, I really want to go to Zaire. I really want to go to Ghana really bad. And I'm sure I would have that same feeling. But to have that like ripped away from you all of a sudden and feel like, just an outcast. Like, I can't, I told her I was trying to imagine like what this, I can't even, usually I speak in analogies. I'm like, oh, I can understand that because of this, and this. And I literally told her, I can't even understand how you're feeling. But understand that you're definitely not alone. You definitely like should build Jewish community and be around other Jews that aren't genocidal, homicidal, fascist freaks, and feel love from your people. And it's just like, yeah, like everybody should deserve that. I sent her, I actually sent her Adam Friedland when he interviewed Richie Torres. And I said, this is a guy, I said, just watch it. It's probably going to make you cry. It made me cry, but this is a guy who I think gets how you feel, to where he feels like he shouldn't think about this. I just want to be a guy living here in New York. I don't want to, why do I have to, like, not even atone? Why do I have to answer for this? And it's like, you're in that same position to where it's like, you didn't do this, but you rode for it for a very long time, but now it's over. It's over. You don't have to feel any kind of way about it. You saw what was right. You saw what was true. It had to happen to you. I mean, if you want to beat yourself up about anything, you should sit in a quiet spot and try to figure out why you had me, you had other people, you had just objective reality telling you something, showing you things, and how you didn't want to hear or see that until you were excluded. That's something maybe you should look inside yourself and figure out, but it doesn't make you a bad person. We all kind of do that. We all kind of just like go through life, well, that's those people, and liberals do it best because they go, oh, well, I'll pray for them. What are we going to do? Like, I have no idea. But when it happens to you, all of a sudden you're up in arms. I mean, conservatives do this too. Right-wing chuds do this too. I just saw, bringing it back to ICE, I just saw the chief of, Minneapolis PD being like, hey, ICE has been harassing a lot of our off-duty agents when they're off duty, getting into confrontations with them because, they're brown and they're not white. And if this is happening to us, then I can't imagine, what they're doing to just, normal people who aren't, peace officers here in the city. I'm like, motherfucker, what have we been trying to tell you? Like, now you want to listen? Now you want to hear it? All right, fine. I'll take yes for an answer. But now I'll finish this off with ICE and Minnesota. But now your next step is, I don't want to hear you say, I feel your pain. I don't want to hear that fucking bullshit. What I want you to do is, I want you to, now that you know what it is, you know what the score is, you need to, as the Minneapolis PD, get in front of protesters, have your back to them, and be facing down the Gestapo. That's what you need to be doing. Because Ivan's Lefty is the next guy, abolish the police, get rid of them, blah, blah, blah. But I understand we're going to need detectives. I understand, like, the police can't prevent crime. All they can do is just, bring justice. A detective can bring you justice afterwards. I get it. Right? So I hate you. I do. I was one of you and I hate you. But I understand, until we figure it out, until we hit full gay space communism, we're hitting, Starfleet Academy levels of communism, then there's going to be a need for you. But, like, okay, so go out and do some work then. Protect us from these Nazis is what you need to be doing. Same thing with Tim Walz. Want to sit here with Tim Walz talking about this and that, ICE, and, y'all need to peacefully protest. What are you doing, dog? You've got the Minnesota National Guard. Why isn't the Minnesota National Guard being deployed by you to stand in front of protesters to make sure that these guys are not mag dumping into not just America, just people? Right? Why aren't you doing that? You don't want me to be armed. You don't want me to flex my Second Amendment right, but you don't want to protect me either? How does this work? The math is not mathing. So that's what I'll say in my last 30 seconds here. Lumencast, Robert Johnson, Lumencast on Twitch, Lumencast on, where are we at here? YouTube. Also, more importantly, Good Morning Comrade radio show, which airs over live terrestrial radio, 102.3 FM, New Orleans, End All Wars. Also, anywhere you download podcasts is where you will find me and my co-host, Jeff, who is organizing for a better world. All right. Thanks a lot, you guys. Take care. Love you. Bye-bye. Like the McLaughlin Group.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Primetime PEPAGANDA with your host, Pep. I am very happy to see all you fine folks here. We are going to be covering some, what I would call slop. In comparison to everything going on in the world, this is definitely sloppy. And you know what? Occasionally, you got to allow yourself to just kind of not take life too seriously, and, you can kind of get into this stuff. If you're not into drama stuff, I understand, but this has a lot to do, well, this has everything to do with Rashad Richey. If you guys do not know about the Rashad Richey drama that is going on, there was a creator named Cam James who, he wasn't really on my radar before. I think I had watched one or two of his essays, not even really kind of thinking about it. It was more so for like the content and not the creator at that point. And now that I have a firm understanding that this guy he comes from a leftist perspective, which I'll be honest, I was not going to entertain this entire situation because I wasn't sure of his political affiliation, which is not not the proper way to go about thinking about like any of this. Like, I understand that we have to be vigilant in the times that we're in, specifically with all the bad faith actors and everything, but also you can't go into something just trying to protect yourself like in the bubble, you know. We have to be able to think critically about this stuff, and that's why I thought some of the attacks on Cam James from some of the community were a little disingenuous, because they were kind of doing this thing like, why would you even do this? This is hurting our cause. It's like, well, if he's exposing fraud, fraud is fraud. You know, you can't get caught supporting fraudulent activities. That will put you in a very awkward position when it comes to actually defending any of your positions, because then it could just be boiled down to, well, you support somebody that commits fraud, which I gotta say, it has been it's been interesting seeing the downfall of TYT just as a whole. But then to have this happen to one of the shows that I watch, it kind of sucked. And that's where I even bring this up, because, yeah, I was a viewer. I still watch JR. I still watch John Adirola. And yeah, we have been actually covering TYT a little bit more, because ever since we had like the Anna apology, I do kind of feel like, I don't know, their opinion is worth at least listening to, even if they're wrong. You know, I do think that that's something that should be called out. But with that being said, they have certain people in these spheres, like this guy, Nate the lawyer. He did a deep dive on this, because I guess he kind of got brought into it through watching Cam James, and then I guess Cam James was like, his audience was like, have you ever talked to Nate, Nate the lawyer? And if you guys don't know who Nate the lawyer is, he's definitely, he claims to be independent, but he leans right. He definitely hangs with more of a right-wing crowd. Like, if you've ever seen any of his live streams, he has these two lawyers that are overt right-wingers that also are just absolutely insufferable, because I don't think a lawyer can be worth half a damn if they're out there spewing a whole bunch of right-wing propaganda, and it's the same crap that you hear from your random chatters, like that's the kind of stuff that really bothers me about that. But here, I'm gonna bring up a little bit of Cam James, because we're not gonna watch the full thing, but I do feel like you guys should get a little perspective of what he was covering. And then we're going to go into the Nate the lawyer breakdown of everything that is going on with Rashad Ritchie, because I'm not going to bury the lead with my opinion. I'll give my summary, but it's disappointing. I'll say that much.
Y'all, this one's going to hurt. Yeah, from the outside looking in, he's a black progressive leftist like me. By all accounts, his media.
And right there, it tackles the disingenuous framing on which some people were kind of attacking this, because they were saying that, this guy's bringing down black creators, this guy, like, he's doing damage, blah, blah, blah. But like I was saying, he literally comes at this from the same perspective and political perspective as any of us. So he definitely did not a disservice. I think that he's doing a service here. I think that if you guys are okay with somebody going to any degree mill, and this is what I don't understand, the guy already has a legitimate PhD. Why do this? Like, that's my biggest hang up, but
media presence has been crucial in the fight against systemic racism and discrimination, despite the clickbait thumbnails and efforts to profit off of drama. I saw him debating some of the worst.
You have to admit that I even started thinking that was kind of odd, that he would do these like deep dives, and then at the end of the day, you were just getting fed a bunch of Karen did this.
Conservatives in the world, like Rob Smith in that clip, as well as many white far-right conservatives. I think talk show debates are pointless clout chasing, because nobody cites their sources.
It's not wrong.
But I digress. He's fighting the good fight, right? That should exempt him from being called out for blatant
Cope laugh.
lies, right? Hell no. And the rest of this video exists to do just that. This one's for everybody claiming I only attack a certain type of person.
I'll turn this up
We
a little
gotta
bit.
call out our own. First, we need to establish what he's claimed to have and confirm it's him behind those claims in the first place. I'm using 3 sources for this: his official LinkedIn page, his official bio on the Young Turks talent site, and his bio on the Fairness Firm site. That last one was a firm he created, which has a much longer name on paper: International Law Group of Human and Civil Rights Attorneys, PC. I said was because the firm was administratively dissolved this September, according to the Georgia State Department. That's what happens when you don't pay your bills. He's listed as a CFO on this page. The bio calls him a managing partner, and he doesn't even practice law since he hasn't passed the bar at time of publication. That JD isn't real either, but we'll get to that. They probably closed up shop due to not having enough clients, to be honest. Out of the 10 to 12 advanced
Which, again, why?
degrees Rashad Ritchie's claimed to hold over the last 25 years or so, almost all of them are from fake schools, diploma mills, or non-existent degree programs at real schools. Let's run down the list on the Fairness Firm's site and cross-reference it with his OG LinkedIn, the one Johnny Walker Dredd covered last year.
Okay, now this Johnny Walker Dredd guy, I saw that Ben Dixon covered this, and he was saying, like, how you're going to listen to a guy like Johnny Walker Dredd. I don't think that matters necessarily. If the guy's bad faith, obviously, you got to take everything with a bit of a grain of salt, and the guy did seem to have, like, an obsession with exposing Rashad Ritchie, specifically. Like, the guy has, like, a playlist of just Rashad Ritchie videos, but that doesn't mean that what he found isn't necessarily true. You know, like, you can do the cursory research, and some of the stuff they found with this, all it took was just putting in an address and then cross-referencing that to Google Maps and just being like, well, that doesn't look like a school.
Anything you've ever put in the education section is fair game. You don't get to erase lies and get away with it. Let's start with this jurist.
Isn't that like the whole thing with academia? Isn't that the reason that you go to college is so you could do this?
Doctor degree.
That's why people have a problem with this. I think that's why there's a visceral problem. Like when anybody hears about this, it doesn't matter who it is.
In law.
Like when the degree mill stuff came out, and I remember this being a news, like pretty big in the news for a little bit there, where they were talking about like cops, firefighters, that kind of stuff. And I know that like he played a clip of that at some point, but I do remember like hearing about these diploma mills, like the Phoenix, University of Phoenix situation. And that's why, like I was saying, everybody kind of can relate to this, where it's just like, well, wait, why would I go and pay all this money, go into debt, when honestly I could have just bought the degree and still gotten the job? Like it really does kind of make you feel like you're cheated, and like the whole system has kind of failed you in that regard. So
it's the degree.
This should be called out, and honestly, I think that there should be more background checks in these types of situations. Like I think that Jank, honestly, he could have had somebody take a look at this stuff and just been like, hey, man, so we're really happy to have you, and we're really happy that, you have all these accolades, but this is a lot. And some of it has cut, like, even just with just a glance, you're like, well, that doesn't seem right.
Degree that qualifies you to put JD after your name. Renaissance University is a...
All right, so with the JD thing, that's actually a good time to bring this in. All right, so this is the Nate the Lawyer video. I'm going to warn you that there are AI images abound in this. So yeah, I already take this guy with a grain of salt, but when I saw that he was also using AI images, I was just like, oh, damn it. But we're gonna take the information at face value and then try to break it apart.
Real institution.
All right, so here we go.
All right, this is Dr. Rashad Ritchie. He's claimed to be a physicist, quantum physicist at that, a neurophysicist, a neuroscientist, a cognitive psychologist, a doctor of law, a lawyer, and more. Now, even though Dr. Ritchie lives in the United States, most of these degrees come from overseas, places like France, Haiti, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Singapore, Mexico, Cambodia. In 2023 alone, he got 6 degrees from 5 different countries. So in In this video, we're going to show you where all the fake degrees
Definitely
are.
sus.
We're going to show you how Dr. Ritchie has presented fraudulent documents to try to convince the masses that his degrees,
like, again, AI generated,
are real when they are not. And
Cringe.
we're going to expose the entire thing, hopefully in this one video. We got a lot to talk about. Rashad Ritchie is a prominent political commentator from the Young Turks and the host of the show Indisputable.
Just gonna run the intro, huh?
Welcome. It's Indisputable. I'm your host, Rashad Ritchie. Good to be with you today.
Now, Dr. Rashad Ritchie's case is very similar to another case. Remember Dr. Ian Roberts was the superintendent in the largest school district in Iowa.
We are learning new details about a former Des Moines school
Yeah, this was like right after Trump won.
superintendent arrested by ICE.
Yeah.
According to documents obtained by the Associated Press, Ian Roberts falsely claimed a doctoral degree when applying for the job. He was hired even
Yeah, I remember they were disingenuously. See, well, this could put a damper on that argument because they were saying the DEI, and they used this guy
after the school board learned
as like an example
about the misrepresentation.
Also, Ian Roberts had a hidden criminal history that most people didn't know about until he was arrested.
According to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, New York police charged Roberts with possession on narcotics with intent to sell. Prior gun charges include second-degree criminal possession of a weapon in 2020 and possession of a loaded firearm in 2022. Now, the Des Moines School Board hired Roberts the following year.
Now, similar to Dr. Ian Roberts, Dr. Rashad Ritchie also has an extensive criminal past that was hidden from the public. So when Ritchie's criminal past came to light, he decided to sue the bloggers who exposed his criminal past. Now, other news organizations did an investigation. Here is WSB TV in Atlanta. And
okay, this is new information to me.
they looked at Ritchie's criminal record, and this is what they concluded. Quote, Ritchie has a series of misdemeanor convictions for criminal trespass and simple battery. Channel 2 Action News has now learned Ritchie also has a felony conviction for aggravated assault in 1998, but was sentenced as a first-time offender.
Okay, that doesn't matter.
When he completed his sentence,
I hate this shit. Especially from a fucking lawyer. Nah, I'm not okay with this because, again, I'm all for like reform, especially if somebody's doing the work to become better. I can't stand that because then you're no matter what you say, you're always going to boil it down to their worst moment. And that's not okay. There's a reason that it is called paying the debt to society. So you can't constantly just bring that up.
He was wiped from his record. And so you guys understand.
Wiped from his record. You just said it at the end there, Nate.
And
it was wiped from his record. Therefore, he didn't necessarily even need to bring that up. So no. You know what? On this one, if we're going to work in a society that is going to imprison people and it's under the auspice that it is to reform them, then you got to let them reform. If you're not going to do that and you're always going to hold them to their criminal past, then what are we even doing?
I due diligence. Here are the police.
And you wonder why recidivism rates are pretty high? Come on, Nate.
Reports for Dr. Ritchie. They'll be linked in the sources document down in the
Everybody can attack that.
description.
Oh, very important to put that in the sources link, though.
Now, the lawsuit was dismissed because it happened to be true. Ritchie was a felon, and he had multiple criminal convictions under his belt. Now,
this is where it does kind of feel personal, where it's like Nate.
Because of Georgia's first-time offender law, it'd be incorrect to call Ritchie a felon.
And that's why, like, when they were talking about the guy that was doing the deep dives, I've already forgot his name, but the white guy, he wears a red hat that's not a MAGA hat, but it's definitely, a bit sus.
Because that felony was wiped off.
He's definitely got a bone to pick with Rashad Ritchie, and I don't get it. I'm going to go out on a limb and just be like, does he just annoy you, or what is it?
His record. So now that you have a little background on who Dr. Rashad Ritchie is,
I don't know if I would spend that much time doing a deep dive into anybody if they didn't come after me personally.
Let's go into his academic rigor. Now, I'm going to say this unequivocally. Most of his degrees are from either unaccredited degree mills or essentially from fake schools. And
Dude, AI literally just makes your videos.
We're going to see how Dr. Ritchie has even tried to provide fake documents to prove to the
no kidding, it's AI
public
generated.
that these fake degrees are real. And to show you how deep this goes, here is a professor introducing Richie at a commencement ceremony. Tell me if you can pick out which degrees are real and which degrees are fake.
Dr. Richie serves as a professor of physics at Paris Graduate School, is a visiting scholar at Clark Atlanta University, and a professor of business at Morris Brown College. Dr. Richie completed his Juris Doctor degree at Renaissance.
See, right there. Why even do the ones where, like, why? This is what I don't get.
University.
You can't just be happy with the 3 that you had there? What is with this overachieving BS? What are you trying to prove?
Richie also completed doctoral studies at Clark Atlanta University.
Like, dude, and no, if these are fake, then this is pretty fucking egregious. I'm not going to ignore that.
In higher education policy reform, and earned a second PhD from the Business University of Costa Rica.
This is what keeps people from actually going into college, because they see shit like this. I'm being honest, man.
And holds an MBA from Beulah High.
Not talking about myself. Mine was a totally different choice for different reasons, but I have talked to other people that are just like, yeah, you know what? What's the point? And then they... you know what? They went to trade school and
University. He finished his Master's of Science in Neuroscience from the University of the Pacific, and a second Master of Science in Applied Physics and Quantum Mechanics, and a Master of Law in Humanitarian Rights, and is currently enrolled in...
How much of an ego do you need to, like, when you hear her reading this off, and you know that these ones are not up to snuff, man.
The PhD in Quantum Physics Research Program.
And it doesn't pass the sniff test, because, like, number one, TYT took his response video down. We're going to get into
through
that.
the Innovate Knowledge Institute at Paris Graduate School. Dr. Richie was honored with a Lifetime Achievement Award from President...
I mean, this should be embarrassing to anybody that is, like, in academia or has achieved anything in academia. This should be profoundly embarrassing.
Barack Obama in 2016, and is the youngest inductee into the National Black College Alumni Hall of Fame.
This guy's in the National Black College Alumni Hall of Fame with 13 fake credentials. Crazy, right? Now, if you sat through all that and you thought...
Again, you can hate this guy all you want, but he ain't wrong about this.
This was bad. We haven't even gotten to the miracle year of 2023. In one single year, Dr. Richie claimed to receive 5 advanced degrees from 5 colleges in 5 different countries. This guy is amazing. So let's go over it. In 2023, he said this is when he got his JD from the Haitian school.
Doctor of Jurisprudence.
This is the deleted video, by the way.
Yes. Doctor of Jurisprudence, Université de la Renaissance in Port-au-Prince. Faculty Detroit, Legal Sciences Program. Richie completed his Doctor of Jurisprudence, JD. His academic credential is a license in droit. I will explain what that means in a moment. Graduates with a license in droit, which is what I have, from University of Renaissance. A civil law 4-year bachelor's level degree program. Mine was a JD program because of the credits I transferred in from a previous law school.
So we can all keep up. There's going to be a running list of these fake degrees on screen so you can see them as we debunk them. First, we have a JD. Here is medium.
The other thing is, if it can't hold up to this level of scrutiny,
explaining to...
I'm telling you, then you have to kind of look at this and go, yeah, you know what? There's something there.
Everyone,
like
why
I've been saying, you can hate the guy all you
Richard
want, and you can hate the coverage all you want, but this is pretty egregious.
Richie does not have a JD and cannot practice law and is lying to the public. Here's an article from Medium, and it says the credential crisis, how one man's alleged deception undermines black excellence. They're talking about, obviously, Dr. Richie. In that article, they come to the conclusion that Richie does not have a Juris Doctor, and he's just lying to the audience. Quote.
Yeah, and I think that, I don't know this right now, but I would bet that he's going to end up dropping the lawsuit against Cam if he hasn't already.
Perhaps the most egregious.
Or if he never even filed it, because from my last update, he didn't even file. He just threatened to.
Is Richie's
file.
claim to hold a Juris Doctor, the professional law degree required to practice law in the United States. This claim reveals either stunning ignorance or deliberate deception about how the legal education actually works. And she concludes at the bottom, Richie cannot legally practice law in Georgia or any other U.S. state based on his credentials he claims to possess. Yet he operated a law firm and continues to present himself with legal credentials. Richie then produced these fake degrees. This says Richie graduated from the University of Renaissance and he has a master's of law. But that school doesn't offer a master's degree. It doesn't offer a master's in law. And it's very interesting that there's no date on this degree. And this document is obviously fake too. Why? You got the mixed languages. It's supposed to be from a French school, but you got French, and only place we
at Pep Law
you see English is
you see, even at Pep Law, we don't go to degree mills.
So you, the public, can understand what he's trying to tell you. And to put a nail in this, the Haitian government says the school Richie claims that he's gotten
actually Pep Law probably never mind.
Doctorate degree in law cannot even offer those degrees because they said only 4 schools can offer those degrees.
Yeah, Cam
and
brought that
Richie's
up.
school is not one of them. So as you can see, 2020.
Why? See, I keep going back to why. You already had the credentials. You have a PhD. Why? Why pad your resume with such BS that could easily be debunked? And that is just embarrassing.
3, he's achieved his JD from Haiti. Next, we're in Nicaragua, where he claims to have a neuroscience degree.
This is the one.
From
This is
UNIP.
This is really
How do
bad.
we know UNIP?
And he put this up as proof.
Fake. Let me show you. Now, Richie is about to put up this document from the University del Pacifico, an admission letter. And this is supposed to prove that he was enrolled in this particular program.
You can put up my enrollment letter.
Yeah, we saw some of this. Cam did a live stream responding to him getting with the threat of him getting sued.
Student name,
stuff up.
Student number, nationality, USA. So in the enrollment letter, this is when I put in all of my application requirements and transcripts. Dear Richie, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted into the master's program in neuroscience for UNIP. That starts on the 1st of February, 2022. And finishes on the 24th of February 2023 to further your studies. After reviewing your application and the supporting documents, we have determined that you are a qualified student, blah, blah, blah. All right. So that came in 2022. And I finished that degree program accreditation.
An official letter of admissions from UNIP. Now, this letter is fake, and it has a whole bunch of things that show you exactly why it's fake. And it
needs to back off the microphone. It's picking up every little.
It's leading me to believe that since he put 2 fake documents up on TYT, they made him take down this video. Again, that's just my assumption. Look how.
I mean, no, you can make all the assumptions you want. Facts are, this was his response to Cam, and this was his time to prove his accreditations.
Fake this document in it first.
And then it was so bad and so egregious that even TYT was like, no, we got to take that down.
This is allegedly from the Universidad del Pacifico. But when you go down and look at the seal of the document, it's from a totally different school, the San Jose University, Santa Ana, Costa Rica. So since the seal on the document is from the wrong school, we wanted to find out who the hell is David C.H. Liang? Well, my friend Johnny Walker Dread did an expose.
Website from 2020 shows his picture where it clearly states Dr. David Shen Hisang
I guess it's
Liang,
just not all right.
UNIP
Is he
president.
on screen?
That erases all doubt about who we're talking about. So what is David Liang all about? Diploma mills. Well, fake PhD investigator poked around and discovered that it is a university founded in Florida by guess who? Shen Hisang Liang. Notice
I can see why people would have a problem with this guy.
that on formal documents, he doesn't go by the nickname David. Looking deeper.
Why do you have sunglasses on your lapel and sunglasses on your face?
we see that he's also created Masters University
Anybody else?
Incorporated. I mean,
I think that describes it right
University
away.
Incorporated? Okay. But why stop there when you can create?
But this is also part of the problem. If this dipshit can bring this type of attention, you know what? I guess the scrutiny was,
create American
you can't really claim to be above it.
Polytechnic Christian University Incorporated.
Dude.
So
That's
three
what my broader point was. It's more embarrassing that this guy broke the story.
universities, all listed with the principal address of El Dorado Drive in Tampa, Florida. All three created by the man who signed Rashad's letter. Let's take a look at this address. Yep, it's a prefab house of
That's insane.
maybe 1,000 square feet. No garage, not even a carport. All three universities use a P.O. box for their mailing address. Yeah, that sounds legit.
Now, also in 2023, he travels to Singapore, where he claims to have a Master's of Science in Cognitive Psychology from the Asia Pacific.
Why would you even get in bed with any of this?
School of Business.
I'm starting to wonder how the hell he even found this.
Now, the debunk this
that is almost more like it's almost more problematic that like he went into Google. Did he type in like degree mills? What? It almost seems like you have to try to get to these places.
It's easy. Just go to the school's website, the Asia Pacific School of Business, and go to their psychology section and look at their graduate programs. And you can see they don't offer a Master's of Cognitive Psychology at the school. Seems to be made up. Now, just to put a nail in the coffin, the good people there at the Ministry of Education in Singapore actually put on a list of accredited universities and universities that operate justly out of Singapore. And as you can see when you go down the list, the school that Richie got his Master's of Science degree is not listed on this list. So now remember, we're still in 2023. He has an applied physics degree from Costa Rica. So we're from Singapore, now we're in Costa Rica. But unfortunately, that school doesn't have an applied physics department. So I don't know why he claims he got a physics degree from a school that doesn't have a physics program. And also in 2023, he has a master's degree in applied physics from France. He says he got it from the Paris Graduate School. And this is along with his...
As much as I want to be mad at the AI generation, honestly, to apply it like this, I mean, this is almost a good way to show, like, no, Rashad, if you think that this is bad, like, you see these pictures of yourself and you're like, man, no, it's like, well, I mean, you kind of put yourself in a position to where, like, this is the image that we conjure, right?
His quantum physics degree. So I'm going to let Cam James explain why this whole Paris Graduate School is fake.
We can't forget his PhD in quantum physics from Paris Graduate School. He couldn't seem to make up his mind on what he actually did here, considering the old version of his LinkedIn said he was the department chair of science, law, and philosophy. 3 different departments at any real university.
It's one thing to be the department chair of a physics department or a law department or a philosophy department, but he's the chair of all 3.
The dates were also from July 2023 to present, when Johnny made his video on this a couple years back. Fast forward to today.
We also have to bring this up, that how embarrassing would it be if the worst does come from this and he does, end up losing his career over at TYT, that he got taken down by a guy named Johnny Walker Dredd.
And the start date is April 2022 all of a sudden. And he's only claiming a PhD in philosophy and quantum physics now. By the way, quantum physics is just a term he loves using. No accredited degree program anywhere puts those 2 words together.
I'll be honest, I don't know about that.
Man,
I'm not sure if that's entirely.
Let's hit the homepage of Paris Graduate School. The first sentence I see is incoherent. A graduate school anywhere shouldn't get a pass for language barriers, but one in Paris definitely doesn't. They don't have a quantum physics degree program because no one does. And the last thing, they still list Rashad as the chair of all 3 departments. You can't even get your LinkedIn on code with the school, fam.
Oh yeah, in 2023, he then also goes to Cambodia and starts a master's program in neurophysics from a school that doesn't have a neurophysics program. Then the next year, he goes to Mexico and gets a doctorate in law. So that means he had to be working on a doctorate while he was getting those other 5 degrees. Oh yeah, and last but not least, he got a quantum physics degree from the Paris Graduate School, which is a scam school. It just is. And we all know it's a scam school. So let's look at...
I'm going to still say allegedly, even though you're a lawyer.
His Miracle 2020.
Here on Pep Talks. That was not me. That was Nate the lawyer.
3. He got a JD from Haiti. He got a Master's of Law from Haiti. He got a neuroscience degree in Nicaragua. He got an applied physics degree in Costa Rica. He's got an applied physics degree in France. And he also has cognitive psychology from Singapore. All in the same year, people. So let me bottom line this to you. 21 credentials, 8 countries, and only 1 verified doctorate from Clark University in Atlanta. Now, we're talking about everything from a church in Modesto, California, to a degree mill from Singapore that's giving out masters in physics, but they don't offer masters in physics. Maps don't lie, information don't lie, people lie. And the evidence...
I already know that there's going to be a few things in here because we've had this discussion because we did watch the original Cam James stuff. And I remember we had a discussion about like not canceling and this isn't enough, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to just speak for myself here. I think that it is, and it's not even like I would say publicly. It's just me personally. I cannot watch his content anymore without thinking about why he would need to lie about all that stuff, and then also simultaneously give him the credit where it's like, nah, you know what? Even if he lied about that, it doesn't bother me.
Is indisputable. Now, my take. I believe the Young Turks, TYT, that's Cenk, I believe he understands and knows that one of his top talents is a fraud, is lying about having doctorates and degrees, and it is hurting the cause. If you are claiming to be a progressive show and stand for progressive
literally puts up the Democrat
issues, you cannot allow a fraud to continue to operate. They literally have his fraud.
I hate, this is what I hate. I hate the fact that I'm kind of ideologically opposed to this specific cat. And I'm like, nah, he's right.
Degrees on their website. Just to see, you know, I'm not making this up. You could just scroll down to it and it says here, undertake doctoral casework at Schofield Graduate School, where his quantitative research focused on global effect of Western religion and politics. But here is Schofield Graduate School.
I searched, and this is the closest I could get. It says here, Schofield Graduate School and Theological Seminary, California, and Trinity Graduate School, India.
And you really cannot wear a red hat anymore.
Now,
and like,
I looked through this. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on here. So I figured, okay, one way to find out what a school really is about is to go to the actual address. Where are they? I scroll down here.
Again, if this is the level of scrutiny that he's being held to, then it's like, and you can't get past that, that's a problem.
Contact us. And here is the actual address, 1483 Mabel Avenue in Modesto. That's interesting. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at what 1483 Mabel Avenue, Modesto looks like. And there it is. There is your PhD granting institution where Rashad Ritchie claims that he got his doctorate. Now you may think, well, wait a minute, maybe it's across the street. No, if you kind of scroll through and look around, this is the neighborhood where this esteemed university is located. And yeah, that's it. There it is.
That's no bueno.
Yes. I know, it's insane. And he's holding himself out as a doctor. And this is where he's saying he got his PhD from. This is kind of crazy. Dr. Rashad Ritchie is a fraud, fake, and phony. We all know it.
According to him.
We all see it.
And a lot of evidence.
For fact, this article by Medium sums it up best. Quote, what makes the Ritchie case particularly insidious is the intersection of fraud and influence. This isn't someone quietly working a job with a fake degree. This is someone using alleged fraudulent credentials to build authority, interview political figures, shape public discourse, and present himself as an educated voice.
Nothing wrong about this.
On critical issues affecting the Black community and democracy itself. As I process my own disappointment, I think about the young Black journalists, lawyers, and scholars who are doing doing the work the right way. The ones burning the midnight oil in law libraries, conducting actual research and defending legitimate dissertations, and earning credentials through intellectual rigor.
I mean, if you think that this isn't going to play into the Trump administration's way of disingenuously using DEI too,
rather than a credit card transaction. We deserve better than bought degrees.
This could do so much more damage.
And borrowed credibility. We deserve representation that is real as the struggles we've overcome to achieve it. Now, the sad part about this whole story is that there are people out here who are defending this fraud. Here is Richard Taylor. He looked at the videos. He sees all the fake degrees. He sees Richie the fraud. And this is his conclusion.
I haven't done any research. I don't care to do any research. Whatever Dr. Richie's educational status is, I see he does bring some issues to light, right? He brings some injustices to light.
This is I heard this from other people too.
He, apparently does things in his community.
That's not a great defense, just so you know.
He has came from a gang life or, a street life. So in that regard, we have some things in common as far as, overcoming obstacles and being where we are today. And so my question is to those who, are trying to discredit him. Why are you doing it?
You know what? I want to answer that directly with my face on the camera. Those degrees up there took me 8 years to get. The license to practice law and my JD.
And you can, again, disagree with his politics. He's not wrong about this.
8 years. That's undergrad, that's graduate school, and I bust my behind working, taking care of children, and going to school to get those credentials. I didn't just pay for them with a credit card. I did the work. So if you are okay with propping up a fraud, when it's found out that that person's a fraud, it makes us all look bad. But you know what? You're okay with it because you're okay with frauds presenting themselves as black excellence. So if that's what black excellence is to you, then you're a fraud just like he is. Because I think what black excellence is someone actually going, doing the work, earning the degrees, and then coming on here and telling you like it is. But that's too much to ask. That the man who says that he's a quantum physicist...
Is that fucking Triple H behind him?
...actually goes and takes the courses, actually goes and does the work. You sound like a fool. And if you want to continue to watch Dr. Richie and play that game, that's fine.
It's Bret the Hitman Hart.
But remember, if he's black excellence,
he's got a new 52 art
then
piece.
You're saying black excellence is a fraud.
And Roman Reigns. That's Roman Reigns. Sorry.
So at the end of the day, what say you? Do you believe Richie's legit or do you think he is a fraud? Don't forget, share.
All right. So this is where I'm going to give my my take on this. Although I did kind of go into it throughout the duration of the video. I'll just do my summary. I think that this does lend to people calling him a fraud, and this is what sucks, because he's not really. He does have a PhD from my understanding. He does have accreditations that you could never take away from him, but this is so egregious and this needs to be called out. And that pass that other guy was trying to give, where he's just like, he's done a lot for the community. No. Because I know I had a pastor when I was still obviously, going to church, that it turned out he not only got busted committing adultery, but he was doing so with a parishioner who was underage. So take that for what you will. And we had a lot of people within the congregation that were like, okay, but this doesn't diminish what he did, and this doesn't diminish his good works. And honestly, he has shown that he is willing to repent for this. And, we are about forgiveness. And it's just like, wow. So quick too. And it's just like, no, it's the hero worship shit. That's the cult stuff. And that's where I'm calling it out. If you cannot objectively and critically think of the leaders in whatever movement you're in, whether it be political or religious, then you need to step back and kind of do that. Like, just have that just one thought. Like, am I in a cult? Do I have the sunken cost fallacy? Like, do I have that whole, behavior behind it where it's just like I'm standing up for something that I'm actually ideologically opposed to, especially if somebody that was outside this bubble started doing, then I would call them out on the same thing, because I'll be honest, if there was a right winger doing this, I would be just as quick to call it out and to platform it. And Cam James kind of said something pretty good there, where he was just talking about how, no, we do need to call out our own. Like, this idea that we stop short of somebody that is in political or, again, sociological agreements with us, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. If anything, no, you should hold those people to a higher standard. It's the same with your friends. Like, you should hold your friends to a high standard. And, you know, I have had to end friendships because it turned out that they were not good people. It turned out that they, you know, had it within them to commit some stuff that I may not have ever seen them do it. But when it came to light, it was just like, yeah, I can't associate with that, you know? And maybe it's because I do have a pretty old school, I guess, religious way of thinking, where it's like you're kind of judged by the company you keep, at least. You know, my grandma was kind of about that, but it's frustrating, though. It really is. And like I tried to preface a little bit, and I don't think I did a good enough job on it. I liked watching Indisputable. Indisputable was one of those shows that it always felt different than everything else on TYT, to the point where it was like, no, it was something that I would seek out. I would go watch his interviews. But now, it really does make me question everything. Like, even in his authority of speaking. Like, and this is where I apply it to the pastor, where it's like, nah, man, nah, there's just no, I can't mentally get past that, separate the art from artist type of BS. And I would also argue that in the good stuff that he has done, this actually damages that. You know what I mean? Like, when he went to that clip of her reading all the accreditations, like, after having the context of why we were watching it, that was a bit cringe. Especially when it, like, you can kind of check mark each one and just be like, wow. Because, what was it, 4? He had 4 legit accreditations that, I'm not even kidding. You stop there, that's awesome. It's more than I'll ever fucking do. Like, you kidding me? But, this is embarrassing, I have to say. It kind of sucks, but thank you for hanging today. We got a little bit left to go in the show, and if you guys do not know, we are in a bit of a Terminator timeline here, if you will. I had something else going on today, so I had to do a pre-record. Apologies to anybody that has gotten fooled, or if hasn't seen the Chiron if it's running. Yes, we had to do a pre-record, but I always appreciate when you guys join me on Primetime with Primetime PEPAGANDA. I gotta make that a new thing. I just you know what? We should probably work on that. Producers, let's get on that. Also, I haven't said the thing, so if you guys can hit the like button on the stream, it really helps out every creator on this space. Makes you that much more awesome of a person, and you guys can know that you truly have the appreciation of one of the content creators, this guy RVD. Again, if you know, you know. But yeah, and also if you guys want to check out the VOD for the stream, as I said, this is a bit of a Terminator timeline where I'm going to be talking a little bit about what's coming up in my future - past. Yeah, you guys can check out Cam. We're gonna watch Cam James, or we have watched. There we go. We have watched Cam James cover TYT as a whole. So if you want to see that breakdown and my reactions to that, you guys can go watch the VOD from the stream. It really helps me out. Whenever you guys do that, you guys now have the option to do so vertical and horizontal. Actually, you know what? I'm going to address the vertical stream stuff while I'm here. Okay, so if you guys don't know, and I'm sure that there's a lot of people in chat right now that totally know, you know what? I'm going to just take this moment to say shout out Etch, shout out Pinkerbell, shout out to every Natchiket. Like, I'm sorry if I'm forgetting anybody, but if you guys have been in my vertical streams and you have had to moderate, I really appreciate the help. Alirda, God, I know I'm forgetting some people, and I feel so bad about that. Again, if I forgot about you, you can chastise me on the next live, and I will make sure to give you a call out, a shout out. But yeah, the moderation is definitely needed because we do have, I don't know why my stream specifically, that's very odd to have happen during a pre-record. Somebody followed me while I'm not live. Hey, cool. Thank you for the follow. Sif Play. Very cool. But yeah, my vertical stream is definitely, like, it gets brigaded. I'm still under, like, the impression that I'm not sure if they're bots, and they seem to be smarter bots than your average ones. It's not the ones where they just like do like name, 4 numbers, and then spam. Like, I get those, but I don't know. I've had a few situations where I'll call somebody out on it, and then they're just like, no, I'm not a bot, real. Or those. The funniest one was the guy that was just like, beep boop, bitch. I know that you guys have seen that one, but yeah, it is definitely a different vibe. I noticed on Jake's vertical live stream, he has a very similar demographic coming to him. So I think with that, what happens is the way that the shorts algorithm works, it goes to whoever is looking for news and political content. So we get them all there. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of protest coverage too. So man, it was pretty much after Renee Good. Like, it's almost been daily. But on the other side of that, it's also doing well. You know, I've got some really cool people that come on in, and I think that because I do engage the way I do, I have been able to kind of weed out the people. You know, they get bored. Some of them will return to kind of troll me a little bit, but for the most part, yeah. I have noticed that it has kind of calmed down a little bit. I've noticed that, and this is where, for anybody that is looking at doing vertical streaming, it's not all bad. It's not all bad. You just got to get through that initial push because, yeah, you start seeing some more like-minded people coming into chat. It's pretty cool. You know, and I always feel good about that. And I also, you know what, I'll just say it. I've had some people say that I have changed their minds specifically in the way that I interact with them. And that's why this might get a little bit preachy, but this is why you do need to kind of engage people in a way that isn't condescending. I know that I don't like people coming at me with preconceived notions, like when they just say I'm liberal, you voted Democrat, you're just a liberal Democrat, centrist, blah, 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 any of it. If your first initial impression is to not even ask what my position is, then I've kind of got an issue there. Again, left or right. But I think that that's why I have been able to engage people and bring them, you know, to the level that they're willing to talk. And I have had people tell me that, like, I started here as a troll. You know, we got one of the famous guys in the chat. Shout out Kirk Official Music. Go follow him. He came to my channel, God, over a year ago at this point. It's flying by. But yeah, he came here as a MAGA troll. Maybe not even a MAGA troll, but he came here to troll. Like, he was definitely right wing. And he has, you know, don't want to speak out of turn here, man, but, you know, the fact that you have said, you know, me engaging is what kind of calmed you down. you have shifted your views a little bit. Not sure entirely, but and that's all I'm looking to do is kind of just, if we can start by getting people to engage and not just constantly shouting at each other, and then we can find common ground, you know. And I know that some people are just like, no, that's lame, or oh, that's the easy way. It's like, yeah, and we should definitely consider, you know, well, hard to say now during the Trump administration. All right, I'll concede that, especially after the Renee Good thing with everything going on with ICE. It is very easy to fall into the emotion. But this is also where, addressing the vertical chat thing again, it's kind of gotten easier for me to not engage as much. But I kind of, you know what? If you guys were watching the show yesterday, I did have a moment with the chatter that just got annoyed. And the funniest part is, it's all because I watched this. I'm sure you guys have heard of Hawk, you know, mullet guy. Good content. Seems like a nice dude. But he was talking about his ADHD and his oppositional defiance disorder, his ODD, which I have the exact same diagnosis. But when I got the diagnosis for ODD, I thought it was BS right away. Because oppositional defiance disorder, it's literally you're being told that your brain doesn't conform to social norms or to authority. Like you essentially have a problem with authority, which I don't feel like that's a mental disorder at all. I think people that are lacking that are actually the ones that are mentally disabled, in my opinion. But yeah, as somebody that, you know, that holds that diagnosis as well. My broader point was that when I got diagnosed with that, I kind of felt like, no, that's the government just trying to control you, man. And my therapist was just like, you would say that though if you had ODD. I'm like, yeah, but hold on, this is a catch-22, man. For real. Like, you're telling me that because I have a problem with authority, that I have a mental disorder, which I don't feel like that's a slippery slope in my opinion. Now the ADHD, yes, 10,000%. My dyslexia, again, yes. God, the fact that I got diagnosed late in life sucks, guys. So if you guys are of a younger age, I'm going to just say this much, and you have the feeling that you have this stuff going on, talk to a doctor, because if you go to a GP, like a general practitioner, or even like somebody within your hospital network, they will get you to somebody that will be able to diagnose you with these conditions. And trust me, don't be afraid to. Like, I know that there's a lot of stigma behind mental health, especially now with, like, literally today, Trump signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums, which, great. You're going to see a lot, and this is where I think that this is the preface for locking up leftists. I'm not even kidding. Like, you're going to see a lot of people that are of the left persuasion that are going to start occupying these things, because they're going to start, this is the slippery slope thing. I'm sorry to any of my trans viewers, but this, be vigilant, guys, guys and girls, sorry. Because guys, gals, and non-binary pals. I whoever said that in chat, I appreciate you, because I like that one. But yeah, just be vigilant, because this is why they were doing the preface with oh, well, technically being trans is a mental illness kind of thing, and then autism. This is their way of just being oh, there's undesirables in our community. This is what we can do, and we can do it under the auspice of, oh, well, we're helping them in their mental health. I'm not trying to end the show on a dire note, but it's something to definitely be aware of. With everything going on with ICE, it's not beyond anything that they have shown us that they are willing to do. So, I think that we, keep vigilant. I am happy to see that there is as much pushback to everything that ICE is doing publicly, where we have a bunch of independents that are starting to come out. You have a bunch of right-wingers that do not support Trump anymore. Like, you have people that went this whole year, they voted for Trump, and now they're like, can you please forgive us? Which, that's another conversation for kind of another day, because I know that I could do a full hour on that. But to kind of sum up, it's like, this is where the redemption thing kind of comes in. If they're willing to join us as the community that is pushing back against ICE, let's not do what sometimes we always do, where we just go, well, I'm holding you to your worst take. You're not welcome. I don't think that that's what we should be doing anymore. But that doesn't mean letting your guard down entirely. Trust me, there are some bad actors out there. There are some people out there that will try to disingenuously use our forgiveness against us. And I think that, again, vigilance is important, but I do also think that, you can tell the difference. I think that we all have the mental acuity to kind of differentiate between somebody that's coming in, legitimately and is legitimately concerned about what's going on, and the people that are trying to infiltrate. Because I know that I know yesterday, I'll address this too. Yesterday, I kind of broke it down for people where I'm like, if you want to prove that people are getting paid at these protests, it's pretty easy. Show up to the protest, talk to the protest organizers, and ask where you get your paycheck, and then make a TikTok about it. Now, the reason I'm even bringing this up is that you guys should do the exact same. Like that one, take it and use it daily, because they do not have an answer for that one. And the more and more that they get faced with the fact that it's like, you guys could easily expose us, and then also use the Minnesota thing and be like, I thought that fraud was kind of your thing. I thought that you guys wanted to expose fraud. What's going on there? Yeah, don't be afraid to do that. But one thing I will say also is to kind of put a bow on this, and also not leave it to where it's like, be vigilant, and also kind of feeling like the unsettling feeling. Just know that, yeah, we have a kick butt community here on this space, here on the left, just in general. We have cultivated really one of the best spaces online. And I know that I'm biased, but I'm also being honest. I love everybody that's here. I love everybody that has, that watches my stream. And I'm not just saying that because you guys watch me, legitimately. You guys are fun people. I love engaging with you guys. And I love just being able to have these conversations. And yeah, I think that we need to continue this. I think that we're in for an interesting 3 years, folks. I will say that much. But with that being said, I'm going to start doing some plugs and then kick it off to the next show. I know that you guys are waiting for Left Past 10, But in the meantime, before Left Past 10 kicks off and you guys get to hang with the wonderful crew over there, shout out Letterheck, shout out Jake, and shout out Andrea. Also Sandee. I can't forget Sandee. Sandee's awesome. You guys should definitely check out Environmental Coffeehouse for anybody that's interested in, climate and some of the more serious stuff that we should be talking about. And also, a little bit of vegan talk there. It's good place for people to hang out. But the most important thing is that you guys like and subscribe to this space, and go over to my channel at Pep Talks TV on YouTube. I'm sure the description is in the chat here. You guys, or the link is in the chat here, and you guys can subscribe to my channel. We're getting so close to 2K. Not sure if we did it today or not, but we're almost there. Really appreciate all you guys checking out the content and hanging. So with that being said, I will see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Good girl.
Matt sent me something.
Hello? Hello?
Hey, buddies.
Hello?
How you doing?
I
I'm
don't know.
going to say that I feel like this might be one of the best episodes. Because you're starting, but I'm
You
putting
feeling
that
it?
energy
Okay.
out there.
Yeah,
Well, first of all, there's no Matt. That's already, we're off to a great start.
Ooh, so much more left leaning this time around.
That's true. Yeah. Well, I mean, we still got Jake here.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's okay. It's okay. Here we go. My favorite part. My favorite part. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. You think it's going to be the best show, Andrea? I'm goddamn.
I think so.
If I say I'm tired, you're going to say, "Oh, you're always tired."
Well, to start, hey, look, birds of a feather. Did you also pour yourself a big glass of Everclear?
No,
my
it's just
God.
water for me.
Everclear.
Okay.
However, this cup is the one with Everclear.
Oh,
So, got to go back and forth.
mine is cheap soda seltzer. Cheap.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Cheap seltzer. Yeah, no drinking.
Turns out this is just water too. Ugh.
Nope. Alcohol. That was the one beer I had at the holiday.
Yeah,
All
water
right.
is tasting pretty bad these days.
So
See you,
welcome everybody. And that was a good show. Pep is a good. I like him. I think he's really reasonable.
Hey,
and
Max,
he's-
I'm on
he's-
TV.
He's good. He's good.
Yeah.
And Jake, you're hopping along on your shows too with the vertical and horizontal, which I cannot. I looked at Ecamm today, and I don't think I can do both yet. I don't think they have it where you can do both yet. I don't want to. I can't keep up with one chat.
It's an illusion, though. Like if you look at those videos, it looks like they have tons and tons of views. Those aren't real. Those are, for the most part, those are people that watched like 4 to 5 minutes tops.
Jake, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You're doing these vertical bullshits to talk to dummies, right?
Yes.
Would you want to do a cooperative version
yeah.
on your
I really
channel?
would.
Because I don't do YouTube anymore. I do this space. But I wouldn't mind talking to some dummies with my old pal Jake.
But here's my question for you: Are you just okay?
Yeah,
I'll tell you what I have
you
had.
give me the rules, I will follow your rules.
Okay,
it's your show, your rules.
My revelation here has been that these people have no idea who we are. They don't have the slightest
I
idea
have
of
no
what we
clue
stand.
whatsoever. That's
It's
my
insane.
favorite. My favorite type of person is someone who's going to immediately assume a lot of things about me, which I can systematically snipe, like not unlike Israelis in Gaza. Just
Never assume. Oh, by the way, Andrea, I've been loving your interactions on Blue Sky. I've been following you.
Yep,
It's
I've
fun.
been.
I'm having
since
fun.
this whole thing with Minneapolis, I've decided to start posting again.
Yeah,
I
it's
took like a
good.
year off of posting, and now I'm posting.
Well, I'm following you anyway. I like it. Every one of them. I'm gonna always like them and follow you.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm hoping we spread out across platforms because I'm
Well,
sick of being at the whim of YouTube. So good for you being on Blue Sky.
Well,
I mean, I've been on
I'm
Blue
all
Sky
over.
since I looked. What happened there? Did you?
Oh, my
hurt
hand's
yourself?
healing.
Oh,
It's healing. Oh,
That's healed.
listen.
Is that like you slipped on the ice the other day or
God.
something?
Yes.
That looks.
Yep, I've had that same, and then you go, whoa. Yep.
Oh.
But you know, I stream to X. Not every show, but I do. I stream my show with Antonio to X, and because I still have that sub, or whatever they call it, the blue check that somebody had bought me when I lost the channel to get it back.
Sure.
And I will stream there because that's where the Climate Crisis Club is. And if you stay in your own lane, it's not that terrible. If you stay with your own.
It's like
climate people.
it's like the minefield. You click the wrong tweet, child sexual
and then it's just
things.
right.
You click the wrong thing, and then it's like, naked celebrities. You click the wrong thing, and now you've accidentally downloaded 10,000 images. The FBI is on their way. You know, you just gotta be careful.
happened. Well, it hasn't happened, but I will. I'll say that that this X thing, I wouldn't be there if it wasn't for the Climate Crisis Club. But they can't. The space thing, I had never known what a space was, and it's very functional. I mean, a lot of people can be on a space from all over the world, and they don't have to take a shower or look like anything because you're not on camera. You know, they're just talking.
They reinvented TeamSpeak.
Well, whatever it is, I don't know. I just like Saturdays. That's all. I can't, that's all. I like Saturdays. I like the people that are on that space. But I find with X, I get a little bit more angry in my tweets, or a little bit more obnoxious. And I find myself getting out of my comfort zone and going over to the idiots. There's certain I do follow, and I will post things that, because they say such moronic things. I can't get over some of it. But then I think
terrible.
I mean, they're already tracking us. They know exactly who everybody is or whatever, if they want to come and do to your door. I think I'm hardly a threat, but Oh, wait! Who's at the door?
I have a series of I got this idea in October of I think it was 2023. How long has this thing been going on? Was it 2023?
Yeah.
I got this idea to just build tunnels. I've been building tunnels since October 2023. So Hamas was proven to have all these tunnels. And I was like, oh, that's a good idea. I might need these later. So I got tunnels, multiple state lines have been crossed. I've got a whole network going on.
Shit.
So it's like what a Rambo 5. I got a Rambo 5 type tunnel scenario. Have you seen Rambo 5? You know, the one with the tunnels?
I saw the trailers, and
did you see the tunnels in there?
I saw the tunnels in there.
It's fucking, it's like, it's Rambo, tunnels, Home Alone. Just, that's all I can say to describe it.
On your game?
No, in Rambo 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forget what it's called. I think it's just called Rambo because Stallone is a fucking idiot. And
who said I was obnoxious in the chat?
Who said that?
I did. I said I'm obnoxious on X. I get obnoxious as hell. Kim is my moderator. She's like, Sandee, obnoxious.
I just get obnoxious everywhere. I feel like I don't know how to fit in with most people. So I just embrace the fact that I'm a piece of shit and I make people uncomfortable.
No,
that's why Matt left the show. It's because I make him so uncomfortable. He can't stand being around me.
You live in Obnoxia. That's okay. It's okay to be a member of Obnoxia. Listen, I'm a proud one.
I love it. I love it said just like that. Obnoxia.
Obnoxia.
I want to pass a compliment along to Pep. That's such a good talking point for when people are like, oh, all these folks are paid protesters.
Oh my God. Yeah.
To respond to such a person by saying, go to one of these and go get yourself paid and make a video about it. You'll make $1 million on top of the $20 or whatever.
A paid protester. Oh my God. Well, and wait, and don't forget it's paid by George Soros. It's not just anybody. It always has to be paid by George Soros because he's the only boogeyman on the left that they think has money. I'm surprised they haven't said it's Jay.
I wish George Soros would use his money for something that's not
really,
like
I fucking wish
complete
so
garbage.
I would send in my social security number.
When you stop and think about what it is they're suggesting, it does reveal so much, like how little they know about us. Like the idea that a billionaire would support anything we have to say.
A billionaire. I know.
But it's a good point though, because of that what was that? Don't Call Me Shirley guy who went to Minnesota and caused all this. Like, why doesn't he go to the protest and reveal the secret funding apparatus?
He was testifying, I guess, at a House hearing on this shit, wasting more taxpayer money that we don't want to pay for all this bullshit. Yeah,
it's a good thing the U.S. dollar is collapsing soon.
Oh, Andrea, I found an article. I put it on my Facebook. I actually made a video for my personal Facebook friends today, which I've never done before. And I was very easy
What
on
is it
them.
titled? Buy gold now.
No, it was
your last
about-
chance.
No, I did my points of why everything's so fucked up, and I played my flying video intro, my new intro, which I don't know if you've seen. Did you see it, Andrea?
I'm not sure.
Oh, you'll love it. If I played it here, it's not going to get a. I don't know.
Do it.
Well, wait a minute. The music is from. Well, the music is my music. I bought it from. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. I mean, they're still gonna fuck it. We'll have to go through the licensing. You'll have
Yeah,
to
I don't
give
want to play it
and
then
then they're gonna
because
take
you
6
watch
months
it.
to fucking-
Watch it.
Just send me a link and I'll.
Yeah,
check
I
it.
will, because I know you like my videos. You'll really like.
Oh
this
yeah,
one.
you got
It's
some
very
really
short
good
and
ones.
sweet, but it has a. I'll just give you the hint of the bang. Yeah, because I mean I can play it because I pay for Epidemic Sound, so I get the subscription and I can pick whatever I want, and it's not well, because I've been using it for so long, it's not AI music, most of it that I pick, because I've had this library going for years with this music. So I hope it's not anyway, but you can't tell anymore. Everybody's using this shit. Oh, I'm very talkative all of a sudden, but I finally got my letters finished and ready to go to our economic development committee here in the county. And
To stop the AI thing?
Well, well, they don't have it yet. I'm just saying that I wrote. I don't think so. I've been watching the meetings online. I don't think so. And we want to stop them thinking that they can. It's taken me to write these professional letters like I used to write at work, like with no problem, at least a month to get it to where it's perfect. And there's 2 letters, and the one is against data centers and giving the points, and the other one is for industrial hemp and potentially bringing the industry to the county if they're so worried about jobs. And that's it. I did it. I finally did. I'm not going to read it to you, but I mean, I did it. And so
That's
I'm mailing
good.
it out
Good for you.
tomorrow. Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I'm really actually happy with how it sounds.
You should consider just theoretically, they might throw that shit in the garbage, right? So like why not photocopy it and mail it out once a week until you get a response?
Well, I'm going to do an email also. She won't throw it out. She
All right.
won't.
I mean, I don't know these people, but
It's a very small county I
that's
live in.
something I would do.
And I'm also sending my business card for cred. I know I'm retired, but I have a business card that has, the cred on it, director.
Yeah, you just have to accidentally Sharpie over the date that says 1984.
No,
on it.
fuck you. It does not.
Just, make sure they don't see that part.
1984. Oh, you bitch. No, it's okay. I love. What did you say on your show about today? Was it today? About kids, and if you had your kid in 1968, it's okay. But
Yeah, maybe.
I was like, wait a minute, it would have been impossible. Anyway, yeah.
I mean, I just saw these fucking photos of them trafficking this 5-year-old down to Texas. This little fucking 5-year-old. They fucking kidnap him, send him to knock on doors because, it's a 5-year-old. I'll open up. And then they just traffic them all to a death camp where fucking someone got fucking starved to death or whatever like a week ago. So that's great. I'm not trying to, ruin the mood here.
You're
But
not, there's no, listen, what mood? I mean, we're in Fuckville.
yeah, the daily snuff films are
That's
getting quite intense.
Your show is Fuckville and mine's We Are So Fucked. So what's yours, Jake? No, his is optimistic. It's what you can do.
Well, subheading "fuck these people," by all means.
Okay, because I've definitely got Andrea in the fold of Doomer. She's going to be talking to all.
I think I've been in the fold
No,
for
but
a
I
while
mean,
now.
you're going to be talking to. I'm going to get you talking to all of the Doomers on Blue Sky. You're right.
Me in.
Yeah, I'm bringing you in.
Sign
Ian
me
in
up.
Ireland. You can talk to you and Ian. Will get along great. Ian,
All right.
there's a whole thread of us on there from
Call
all
to
over the world.
action for the audience. We were talking about this when these ICE kidnappings and killings started, but now more than ever, there is local organizations near you. Usually they're going to have different names from place to place. There's local organizations near you that interfere with ICE. Join them. You're either part of one right now, or you are a bystander. And
Or building.
history-
You have to either, if there's none near you, build one. Start it.
Good point. if you can't find one, then you have an obligation to build one.
Yeah, like you need to either
can't do nothing.
get ready for the incoming storm, or go somewhere nearby or whatever that is already active. Otherwise, I mean, at the very least, you got to be getting ready. Like, and I'm just saying on a selfish, narcissistic, you only give a fuck about yourself, no one else. You got to get ready because they're coming for you, buddy. They're going door to fucking door with fucking 5-year-olds to fucking
You think they'll
bring
do
out
that?
people in -20 centigrade with fucking undressing them in -20 centigrade.
I saw that in
That
small
fucking shit?
farming communities like mine. I'm waiting. I don't think we didn't hear much this year that they were going to the farms. We didn't hear too much. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's
farmers.
disgusting.
If you were carrying around a shotgun on your property and talking big about how this is your property and ain't no government going to come on and tell you what to do, now's the time to find out if you're really about that. If you let ICE onto your property without a warrant, you're not about that. You've been running your gums. You're not who you said you were, and you got to admit that to yourself.
Oh,
There
all
was
these
a
yahoos
leaked
around
ICE
here.
document that I saw that confirms that they tell and train all their officers, quote unquote, that warrants are a thing of the past. They said on the leaked document, it says specifically, like, if someone asks for a warrant, you say you don't need one.
Is that Greg Bovino leading that one, or
Yeah,
Holman?
that memo. Yeah,
He's a little Nazi. Oh my God.
that guy with his little
and he's a
fucking
little
jacket.
guy. Yeah, and oh,
It's always,
boy.
No offense to all
No,
the
I
the
know.
short
No
kings and
offense to
queens,
shorter
but,
guys at all.
There's some, it's like, you're short. Most people, they deal with it, but there's a certain type of person that just cannot handle that situation. Even though, if you didn't know, the short people live longer. The shorter you are, the longer average
Really?
lifespan. So the taller you are, the sooner you die. So I don't know why anyone would want to be tall.
I'm 5'3", so I guess I'll be.
You're going to be around for a while.
I'm going to have to watch all this shit unfold.
Yeah.
Okay, but now I'll tell you, I'm doing a fundraiser, guys, for a driveway gate. Fixing mine. No, I'm kidding.
All right.
Fair enough.
No, I have a driveway gate, but it's a piece of shit. I need a metal one, not the wood one.
Well, I'm doing the second ever Wicked Cookout this Friday. We are going to be entertaining folks who are staying home.
How's that restaurant business? That kitchen you rented? Are you going to be using that kitchen that you?
I am going to be.
Oh, cool.
But that does require that I get properly licensed to sell food, which is a difficult thing.
Or is the cookout just going to be you get a grill? Well, I'll let you explain it. I'll
Yeah,
let you. I'll
the
stop cutting you
cookout
off
is
and
the thing I did over the summer as well, and that is to entertain people while you take a day off work in protest of ICE. This Friday, the 23rd, the people of Minneapolis have asked us to do the easiest thing anybody has ever asked fellows joined in a civil rights struggle to do, which is just not go to work. And I'm sure you've got all kinds of good reasons why you really have to this Friday, but they're not better than the freedom of a child, than the life of Renee Good. So I don't care about your
I
excuses.
love you, Jake.
Take it off on Friday.
This is how I've been feeling. Like, and fuck Friday. Take off work every day, as far as I'm concerned.
Just do it Friday, because
Well.
that's how we are doing it in an organized manner. We are going to start asking you for more, but right now I'm just saying Friday, and I'm just saying excuses don't fly on Friday. I'll see you there, gang.
In my opinion,
Oh,
we gotta
wait a
up
minute.
the game here, but that's a good start.
I'm supposed to be a guest on Looney Tunes show, and I have a show Friday night with Jim Massa.
No, can't do it. YouTube's that counts as work.
Oh, come on. Science starts at 9:00. We have a big report. We have a lot to go over.
Don't be a scab. I don't know. It's Jake's rules. It's not mine.
Shit,
Jake's the
Jake.
one who said no excuses. So
Oh, boy.
I didn't say
That's
that.
true.
It was all Jake.
This Friday there are none.
My daughter's off, but she got a car wreck.
Oh, is she okay?
She went to the doctor today. She got a little concussion and a little whiplash. That's how she said it. So maybe that's a couple of days off. Yeah, her winter. I told her, I talked about it on my show yesterday. I told her how I worry in some of the weather. I'm a mom. And she goes, Mom, I have been driving since I was 16 in this shit. Blah, 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 and
imagine saying that like after you get in a car crash. Like you're not in a good position.
No, she said this before. I said it was
okay.
last week when I asked her, do you have to go to work if it's snowing and it's 2 feet of fucking snow?
So you get to say, I told you so then?
No, I would never do that. I am not that person. I am not that.
I told you.
I'm not going to do that. I just reiterated, I love you. I worry about you. I don't care if you're 97, or whatever.
I told you so.
No, Andrea, that just would. Are you kidding? That would make her even go more off on me for just.
I'll be like, my position is like, if anyone comes to me with a you were right scenario, I won't be able to. I have to just get it out of the way. Like, if I don't say I told you so, it's just going to be ballooning up inside me like this energy. I have to start with. Well, first of all, let's just get this. I told you so, and then we'll move on to talk about how dumb people were. But yeah,
but the thing is, I didn't tell her she was going to get in an accident.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying generally.
I know. All I did was say, "Hey, can you take a day off if it's really shitty?" And she went on the whole diatribe of how she's been driving in this shit. Whatever.
Well. Did she get hit by someone or
no?
Was
she hit. It was icy and shitty, and she hit something on a groove on the pavement, and then spun and hit one guardrail in the front and the side on the other. And her airbags didn't go off. It was a 2007 Volkswagen Rabbit. She had that. It's her winter car. A very long time. She's very upset about the Volkswagen.
And that's how she got the concussion, hitting the steering wheel, not the side.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. She was saying she was just fine, but she went to the doctor for precautions. And don't they always say that? They'll always say, "Oh, you hit your head? Okay, I have a concussion, you have a whiplash."
That's fair.
I have plenty of neck braces. I can bring her one when I go up to Buffalo if she needs it. Oh, God. Okay, that's it for me. I'm done.
You're done? All right, wrap it up.
All right, bye.
That was a good show, guys. Pretty good all around.
I'm always good in the beginning, and then I start losing steam. But you're right, Jake. I think this whole thing for Friday is great.
I'm glad to see that the general strike is moving from the concept they originally were pitching, which is striking for a whole list of things all at once, and instead switching it to not an indefinite strike and striking over specific issues. Because I think probably what's going to happen is this is going to be the new way of doing your civic duty above even voting. Is do you participate in the strikes?
I mean, like, voting is so far below, and we might not even be able to vote again. But it's so far below the bare minimum. Like, you should vote, but it's like saying I voted is like I wiped my ass yesterday. Are you going to do it every day? Like, I mean, good start, but like, are you taking showers?
Concerns
buddy?
me that you clarified yesterday. Yeah.
Exactly. Like, well, I mean, as if like it's the first time they did it. It's a big deal,
Yeah. Yeah. Voting's the bare minimum, but the good news is we've been trained to wait in 2-year increments to try to do anything. And then the things we do always benefit the giant election industry business. But yeah, effing with the money, it seems to be the way to cripple these bastards.
It's the only way.
That's what we do.
That's the only thing they understand. And that's how Trump, whenever the stock market starts, whatever, the billionaires call him up and say, "Hey, dude, you got to do this." He fucks around with whatever. He says that's how he got the name, Taco? Because Trump always caves or whatever it is.
Chicken's out.
Yeah, chicken's out. And so they call him up and they'll say, "Okay." And he does it. He does whatever he says. And they manipulate the market for sure.
Yeah.
But
it went
did you
down.
see Donald Trump Davos speech today?
Andrea, please.
I watched that bitch live. I woke up at 8 and I was like, "Oh, let's check the news. Oh, Trump is live. Let's watch it." And it just I watched that fucking bitch. I was having a conniption. I could not handle it. I was drinking my coffee. I wasted my coffee too. I drank my coffee to Trump. That's something I shouldn't do. I usually do it to video games or reading.
I'm feeling pain.
Or others, but holy fucking moly, that whole thing was just quite a watch.
Yeah, and the whole world is just, I mean, the whole world, I think, is just going like that.
No, and Davos, they were all sucking his dick. They were all fucking performing fillet. Like when they did the camera shots, they
You
were like,
think?
"Ooh, may I suck your dick more, daddy?"
Come
Those
on,
big fucking
really?
cocksucker billionaire cocksucker motherfuckers. And then they fucking do this Q&A with fucking what's his fuck, where they fucking they talk about how great Trump is. Like they bring him on, they sit him on the chair, and they're like, "Donald Trump, aren't you the best human being who's ever been born?" And he's like, "Yes, I am."
I
It's
did not
terrible.
see
These
that.
fucking
Okay.
billionaire fucking leeches, these pieces of shit.
Well, because they want something always. They don't want. They
Oh,
want
yeah.
something. Lord.
Less
My
and
favorite
less.
part of Trump's Davos speech was when he did, "Hi, Mark."
I saw that part.
I
You know
did
what?
not.
I of course to listen to Mark Carney is like a breath of fresh air, but you'll understand, like Sandee said in her show, how there's problems there also, because especially with healthcare.
Well, Mark
in-
Carney, well, you go
he's a
on
banker.
first.
Well, no, he's a banker. She was just saying about healthcare, how in Ontario and Alberta, they're trying to privatize everything. But I don't know what he can do over the premiers in Alberta. And I don't know, it's tough. She was talking about that today.
Yeah, like that's the thing is I read Steve Bannon's Canada annexation plan. Has anyone read this?
No,
Well,
have
it's
not.
they're going to, it's like the new Project 2025, but for annexing Canada. And the plan is to fund separatist movements in Alberta and then have them lose an election and then swoop in for international monitoring. And then Alberta's going to secede and join America. And then
Well, she
the
loves
rest of
Trump
Canada will
anyway.
topple.
The premier, what's her name?
Yeah, they want to join America.
Alberta
They literally have a huge MAGA movement.
Yeah,
like make America great. Like they are like, and Alberta, America, they both have A, so it works out. But like they don't give a fuck about Alberta. They just love America. They're like,
well, she's Danielle is a fossil fuel whore. She loves it. So
that said, if you have a lot of money and you would like to purchase a land is extremely cheap because they sell all the forest land to corporations and anyone who wants for really low prices. So if you are a Canadian citizen and you've got like a couple $1,000s, I know that sounds like a lot, but like if you have a couple $1,000s in Canadian money, you can own like dozens of acres of forest land. So just consider something like that. Either you get it or the corporations get it. Like you can buy the forest land in Alberta and then keep it safe from deforestation if you want.
I'll have to ask Kelly. He's not here in the chat tonight, but he lives in Alberta. I'll definitely ask him. Hey, Chaz. Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting I'm not. I'm just saying hi to the chat.
No, you're not allowed to mention the chat. The chat is banned.
Oh God, that would be amazing though. But I don't know what the rules are when you buy internationally, or it's all taxi. I don't have any money.
Yeah, well, if you live in Canada,
I don't even have any money. I can't even. Goddamn, I have to pick up my cat from the vet who's been there for 3 days. Was very sick. So not sick to dying, but sick where it could have led to it.
Yeah.
He had to have his anal glands expressed.
Jesus. Gotta express them.
Those poor cats.
Do the First Amendment rights.
Boy dogs too. He had a UTI. It was very sad, but he's doing okay. Siku, that's my Arctic ice. It's ice in Inuit. My little boy. I wrote an article in Substack. I wrote a goddamn article about it in Substack.
That's good.
A little sweetheart.
I'm loving writing.
I want to. I would like to. way too loud. I agree.
Good. That was really good, Groove. I am perfectly straight tonight, and I feel goofy as hell.
I've never been straight a day in my life.
Well, okay, I'm sober.
I think with the
not
vertical
lying.
and horizontal, I would like your guys' input.
All right.
I don't want to do this like right now. It's kind of fun because I'm sort of entertaining the real audience with talking to strangers basically. But I'd like to try getting these folks to interact, and I'm wondering, should I do something like ask the vertical audience if they to pick questions for me to answer from the horizontal and vice versa?
Oh,
what are ways we could get them interacting, but like through a medium where they're not just going to devolve into shouting at each other.
Yeah, well, just to so you want the two chats to interact?
Yeah, because essentially in the horizontal, it's a bunch of progressives who are asking, in my opinion, serious questions. But in the vertical, it's a lot of misguided folks who are...
I'd want to reiterate that how much I would love to just like be on your stream and answer the vertical questions just to see what they come up with and answer them. I think that would be amazing. But how to get them to interact? I mean, I don't know. You could have some sort of a scenario where you ask the question and it's a fact-based thing, maybe not political, maybe make it history, like pre-2000, just to be really safe with these people. Do like pre-2000 like Jeopardy style trivia questions, have them both in like try to answer it, and then whoever gets which chat gets the answer first, they get a point. So then it's horizontal versus vertical, and they try to outrun each other. Now the problem is that you're gonna have you're gonna have people looking shit up. So you got to formulate your questions in a way that people can't just look shit up.
Yeah, that's hard. That's hard.
That might be something. Go ahead.
No, that guy. I don't know, Jake, if you knew the guy that did something like that. They called him Duty. I don't. He was on all through the
dude.
The dude, yeah, but I don't know what happened to him.
The Big Lebowski?
No, he would be on
Another Dude.
I think he.
I liked the show.
Yeah, but
I didn't know the Big Lebowski had a show. I need to check this out.
But what happened? I don't know what happened to him. But he would do it like that, but with I think TikTok. That's where he would get most of the people that he would debate with from TikTok. But he would be on YouTube also. So he had a vertical chat. So he had some kind of formula along the lines of what Andrea's talking about.
He did, but he would just debate with MAGA about the issues of the day. But I liked him, but he would break down. Like he couldn't handle, like he would do what we all want to do, which is he'd just start like hollering at him and he'd let them get him angry. And I think that's where we fail every single time.
I just want you to know, Jake, I am very capable of keeping my cool in a debate. I used to debate a lot more back in the day when I was a new kid on the block politically. I got into all the debates.
Yeah.
And I was known for keeping my chill.
That's good.
Now that said, I have lost it a couple times. It happens to the best of us.
All right, but I think you do
chill.
better. You do better. You get under their skin if you keep yourself together and you respond in with certain behaviors. I think you can do a lot better than.
But I just I view talking to a conservative like some sort of like talking to like it's like I've created some sort of language translation device and I'm talking to like an anteater. Like that's how I feel. And so you can't when are you gonna get mad at an anteater? They eat ants, like why are you getting mad at that motherfucker? They're a good thing. If anything, they're eating the ants.
Yeah.
Why, in your opinion, because I think I know, but in your opinion, why do you think they do that? They will say something that they know is going to anger you.
Why do they do that?
Yeah.
Because they love to needle and trigger. And I think that's also because they don't have they don't have the intelligence to go into anything depth most of the time.
They don't have any knowledge. They have no basis of knowledge. And also they look up debates
and then
they see garbage and they think that's what go for it. They think that's what debating is like.
Yes.
Like we have entered a generation where like most of my political debates that I did were 2018 through 2020, and then I kind of burnt out from them because what was the point? But like back then, I realized really quickly that most debates are just yelling at each other to get clips, right? And then you watch the 2-minute clip and then the rest of the debate kind of doesn't matter, right? So that's how people think intellectual conversations are. Like that's what they think. So like
to some degree,
that's the model that they base it off of. Like the things that they watch are pure and utter garbage. Like those fucking Charlie Kirk fucking that tour he went on where he would fucking debate these fucking college kids and they would smoke his ass, you know? Like, and but then like, you know, he just tries to push them so that they get like, you know, upset or whatever, or stumble or stutter. So like it to them, they've never, I don't think most conservatives, at least under the age of 30, I don't think they've watched like a genuine, actual intellectual debate.
I agree.
Like, you can watch an intellectual debate, like that shit's hard to keep up on, you know, like it's
But
not,
I think
unless
what Sandee said is closer to it. I mean, I acknowledge you're right that that's all they think of when they think of debates is like it's just an argument you have where you pick a side at the beginning. But I think Sandee
and they don't know anything. Yeah, they just
they don't know anything, and also they're embarrassed when you're talking to them in the moment. Even if it's just a one-on-one conversation, they get embarrassed that they don't know the thing that they're obviously supposed to know. And so they try to spark the conversation going in another way. And the only technique they have, literally all they have, is to say something they know will offend you. And if you allow that to happen, they go, I don't have to think. Thank God.
I think
and
my last
never
debate
apparently
was with
confront
Ben
themselves.
Burgess. Now that I think about it, I think that was my last
Ben
debate.
Burgess.
Was when I yelled at him for his ridiculousness. I think that was the last one I did. I'm trying to remember. It was a long time ago.
I
agree with you, Jake. They have no knowledge. They have nothing. They have zero knowledge on literally anything. Two, I don't think that they feel shame, the emotion, and they feel embarrassment, the emotion, but they don't know that it's shame and embarrassment. I don't think.
Interesting.
Like I think that they just feel the emotion and then they react to the emotion literally.
I'm angry for
like
some
a
reason.
lesser being. Like it's a sub. Like you are not a sapient being, and I don't want to bring that too much in here, but like the difference between sentience and sapience is like cognition and being able to understand your body and your emotions and your mental state, right? And I don't want to get too deep down in here, but like they are literally incapable of that. They just feel angry or whatever. They feel some emotion, and especially
not
men.
incapable of it.
Men, well, they're incapable of it in their current form. They could learn.
Yes.
They could be better. That's what I mean.
And you can wake them up in that moment too. I've now done it a handful of times, and I'm not even going to suggest that it's very effective. You have to have very humble goals for the conversation. Like, for example, not changing their mind beyond getting them to acknowledge that they have a wrong conception of who they're yelling at. But that's the seed. That's the seed that grows into something different. There's a chance.
Can only
Who
hope.
knows? At the
There's
very least,
also,
I'm
like-
hoping that they get excited about their own primaries.
I'm just curious, like what are the run-of-the-mill dullards in the conservative spaces? Like what is their reaction? Like, I mean, I'm sure they've already got their conspiracies by this point, but I just don't pay attention to that stuff as much as I used to. Like, because I mean, I don't know, diminishing returns, I guess, is always stupid. But like, what is their spin at this point? Crashing the economy, like half the country's in Great Depression conditions. ICE is just shooting like white women in the face and trafficking children to death camps. Like the whole Greenland thing in Venezuela. Like, I mean, what is the spin? I'm just curious. Like, as a psychological experiment, I want to know like what a human being could like, because when I think about it, like think about how racism and phrenology, like these motherfuckers read a couple books and were like, oh, we can put together words that prove that white people are better or whatever. But like they were like, they considered just knowing how to read and going to schools to be education, and that they were just like, yeah, we're educated, so therefore we can't be wrong. So they came up with these sophisticated as fuck, like, well, you see, if you get the calipers and you measure the skull and the bone density, it turns out that their brains are dumb, or like, but like just like the mental gymnastics to come up with fucking technology, man. Like that is like, if it weren't so dangerous and destructive, I would be impressed that a human could be capable of stringing words together that way.
It's all so much easier to understand if you're a dork. Like if you, I read Warhammer 40K lore all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I don't play Warhammer 40K. I just read the lore. And Sandee, for your
Pretty good.
edification, it's just a nerdy sci-fi setting. That's
I know
all.
what it is. I know what Warhammer
Okay.
is. I had a boyfriend with a kid that
I'm so
played,
sorry.
did all, yeah, was in between husbands. And his kid had, it was all Warhammer, everything. Warhammer,
So
Warhammer,
the
Warhammer.
point being, things don't need to be true for them to be detailed and consistent. So there's consistent lore about who the emperor is and all that stuff. But that's just what phrenology is. It's just something that's complicated enough that the average person can be confused by it, so that somebody who wants to arrive at the conclusions that phrenology offered can point to a complicated looking thing and say, I've memorized the lore of this, and this is why the world is the way it is. And it's the same thing with basically every other belief carried by the right wing. It's the same thing with flat earthers. It's just memorizing lore and pretending like that complicated structure of it means it's science.
Those people, the flat earthers or the chemtrail whack jobs, those people I
love
enjoy.
chemtrails.
I do enjoy debating or debunking, especially the chemtrail stuff. And that's interesting to debunk about.
There's
flat
that
Earth.
video somewhere of
Flat
a
earthers
British
are very,
comedian saying condensation.
they are. Flat earthers are very polite, Alex. How many flat earthers do you know? Well, these days I can't actually laugh at it. Who knows? The whole flat earth.
Hey man, if you're a flat earther, enjoy it.
Yeah, enjoy. Right.
At this point, we've
cares?
got so many more problems. You can just sit in the corner and play with your toys or whatever. I don't care. Well, find out what's beyond the ice wall and get back to me.
Oh,
I am such
those
a
people.
GD dork, but the answer to this question, Jake, what's your favorite chapter of the Astartes? I truly don't have one. I would prefer to hang out with the salamanders. I would prefer to party with the space wolves. But probably Black Legion. Then you get a smattering. There you go.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry.
No, I was looking up Warhammer again to look
You
at.
both
I see the
just
picture.
became virgins again
I was
from
just
hearing that.
thinking
No,
about
I know
that.
about Warhammer 40K.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had to refresh my memory a little bit. Now it's like it's all coming back. Everything was Warhammer with this kid. Well, he's not a kid. He died, but he.
Jesus.
No, it was terrible. He grew up and then he overdosed and died.
Oh.
Yeah, it was terrible. It was
What
a
do you
very
overdose on?
heroin.
In your
Heroin.
life, Andy. Jesus.
Well, it's my yeah.
I know it wasn't your child, but it was a
Right.
it was a
Well,
kid
I
you knew at
raised
one
him for
point.
3.
Good
I had him
God.
for 3 years in
Oh.
my life. 3 years. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there was a story. There's
Also
always a
raised for
story.
awesome.
The mother was a fucking loser, but it's okay. There was a story, and unfortunately, what happened was way after I was in the picture, and it was really sad.
Yeah.
And that's not the only one. I had my really one of my best girlfriends. Her husband is my attorney. Well, his kid too. Same thing.
Jesus.
Dropping like
Yeah.
flies.
Yeah, and this was both of them in the same year, which is about 5-6 years already. I know, but I knew people that happened to back in my time. When I was young, the dope fiends that OD'd.
Well, the heroin nowadays, I don't know about 5-6 years ago, but nowadays that shit will kill you because it's all laced with fucking
Well,
fentanyl.
it probably was
It's
5 or 6
unpredictable.
years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I
that's the
don't know
one
how
drug I
much
never really
fentanyl
effed
was in the supply chain back then, but
No, back in the when people were
what is that animation? What is that?
my era of people consuming drugs, heroin was heroin.
Yeah,
It
that shit was pure as hell. man.
heroin. It was just heroin. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind trying some 1960s heroin. That shit might have
No,
been good.
I'm not talking 1970s. Why do you say 1960s?
Barrel aged.
For me, I'm not 80 years old, Andrea.
I'm just, it's all
1960s.
before my time.
Okay.
And let's be honest, I wouldn't want to
80s.
try 1970s heroin. That
talking
shit's dirty
80s.
as fuck.
80s.
1960s, they had good drugs back then, I'll tell you that. As someone who wasn't there and reads books.
Yeah.
A lot of people seem to enjoy the drugs in the 60s. And then the 70s, it got
Yeah.
dirty, and then Reagan came in and started poisoning everything. Ugh.
Ugh, it's right. Yeah. But now I feel for young people that experiment and then try these things, and they are just so harsh. I can't get over the videos I see too of the people that film the meth heads, but I don't think it's meth, it's some other drug where people are on the streets and they're literally contorting their bodies. I don't know what it is, but I honestly think that these videos, these people, the White House administration, they see these videos of the problems and they say, we'd like to be on the street and just shoot them all. You know, like the Skid Row.
Let's
that's how I feel this administration looks at these people. Instead of looking at a way to fix things or help them. It's all because of income inequality and racism. But it's sad. It's tragic. Each one has a story.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't mean to bring us down either. But, you know, you think about that. And I don't know whose channel it is, but there's also that guy that interviews everybody from Skid Row in LA. Jesus. Somebody in the chat knows.
There's all kinds of these fucking YouTubers that just like go to places like that and then make millions of dollars off of interviewing people.
I know. They come to Mark's studio. Two of my friends were at his studio and actually were on that channel. I don't know why I can't remember. Mark is his name. He'll go down to Appalachia too, and actually go with it. Showed a lot of people from Appalachia, but he does have a show where I am convinced that these people who've never seen anything in their life just would love to have firing squads lined up in cities. That's
so crucial.
But I think
that's what they're aiming for. They're building the squads right now. Minneapolis, like they have 47 days of quote unquote training, but then days 48 until whatever is combat training in the field. Like this is training for them. In Minneapolis, they are training to enact this kind of terror on the rest of the country.
It's Soft White Underbelly. That's the channel I was talking about, Mark's.
Yeah, those fucking vulture pieces of garbage.
Well, no, Mark isn't too bad. I don't know. He spends a lot of money on people that he helps that come in. I mean, he really did spend a lot of money on the people in Appalachia, and
I hope that's true.
It is true. Two of my friends were actually on as interviewees. Right. He had his doomer guests, and it was actually Dr. Elliot Jacobson and Sam Mitchell from Collapse Chronicles. Literally, Sam got 1 million views, but Sam told me so many people hated him that in the comment sections he said 500 at least called him a narcissist, and they hated him for his viewpoint. He's tough. I should send you that one, Andrea. You'd probably love Sam.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but I just saw him in Florida actually.
I occasionally wish we all lived near enough each other that I could send y'all food. I've got a Hamilton Beach bread maker because I recently expressed that during the pandemic I didn't jump on that trend, and I wished I would have.
Well, it's still going on, so you still have your time.
Well, fair point. So I can say during the pandemic, which will probably be the rest of our lives, I got a Hamilton Beach bread maker then, and I love making bread.
The problem with making bread is that when you start making a lot of bread, you eat a lot of bread, and then you get really, really big.
Yeah,
and you just grow in size at it.
See, I did it out of order. I got good and fat first, so that.
Well, you primed your body to be ready for the real jump.
Yeah. Made a chicken sandwich the other day with way too much bread because I can't slice it into reasonable sized slices. I could only hack off like a quarter loaf at a time.
You just rip it. I just rip it. You know, when you have a full loaf, I don't cut it. I rip, because that's what they did for thousands of years. And I like to commune with my ancestors when I rip apart a loaf of bread.
It feels like that, right?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm walking through Lithuania back in the day.
Oh my God. The bread.
I don't know about Lithuania, but it's somewhere my ancestors hail.
Rovenski?
I only know.
Where does Rovenski come from?
Yeah, it's Poland.
Polish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I.e. the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, sister.
Oh gosh.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know the specifics. I don't know. Maybe I'm open to it, but I just don't know enough information about my family.
Where does Sandee's folks come from?
Oh my God. Eastern Europe, Poland, Italy, and Russia, and UK.
Forgive that.
There's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, UK. Yeah, my I remember my mother's brother, my uncle, used to rail about the fact that the great grandfather was in the Civil War and he had some kind of plaque that was my, I don't know, great.
What side?
Yeah, I was gonna
the New York side.
All right.
Yeah.
Hero.
The New York side. But that, yeah, we were actually talking about the DNA.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just say my fucking, my grandpa, fought in World War II. Oh, really? Okay, tell me more.
My other side, the Polish side, I know that there was a ski in there in a name somewhere, but that's Poland. My daughter when she turned 30. She went with her boyfriend to Eastern Europe, and they went all over, and they went to Poland, and they went because he's Polish. Like half of Buffalo was Polish,
I got Polish and Italian and German. That's all I know about my familial history.
Okay, well, it's we all did
the fascist trifecta.
We all did this DNA thing before we knew that they were going to steal it from the company.
I never did that DNA thing. I knew that shit from straight up. I know, but my DNA to a private company. What the hell? I'm never doing that.
I wonder though, can you ask them for it or to destroy it? I don't know.
You can ask.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know what they did.
You can definitely ask. I'll tell you that. That is within your powers to ask.
It was fun at the time. My mother loved it. My mom loved it. It was great. And we had a cousin who actually did a family tree, but she did the whole genealogy thing. All of that. DNA does it. It cheats,
You get one motherfucker in your family. It's the chain is only as strong as the weakest link. Anyone in your family that sent your DNA to a private corporation, the whole family's compromised. They got them all.
Well, yeah.
They can just extract so much, what's the difference between me and a cousin? Not very much when you look at it in that way. So just all it takes is one weak link, and then boom.
Once in a while, you get an email from someone that is your 50 millionth cousin from somewhere. That's or the company that was back then. I don't even have one. I don't even know if I have the link. I certainly don't pay for it.
Oh yeah, I'm some cousin that you've never heard of or met. Let's start a conversation. I mean, I'm open to seeing if you're a cool person, but if you're not, goodbye.
Well, it's a long time ago. I'm not getting any of that anymore because they're probably all dead.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm laughing, but hey, life, death, we're born to die.
My mom's dog just had its DNA test results reviewed. If you had to guess, what would you say that creature is?
No clue. That is
a lab.
That is a creature. That is
part lab, part it's got a maybe a bit of a pity, but that face has a little squareness. So what is it?
Good eyes. It is mostly pit bull.
Nice.
Mostly pit bull.
But has some lab, right?
Actually, Australian Shepherd Beagle somehow. Yeah. And German Shepherd.
Check this out. What do you think this guy is?
Beautiful.
I've said Rhodesian Ridgeback multiple times.
Look
at this guy.
He looks like a Rhodesian Ridgeback mixed
with
a Rottweiler.
See your finger. There he is.
And he's 100% sweet boy.
Sleeping.
He's a baby. Oh, Max, you good boy.
He's wearing
Max.
clothes. Look at him. He's civilized.
He's cute.
Oh, what a gentleman.
Max, you're on TV. You can't take a nap. What are you, Donald Trump?
I miss having dogs, but
Hound,
I can't, not with the cat situation here.
I have no idea. I'm not going to get Max's DNA analyzed, but
What
He's
made the
kind
mom
of like
do
a
it?
shepherd, I guess, but he doesn't do that. He just he sleeps, he farts, he plays with toys.
Well, I
Eats
think
a
it's
lot of food. This
interesting.
motherfucker just doesn't stop eating. He
Jake,
wants
it's
me to feed
interesting
him
that
every
she did.
day.
Oh, look at that.
She is a baby.
Oh, she's a baby.
Holy moly.
You know, recently, I think it was the other day, in my area, they found another house with 1 million cats, and the woman was a breeder, and it was disgusting. I'm thinking another thing I would like to do is see where it's at with making breeding anything illegal. I mean, the conditions were horrible, but
I
think,
support banning all forms
everything.
of procreation for all
All
life
of it.
forms on Earth.
Oh God, you fit with everybody.
10
I
years,
know.
at least 10-year reprieve moratorium on all breeding. Just take a break.
I just don't think people should go and buy animals at all, unless it's like, I mean, they're doing farm animals. I'm not going there.
You buy them straight from the
good point.
breeder.
I'm
You
talking
get
about
them
pets.
before they get traumatized. You ever think about that?
I'm talking
You
about
adopt the
pets.
dog on the street. They're already traumatized. You get them directly from the mill. You know, now they're
I'm tired of it.
traumatized. So
I know.
when you think about it, wouldn't you rather have the puppy mill puppies not have to go on the street first? I don't.
No,
It's a philosophical
save
question.
the dog.
This bitch was doing Maine Coon cats. They found her house in hideous condition. Now I have 7 cats. This woman there was 80 cats. How does it get overwhelming like that and not ask for help? You know, and I'm sorry, but she's going to go to prison, maybe. But I think this is terrible. And I know that my governor did something. I think you're not allowed to have pets buy them from pet stores anymore. But I don't like any of it. I hate circuses. I hate buying and selling and all.
I remember going to the zoo for the first time, and it just was weird. Like, I went to the zoo and it smelled awful. Like, why am I here? It's a humid, toxic gases flooding my nostrils.
Yep.
And then 2, all these animals are depressed. You can see, like, I remember seeing like the fucking, like a tiger at the zoo. That motherfucker wants to kill himself. Like, how is that going to bring me joy?
We've got the New York State. The New York State law has the Puppy Mill Pipeline Act banning pet stores from selling dogs, cats, rabbits effective December 15th, 2024. And they're trying to stop the inhumane large-scale breeding operations, puppy mills. But where I live, the Amish breed those little Australian shepherds. And, I think that's awful too.
Do they
sell them.
like
They
for
sell them.
sale?
Yes, they sell them.
I'm sorry, man. We need a complete and total shutdown on the Amish until we figure out what the hell is going on, because you cannot be selling animals to fund your little religious experiment.
They do. They do.
Please be as kind as possible to the Amish. I adore those folks.
Well, but they have.
They gotta stop.
Everybody has things that are not good. I mean,
true.
I like my Amish neighbors too. I love them. But when people say, well, they live they still use fossil fuels. They use kerosene. It's people say, well, live like the Amish. Yeah, no, thanks. I mean, I try to live as clean as I can here. I burn firewood for heat, but I don't want like 12 kids and have to move to Vermont because you can't find somebody to marry your daughters because they're all intermarried. That's what happened to my favorite.
That's the thing, yeah, man. Those motherfuckers, they love incest. They love inbreeding.
Well, I can't go that far. I will not go that far.
Those insular ass communities,
small communities.
Well, that's why Harvey,
there for the incest.
Who
I honestly, I think you should not be. If you're going to procreate, you should be going outside of like 100-mile radius to find somebody.
Well, they moved to Vermont because now
because the incest got so bad.
Well, it wasn't incest. He had 4 daughters. My Harvey, that was my friend. Here, and they moved. I miss this guy and his daughters. He had 4 daughters and a son, and I liked his wife. They were very nice. He would help me here. But there's a whole new enclave in Vermont of people from all over the country. So they have some gene pool that's not just this area, because
I hope so.
he had 4 daughters. Who are they going to marry? No, everybody's the cousins up the road. The parents are on that farm. You know, everybody's very close. There was nobody. So he left.
Well, good for him. Good for him.
Yeah.
I didn't know the Amish did transplanting.
Yeah, that's news to me. Despite liking them, I actually don't know a ton about them. I just really like the fact that they
I like the hats. I'll give them the
build
hats.
barns. Yeah, I do like the hats.
We just had an accident here too.
The
Somebody got
beards.
killed.
I like the beards. Beards are nice.
Yeah, a wood truck. Some asshole
an
comes out of. Yes, I'm always worried about that because there's a ton of horse and buggies around here, and yeah, it happened yesterday, and I don't know the horse's condition. I know the Amish guy passed away, and the log trucks go too fast on that specific corner, which there
It's like
shouldn't
a
even
Final
be.
Destination
I don't
2
even
situation.
want log trucks. Oh, I hate
Yeah,
it. I
fucking
hate
you see
I
Final
hate
Destination
everything.
2? That's the best one. That's exactly what happens. Those motherfuckers didn't see it coming. Well, one of them
I
did.
swear to you, you can tell how old somebody is based on how they behave behind a log truck on the road.
Yep. Well, first of all, I don't even know how to drive. I watched Final Destination 2. I'm like, you know what the easiest way to avoid the log truck on the highway is? Don't get a car. Don't get in a car ever. You're never going to end up on a highway. You're never going to be behind a log truck. You're good. Just don't get in a car.
All right, fatal. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the horse. Not that far. I didn't hear it. I don't always have I have one of those scanners, but I don't always have it on. What a fucking
Scanners.
shame.
I love scanners.
Yeah, I can hear. I know where the cops and the fire people are.
I thought scanners too, not as good, but very interesting.
Okay, you're talking about something different.
Yeah, scanners.
Yeah.
Fucking what's that fucking guy's name? That gross ass fucking brilliant filmmaker, but disgusting movies. Oh, fuck.
Oh, he was only 24.
I got dementia. Oh fuck, what is it?
And the horse had no injuries.
Who is it? Cronenberg.
Ah.
Yeah. And then his son makes a more fucked up movie. That's a fucked up family. You ever see Brandon Cronenberg's movies? That motherfucker makes some fucked up shit too.
Really?
Both of them. They got to be stopped.
I did like Existence.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's a lot going on where I live. I just saw a farmhouse just burned up, and it was an Amish farmhouse. Jeez.
Oh.
The fuck? This is not good. 2 things. Nothing ever happens here. Like nothing. I'm just noticing that 2 big things happened here and nothing happens. I can put on that scanner and not hear a thing forever. Only when the weather's bad. You hear, more stuff. Oh, well.
Oh, man.
That's life.
So I have to make a correction. I said I did not think ICE was going to be much of a problem here. I rewatched what I said, and boy,
Define
that
here.
was
What did you say?
Michigan, specifically Detroit. I don't want to make it seem though. I was referring to the raids like Minneapolis is currently experienced. I do want to be clear here and everywhere else. They are kidnapping people every day. It's like 5 a day. It's crazy.
They got the quotas.
I didn't actually look at the numbers before this.
They're instructed to specifically. There was a leaked memo that specifically instructs them to disregard the law. Like it tells them the law, you are above the law, and it doesn't matter. And they have quotas. So that means you have to arrest like 10, 20 people illegally, kidnap them, traffic them to get your bonus. It's fucked up. And we're just going to deal with this until there's going to be a critical mass of parents who have their children snatched up off the street, and then eventually they're going to fucking go to the school board and I don't know.
The way I see this stopping is by the people demanding it and forcing it to stop. And I have heard some people whose I think hearts were in the right place with suggestions for how it could be forced to stop. But I've only seen one practical means, and that is a general strike. But I do think the time to I think as soon as one city removes ICE and becomes a sanctuary city, like forces their city council to declare them a sanctuary city, because
From ICE.
yeah, from ICE. I think the first time, I think that's inevitably going to happen, and as soon as it does, if other cities are coherent enough to follow through, it's going to be a chain reaction. But in terms of political pressure, I think what we are looking to do is to get Donald Trump to declare victory and cancel the ICE raids, to say, we got them all. We got all the illegals. And that's why we're ending this. Not because the country is shutting down one city at a time and saying that a major unit of the government is no longer welcome there. I think that's probably a realistic way for this to end. Although I mean,
I would say that it's going to take multiple different groups doing multiple different strategies, all with one goal and working together and not stepping on each other. Like a general strike, bare minimum. We need that. But we're also going to need people to build systems and especially in state governments, because the way I see it, the federal government is compromised. Like, we have state governments and they're not great, but they do somewhat exist. But the federal government is compromised. Like, we cannot, states need to start considering secession. They need to start, just even throwing it out there. It doesn't mean you have to do it, but just throw it out there. Just say, like if Washington, California, and Oregon did those fucking, little pacts, and they said, if this doesn't stop by the end of the year, we're all going to secede. I mean, it's going to bring something to the table, I think. We need to actually you need to actually make the bluff. And you need to be willing to follow through with it, if necessary. But the federal government's compromised. It's an occupying force.
Horribly.
And that's just what it is. It's no longer the United States government. It's just an occupying army that currently operates in Washington, D.C. And maybe we could have a new federal government in the future, but I think we're going to need a constitutional convention to end this stuff.
Yeah, you might be right. Well, I'm proud of Buffalo because they're doing it. Buffalo, the city, they are not cooperating with ICE at all. Good. And neither is Niagara Falls. And all of Niagara County Sheriff's Office also recently shifted its policy, ending holding ICE detainees without criminal charges or judicial warrants. And in Buffalo, they're not good. BAN would cover all city departments, police, building inspectors, preventing any interaction with federal immigration enforcement. I am so happy about Buffalo. You have no idea. Really
That's
happy.
good.
And Niagara County, the sheriff's department. That's amazing. So
yeah, but you got to wait until ICE shows up and then see if they actually follow through.
They've already been in Buffalo. They're in Buffalo, but nobody's cooperating, and they're not swarming things. It's not Minneapolis at all yet. We don't know.
I mean, it's as simple as every police officer. If you see someone who looks like they're an ICE, they need to be arrested immediately because you're impersonating an officer. You are not a real cop. You are not a real officer. You don't have a badge number. You are impersonating an officer. We don't know who you are. So you have anyone wearing that shit without identifiers immediately. If a cop sees that, you have to throw them in jail immediately at the bare minimum because they're impersonating an officer. If I walked around wearing a police uniform or fucking an army uniform, you know what would fucking happen? I'd get arrested for impersonating an officer. So, or maybe not. I mean,
there was just this teenage kid. I'll do this quick.
Sure.
He actually, this young kid caught a guy that broke into the house dressed up as an ICE agent who said he was going to terrorize his family. He was trying to steal video games and stuff. This kid knocked him out. They called the police. Knocked him out. He was laying out. He wasn't ICE. He was just dressing up like ICE so he could break in and then terrorize them and try to steal.
That's going to happen. The kid's going to knock them out, and then it turns out it really was an ICE agent, and then that kid's going to be sent to a fucking gas chamber.
Why would
and their whole family
breaking in? I mean, breaking.
They break into houses. They're going door to door and with battering rams in Minneapolis.
You're catastrophizing and making up a scenario. I don't think your heart's in the wrong place, but we have. No, actually, I just think you're accurate. That will happen. It won't be specifically a gas chamber, but never mind. I withdraw.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I understand what you're saying.
Well, I was gonna say we're
the
distracting from the
historical
point with
analog.
a possible future, but it's actually not an exaggeration.
Well,
I mean,
ICE is now withholding medical care, right? So
yeah,
that means they're
they
going to
just let
detain,
Renee
quote
Good
unquote, and traffic people that have medical disabilities, and they're all going to fucking die in jail cells, solitary confinement. I mean, if that's not a death camp, then I mean, I don't know what the fuck is. I mean, and that's the thing. Gas costs money. Letting people rot in a cell and then starve to death because they don't have like diabetes medication or whatever the fuck, that's free. That costs no money.
So let me talk strategy. Wow. With I think two of the folks who would be most against this idea, but that's why I want to talk to you about it.
Okay.
What do you think about cutting out the chance of all cops are bastards, fuck the police, etc., when we are protesting ICE?
I agree. I think ICE is specific, and saying get rid of defund the police because it turns too many people off. And
just during the ICE protest,
it's abolish ICE. This is
yes.
really what it is. That's the message, because we're not ever going to get rid of law enforcement. That's ridiculous. It's not going to happen.
And separately,
and
I just don't want to give people the impression that ICE and law enforcement are the same thing.
You
no, they are not.
100% correct.
So here's my take, you know, but bear with me. So one, as a strategical move, I'm open to it. But two, I don't like this idea that we need to be constantly retreating to the right. Like in 2020,
why is that?
police in Minneapolis murdered a man on live television. Everyone protested, and then police budgets went up, and now people are still getting shot, murdered, and everything. And then Trump came back in office, and now he's got a private secret military force. Right. So we're going further to the right. We have lost the battle on defund. We have lost the battle on abolish police. And I don't want to feel like we're retreating. So I understand from a strategic perspective. I like the idea of pitting cops against ICE from a strategy perspective, like it's a game, like you know, we're playing Risk or whatever. But like at an intellectual level, I don't think we should be retreating rhetoric. I think police do need to be completely abolished, and law enforcement needs to start from scratch. I mean, I personally think the entire country it has to start over. Like any country that's not America, why would they ever enter a trade deal with this country? Why would they ever enter a military alliance? Like after OTAN goes away, like you need to have like, and if this happened with another country, you know what they do? They get a whole new government. They start over. Japan, they started over. Germany, they started over. New government. Brazil, they started over. Every time the military took over, they started over. Chile, they started over. So America, we just need to start over. And from that, we need to get rid of all the slave patrols, and we need to start over from scratch. I understand that that's going to be a 50-year process, and we have to start somewhere. But also, yeah, like intellectually, we shouldn't retreat, but strategically, that's a whole different conversation.
50 years. Okay. I will tell you in 50 years. Okay. It's a great strategy, but in 50 years, with the way things are right now, climatologically and environmentally, I think in 50 years, the main thing will be first responders and responding to extreme weather events.
I don't think, maybe in 30 years, in 50 years, all those places are going to be abandoned, and there's going to be just like, you know, ruins, and people are going to be living in bunkers underground, you know.
So in a conversation about how best to get rid of ICE, we turn to why the cops are bad, not ICE, but the cops. And it made sense at the time. But then in a way that also made sense, we turn to what America will look like due to environmental catastrophe in 50 years. And all of those points I agree with individually, but this is the very reason why I want to narrow these things down, because we end up talking about nothing when we try to talk about everything. And worse, I'm concerned. I'm trying to say this in a way that doesn't get clipped and make us all look evil. Here we go.
Everyone get ready. Start your screen recorders.
That the people we need to convince are dumber than most animals. You know, like they're so, I don't know how it's a difficult conversation to say that government employees shouldn't just fucking execute people on the streets.
Oh my God.
We have gotten here, and this is a debate. We're debating shooting a fucking mother on her way home from dropping a kid off from school or whatever in the face 3 times on live television. I mean, and then the motherfuckers, they have the gaslight you, and they say, well, we all saw the video and she was driving at him. Are you motherfucking kidding me? Holy motherfucker. I mean, yeah, like I agree, but also we need to also understand that there are 70 million pedophile rapist enjoyers. They enjoy pedophilia, they enjoy rape, and there's 70 million of them. Maybe you can convert 10, maybe 15 million of them to reason. But at the end of the day, that's still 50 plus million pedophile rapists. And I lump them all in. You vote for the pedophile, you are the pedophile. I don't care if you're holding the camera or in front of the camera, right?
But you're assuming they have access to the same information you do. They don't.
Grab them by the pussy? No one know. I never heard grab them by the pussy. Never heard of it before. Right. When did that happen? Give me a fucking break, man. I mean,
here's what's going to get depressing. Some of the people that voted for him this time weren't even paying attention to politics 7 years ago.
Look, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something. Like them. Look at that.
Oh, look at this.
That's not far from me. So you
look at the state of their house.
Yeah.
And the billionaire they're supporting.
Yep.
They can't afford to slap a coat of paint on their house. They got an air conditioner that's external. That is not an efficient way to cool a house. In other words, they're living like the rest of us, and they think it's a good idea to spend their money on a gigantic flag for a guy.
Yeah, it's the second one because she always has all kinds of junk in the summertime out in front of the house she's selling. I don't know them, but I just say that's indicative of us. I think, complete brainwashing, complete Fox News, complete.
I have no sympathy. I'm sorry. I have no sympathy.
Did I say sympathy? I'm just showing you a state of not.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm just saying, and
they got a new flag because the old one got all raggedy. I like to take pictures and video of everything because I use them in my work, but geez.
But yeah, I think maybe we can convince 10, maybe 20 million of these people, but I really genuinely think that there's at least 30, maybe 40 million people that are just too far gone, and we have to deal with that. We have to either teach their kids, take their kids away, prevent them from having more kids. I mean, something's got to give. Because this is the same shit that happened with Reconstruction, is all the Confederate soldiers had a bunch of babies and taught their babies about the lost cause. And now we're here again because no one fucking did anything. There was no global or at least, national education standards or whatever. So then in 1890s, you have a whole generation that thinks that the Confederates, well, they had some good points. And then you throw 100 years on that fucking thing. And then now we have a fucking gas fire that's out of control. So I don't know. I think that, education. I don't know. I mean, you tell me. You're the white man here. But if my little transgender self walks over to the 50 million, 70 million pedophile rapist supporters, it's not going to go well for me. So I mean, that's your job.
What I'm thinking is two parts. Three parts. Thing number one, they are being lied to about who ICE are and how they behave. Thing number two, we don't even need members of the military or police to be there. We need their family members to be there wearing some of those shirts that say, my son is a U.S. Marine or whatever. And then thing number three, we only need to rely on their ability to hate. We don't need to rely on their ability to logic things out. We don't need to rely on their ability, their desires for a better world. We just need them to keep on hating the way they've always been hating and just be willing to expand who they hate. And I've had remarkable success by being very open about the Democrats that I hate. Well, I say remarkable success. I don't have a convert.
No, yet. But when you say who they hate, I showed you that house. So I wonder, who do they hate? They're being told who to hate. They hate who they never see because they live where I live, where nobody lives, and they're seeing nothing, and they hate immigrants, and they're living in.
I personally believe, when I was a kid, right, I went to school and school was slow and boring and stupid, and they taught me misinformation. So you know what I did? Instead of just sucking it up and dealing with being a dumbass, I started reading fucking books when I was fucking 7 or 8 years old. I just started reading outside of school because I understood school was too fucking boring. And so I'm sorry, maybe not everyone's built like that. I get that. But like, this idea that someone's 50 years old or whatever, and they're being lied to their whole life, like they have no agency. Like I'm just like, you're 50 years old. If you're older than that age or whatever, like, I'm sorry, man, do not pass go.
There's so many people like
I've
that.
got to
I'm
answer
sorry.
a question because it goes to the core of who I am. Lisa Hopo asks, "Why do you hate Dems?" I hate hate. I get what you're saying here, but I'll answer your question in a straightforward manner. I hate most Democrats. I'll acknowledge that the only politicians I do like have either caucused with or are actually Democrats themselves. But I hate most Democrats because they are conservative and they pretend to be progressive. That's why.
Orb rumor, 70 million people voted for Donald Trump when it was public knowledge he was a pedophile rapist and Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. If they're too lazy to know that, that's one thing. I get it. But like 25% of males in the US between 15 and 75 are pets. I don't
know that.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? We're talking about Donald Trump voters. We're talking about Donald Trump voters.
Yeah.
If you vote for a pedophile, enable a pedophile, I don't care. You're a part of the pipeline. You're a part of the machine. Just because it doesn't turn you on doesn't make it any, like, I don't give a fuck if it turns you on or not. If you're holding the camera and pointing the fucking camera at the pedophiles to do their thing, you're just as bad. That's how I feel. You may think it's not okay. You may think it's too harsh. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. So that's my opinion on that. But back to hating Democrats. 14th Amendment, Section 3 clearly says if you give aid or comfort to insurrectionists, you should also be barred from office. On January 7th, Nancy Pelosi gave aid and comfort to insurrectionists by not invoking the third section of the 14th Amendment. Therefore, she is an insurrectionist collaborator. But the 14th Amendment doesn't discriminate. Either if you're a collaborator or an insurrectionist, doesn't matter. You both get expelled. You both get banned from holding public office. So in my opinion, every single Democrat on January 7th who was elected in office, every single Democrat who did not sign on to Cory Bush's resolution to invoke 14th Amendment Section 3, I believe there were about 50 Democrats that actually signed on to that. All of the rest need to be banned from public office forever. Forever. All of them. In the Senate, ban them forever. Joe Biden. The minute Joe Biden chose Merrick Garland, aid and comfort to insurrectionists. Joe Biden is a Nazi collaborator. You might think it's harsh language. Look at the country. Look at where we are. Joe Biden had 4 fucking years to do literally anything about Donald Trump, chose not to. I don't care what's in his heart, you know? That's a Nazi collaborator. Intentionally or not, that's a Nazi collaborator. So that's why I hate most Democrats. And I think that the fact that Democrats right now, like Cory Booker's talking about increasing ICE funding for body cameras.
Well, didn't he come out?
You know, like that's crazy.
I thought he changed he came out and is against the bill to fund any more ICE. Let me look it up. I think that what it came out that he
I want to, while you're looking that up, let me speak in broad strokes about my problem with Democrats, because I would like you to share this problem, particularly because I suspect deep down we want the same things for America. My problem is that, not unlike every single Republican on the campaign trail, they pretend to hold our beliefs about the way society ought to be. But when it comes to being in office, particularly the folks that describe themselves as centrists, even though they're not in the center of anything, they're just neoliberals. What they do is they sign giant tax breaks and bailouts for the rich, while denying us basic government services any chance they can. And they will make room. They will sometimes vote in the way we want them to vote, but they won't introduce the bill, and they will only vote the way we want them to vote when there are enough votes behind the scenes to ensure that a progressive bill does not pass. Case in point, the minimum wage was going to be raised, except for Kristen Sinema and Joe Manchin. Let's see this.
Don't even get me started on Joe Manchin. Oh my fucking God.
Yeah, they're not Democrats anymore, but they serve their purpose.
And she was horrible. Yeah, I heard about
that fucking bitch.
Hold up. Now, wait a minute.
Keith Olbermann was talking. Keith Olbermann.
Raskin, I think, is a good man. Raskin is one of the few good politicians we should keep. But I want to be very clear with you, Lisa. And I hope you'll join me on another stream sometime, because you're the kind of person I enjoy disagreeing with, because you hopefully learn, but I definitely learn. Raskin's a great leader. If every Democrat was Jamie Raskin, I would be 100% about this party. But as it stands, most are not. And Raskin had to have a literal brush with death twice in order for him to wake up. So pre-cancer and pre-J6, Jamie Raskin was a different man. The Jamie Raskin of today is an actual hero. Most Democrats are not Jamie Raskin. Most are Hakeem Jeffries. Most are Chuck Schumer. Most are Nancy Pelosi. Most are just up there to make money off investing while they are in office and to f you over. And if we stick by these people whose records do not show that they support us, then of course Republicans will never listen to us. Because why would they? Because we're just playing games.
Yeah.
Republicans still think that Democrats are the left. That's how lost they
Lisa.
are. That's how fucking they're in the wilderness, you know, like they're in outer
they think
space.
Democrats are the left.
They're in deep fucking space, you know, they're in the fucking void that is next to our galaxy where there's no rocks, there's no gas, there's nothing. It's a giant fucking void. That's where the Republicans are intellectually. They think Democrats are leftists, man. It's crazy. Imagine thinking Joe Biden is a radical communist. Like, imagine that's where your fucking mind space is while you vote for the pedophile.
Radical communist. I know. Do you
like
think
there are at least a couple million, maybe 10 million people that simultaneously believe Joe Biden is a communist and they voted for the pedophile and a rapist.
So what do you think about
and a pedophile?
Will we ever be able to have either a progressive Democratic Party or a third party that actually gets somewhere?
Let's find out this year.
On
Let's
the state
find out
level, maybe?
Let's find out how many. I'm less interested in whether or not the Democrats, quote unquote, win this time around, because I just don't trust. If you have a D next to your name, that doesn't mean, like, I don't know where your vote is going. So my goal for success or failure this year is how many Democrats do we replace? How many Democrats are we able to successfully primary? That's what I want to see. I want to see progressives stealing power from these bastards.
I mean, I'm not even convinced the midterms are going to be a free and fair election. I mean, they're doing everything they fucking can to destroy these fucking election boards. That said, we should still vote, because the only reason Trump is president now is because most people did not vote. They were able to throw away 3.5 million ballots for Kamala Harris. She won all 7 swing states, but they threw out 3.5 million ballots. If she had the Biden numbers, we wouldn't be here right now. You know, that's why Donald Trump kept saying that 2020 was stolen, because they tried to steal it in 2020 and failed because there were just so many overwhelming numbers for Biden. For some fucking reason, somehow the George Floyd situation channeled that energy into Democrats like Joe Biden. I mean, that's if you want to talk about psychological operations to study for the rest of human history, Joe Biden campaigned on George Floyd energy and then increased police funding and then did a genocide in Gaza. I mean, like, we're talking about, like, wow, you know, we cannot make that mistake again. That was a critical error. That was a massive fail. I'm so wow, just thinking about it.
But we're going to move on.
I can't believe that shit's real.
But we are moving on, because now it's a whole different ball game with what's happening here. And like you are saying, everybody's worried about the fact that that the Republican Party is going to try very, very hard to do everything they can to intimidate people. We're seeing it in Minneapolis. We're seeing it play out, but we are seeing the pushback starting. We are. So that's got to take hold. It's got to take hold. Well, if Buffalo, Niagara Falls, I mean, all these police organizations start saying they're not going to work with these people. Well, obviously something's happening, because they don't want their communities scarred and terrorized. And then they have to pick up all the pieces. And it's also costing their communities a lot more money. When something happens, the community has to pay for the results of what ICE is doing.
The only
He's just
way
getting
that conservatives would get their shit together is if a Democratic president came in, had a new institution, and used that institution to go to right-wing states and then just start locking people up and trafficking them to different countries. If a bunch of white Americans woke up one day and they're somewhere in the middle of Africa, then maybe they would get their fucking shit together. I really don't see any other scenario where these people fucking, oh no, a 37-year-old mother was shot in the face 3 times. Well, she was a lesbian, so who cares? They had it coming. Like, these people are fucking evil. They're demons from hell. They are demonic forces.
And what you see online is, oh, well, you do. If you just do what the law officer says, you won't get shot, which is like she was leaving. She was trying to get away. That's what
literally she was like communicating with a different fucking Nazi piece of shit. And that Nazi piece of shit told her to get the fuck out. So she did. And then fucking her partner was like, get the hell out of here. Let's go. And then fuckface motherfucker shot her in the face 3 fucking times. Right in front of her fucking wife, by the way. Like, imagine sitting in the
in front of her dog. Her dog was in the car.
And you
Think about
like you
how
just
traumatized
see
that animal
like
is.
you just see, and then you see the video where the fucking car just rears off into the fucking lawn of some person's house. I mean, just the whole thing is just, it's horrific beyond imagination. But like, you know what else was horrific beyond imagination? George Floyd being murdered on national television. And what did this country do? Nothing. We all played a party in the streets. That was cool. That was fun. But then the police got more funding. There was a genocide in Gaza.
Nothing.
And now, accomplished. Okay, that's
my post. I made
But,
a post that there are 3,000 Derek Chauvins in Minneapolis.
These people, I mean, like, demon is putting it lightly because demons are supernatural. Like, these people are worse than demons. Anything you read in the Bible about demons, Republicans are worse. Not even, like, no question about it.
Well, sticking to what we can work with, I think it has never been easier to point out to average folks why Republicans are bad. You have armed thugs in the streets trampling over U.S. citizens' rights and everybody's rights. You've got tensions between longstanding allies that might actually become a shooting war over a chunk of land that nobody except the dude who's trying to take it was ever considering taking. You have the kidnapping of another country's president. You have the fact that he went to war with a country to steal their Nobel Peace Prize. What the?
Don't get me fucking started.
Oh no! Oh God! I hear the engine.
It just has never been easier to describe why Republicans are bad. I'd also say
to average people, absolutely, but to Republicans, I don't know. But yeah, average people, that's a slam dunk. Yeah.
Choose your words. If you're talking to MAGA, say this guy was claiming he was going to make America great again, but he wasn't. He's your Obama. I'm sorry to break that to you. You can go that route. But if you're talking independents, then yeah, this is Republicans because Republicans signed on to all this. That's
I think
also
Trump's
true.
more of MAGA's Clinton. You know, they were both on Epstein's Island after all.
Well, that's fair. In terms of amount of children they've probably fucked, then that's accurate.
That's actually a rare case where I'm glad you did the whole thing with the not saying it, because I mean I think I needed to hear that censorship there, otherwise I would have lost my shit. But yeah, that's true.
I think we are possibly the worst country on earth. I mean,
easily, no question.
We're really awful. Jesus.
Like genuinely, like what is competing with us? Like maybe Russia, maybe.
What's the new thing now? The new thing I hear online is that that Americans are on social media apologizing to all these different countries. But listen, the other countries are saying, hey, you're an American. We don't give a shit. They're lumping everybody in together. And I kind of, yeah, you, me, whatever. We didn't, but we live here. And oh, well, this is what the Republican Party has done to the whole country.
We're all culpable to some degree.
Well, that's what I say. That's my comment. We are all culpable to some degree. And people in other countries don't want to hear, I'm sorry. They want to hear what the fuck we're going to do. They don't want to hear, I'm sorry. They want to see they want to see what Jake is talking about. They want to see the general strike,
to some degree, I think the "I'm sorry" is important, whether they want to hear it or not, because you can offer that up now for free, and you ought to, especially if you believe it. But they're not
I'm
wrong.
sorry.
I mean,
I'm sorry, terribly sorry about
hey,
all this.
world, I am genuinely sorry.
But I'm seeing the commentary. That's all.
But they're. I mean, that's not an unrealistic. Like, that's not an irrational expectation for them. You can say, "Hey, I'm literally in the streets trying to stop this." That's something. That's good. A general strike, as you say, would be even better. To like the world might recognize that. But the long term thing, man, I do want to just. Because it's it's a trio of Americans talking here. It's not, well, it is our fault. It is definitely our fault. It's not entirely our fault. The rest of the world's neoliberals have done everything in their power. Yeah. To make sure we, as America, suffer under regimes like this so that they can get the crumbs. Basically, we do a horrible crime like invade Iraq and cause 2 decades of war, but they're also getting the cheaper oil. Did
you see that fucking text from Macron that Trump posted for some reason? Like, did you see that? Like a message from Emmanuel, but in that text where fucking Macron was giving fucking Donald Trump like the fucking meatiest blowjob of his entire lifetime. He was like, "We all agree on Iran. We all agree on Syria. What is going on with Greenland?" Like, what are you fucking kidding me? Now, I get it. There's a strategy behind it. You got to tickle his fucking ball sack or whatever to get him to get to the table.
They say got to. They don't
but like,
Fuck.
What are you talking about with Iran, man? Like France. I mean, hey, I like the aviators. That was a good touch, but like, France, it's time to put up or shut the fuck up, because I'm tired of hearing you fucking people talk. Like Europe, you need to, like, every country on earth needs to do a complete and total blockade on the entire U.S. economy.
Yes,
bare minimum.
Keir Starmer
bare minimum.
Was out there in front of a microphone the other day talking about like, well, America's doing bad, but we maintain relationships by sticking through people. Dude, fuck you, Starmer.
That's the abusive father's wife, the mother, who just like says, "Oh, little Timmy, don't just deal with it. He'll be done beating your ass soon with the belt. Don't worry about it."
The police captain that doesn't want to bust up the drug house that's a convenient walk from his house. Because he's a drug addict.
Yeah.
That's Keir Starmer. He doesn't want the money train to stop for the neoliberals of their country. So
that's right.
Strongly worded. But we're not.
I personally think all humans on Earth are culpable to what we're dealing with, because we've all just been letting these evil people take control of all of our countries. Like Russia, for example, give me a fucking break. You got the Soviet Union, then you let Stalin kind of run that shit into the ground. There's a lot of Stalin enjoyers, but let's be real. Let's be honest. The practical effects of his reign is he destroyed the reputation of the Soviet Union. That's what happened.
Communism.
Of communism, yes.
Of communism.
The concept of just like collective like healing and helping and like working together is thrown out the fucking window because of Joseph Stalin. Okay, so like that, like what a disaster that was, like what the fuck. And then Russia collapses, and now we have a bunch of rich people in Vladimir there. Like that's a fucking disaster. But like it's the whole fucking world. Every country, this is why I wrote this on Blue Sky, but every country is either run by like a fucking piss baby loser like Keir Starmer, a little fucking like he's got like 5 diapers on. He's got like a full diaper bodysuit, an absorbent diaper suit that he wears to just absorb all the fucking piss. He's got catheters that are daisy chained into other catheters so that he can deal with pissing on himself over and over. I'm sorry, but this is what's happening, right? And then you have fascists like fucking Putin or Trump, and then you just got total dunderhead fucking moron leaders. like there's all kinds of fucking
the hungry Viktor Orban. I do have a question. Okay, and I'm going to put a comment here. It's kind of talking about what happened to Iran. Now today, this comment says Iran warns U.S. President Donald Trump. Yeah,
she's saying comment, but this
right
is your
because I got it right. But they will be firing back with everything we have if we come under renewed attack. The country says 3117 people have been killed in recent uprisings. So we have our president, right, who is trying to squelch any kind of protest in the United States, and they want to kill, but yet he's threatening Iran because they are killing, and they are telling the Iranians to protest against their government. So where's your head on that? And that's not been in the news.
Well, the whole Iran situation is a real clusterfuck because Iran's government is fucking horrendous. They have one of the worst governments on planet fucking Earth. They're just terrible.
Well,
maybe not as bad as Donald Trump, let's be honest. You know, America's looking pretty bad. But Iran was a fucking beautiful country for thousands of years, or a beautiful place on Earth, because countries are a very recent invention. But like, it's a terrible fucking, it's a regime that's fucking horrendous. That said, what's the option if the Ayatollah says bye-bye? We're going to get a U.S. puppet in there, and then we're going to have a greater Israel, and then Israel's going to colonize the entirety of Asia and fucking Africa. They're just going to keep fucking expanding. So in a way, you know, critical support to the Ayatollah on a geopolitical level, but like, you know, it sucks to actually kind of discuss the situation.
What do you think the actual people want?
The people want to live in a democracy like they did in recent living memory. There are people in Iran right now that grew up in a democracy. Like,
sure,
you know,
but they were still, and it was still a U.S. pressured democracy. But
it was better than what's happening now domestically for people's domestic rights, and that's why it sucks fucking ass.
I don't like any kind of religious running of countries, but that's of course big part of the world. I just wondered. How about you, Jake? What do you think about that whole conundrum of telling, though, you know, trying to make people in other countries rise up and yet squelching it here?
It's not just the hypocrisy, which is obviously a thing, but it's also the fact that he told them, if you rise up, he tried to do an old school, he tried to do it right with Iran because he effed it up with Venezuela. He said, if you rise up, the U.S. will be there for you. And they rose up, and the U.S. was not there for them. We just let them die. Those 3,117 deaths are on Trump.
Yeah.
He irresponsibly said he would do something that he had no intention of doing. So yeah, that's demon work right there. I hope nonetheless they successfully rise up, overthrow their government, start a democracy, and do not allow the U.S. anywhere near it.
That's the best case scenario.
That would, best case scenario. I would like to see that happen for the Iranian people. I literally was in love with the country from actually one of the YouTube travelers, Sabbatical Tommy, went to Iran, and the people were just wonderful, you know, from where he was and who he visited. And all
Iran is one of the most interesting cultures and histories of any place on planet Earth.
Wouldn't it be nice to have that ability to do research with Iranians and, you know, all the kind of things that we used to do? Yeah, it would be that. See, that's a world that we have to work towards. The world where we used to do all the research with the Russians, and we worked in partnership with the Chinese, and people just don't understand. We're all the same. We all want the same things, and that's just a happy life and a good family, and to be accomplished in something.
Something I think about as a person of transgender persuasion is that like almost every country on earth would like shoot me on sight if they knew I was trans. Like I cannot like travel to many countries on earth. Like just thinking about that is pretty crazy. Like this is my planet. This is my home. And yet I am not allowed. And even the country I was born in, I'm barely allowed there. So it's like, I don't know, man. Like, I just think this whole thing, all of humanity, like we need some sort of big cultural reset. We need we need to have like, and you know, every cultural reset we've had on a global scale has come after like the most like ridiculous atrocities you've ever even dreamed of every time. And it gets worse. World War I. Well, guess what? That wasn't as bad as World War II, you know? So it's like every time that there's a global reset, it's because of something very fucking horrible to happen. So do we need to go through something horrible? Maybe, but I wish we didn't.
Do you think that the trans, you know, all of this is based, the etiology is religious?
What?
I don't.
Is it religion? I don't know. I'm asking the question. All this hatred for just people that are.
It's a mixture of religion, stupidity, conservatism in the classical sense, where they just want to keep everything the same, But like, it's also just like they don't know anything. Like trans people have existed throughout all of human history.
Yes,
You know, like they don't know that. They
absolutely.
don't know any of that. So like
And
they're
they
just dumb
don't.
motherfuckers. They're
They don't
stupid,
know about-
intolerant pieces of fucking human garbage. And
Yeah.
that's
So
why
it's
I have no problem just throwing out half the human population and
So
calling
it's
them all garbage.
learned hatred because they don't understand intersex. They don't understand.
They don't understand fucking anything.
biology.
They're just fucking. Most people are
Okay.
just fucking stupid fucking garbage. Like it's fine being ignorant.
Propaganda.
I'm ignorant on a lot of things, but you know what? I don't fucking hate people because of my fucking ignorance. Like I have next to no knowledge on several African countries. I have zero knowledge on several African countries. That doesn't mean I fucking hate them. You know what I mean? So
I
Wouldn't it
think
just be nice?
we are going to experience worldwide leftist revolution that is exactly as Andrea describes, where it's like a reset for culture across the world. And I
hope,
think
yeah.
that is going to happen because the way we have been behaving is unsustainable. So the question I have is that going to happen in time or not in time to soften, but not stop because it's too late for that, the horrible effects of climate disaster? We'll see. It might be
think
all
that
tidal waves and ripping.
if you want
continents.
to talk about doomer conspiracies, right? This is my doomer conspiracy. Is I think by the 22nd century, right, by year 2101, because that's when the 22nd century starts, is 2101. I think that there will probably be like 500 million people on this planet. And I think it's going to be up to them to craft the future of humanity. I really do not think we're going to stop climate change. I think most people on Earth will die, and it's going to be catastrophic. You know, if I can live long enough to die in a fucking tsunami, I'll see myself as an accomplished individual, and I want to pass on my writings and teachings to the next generations. To build something after this, because I don't think we're going to solve climate change. I do not think it's going to happen. I think that most people on Earth will die by 2101. That's what I think. That's my doomer take. Do I hope it doesn't happen? Absolutely. But you know,
I've got
usually my doomer takes come out to be
I've
somewhat
got
true.
the book right behind me, Racing to Extinction by Lyle Lewis, who I've interviewed 3 times. So, you know, it's an absolutely stellar book because he is a science, you know, biologist, ecologist. It's very sad what we're doing. I mean, that's pretty
It's
much what I
terrifying.
talk
Just
about. I talk
the
about
best
it all the
case
time.
scenario is a future intelligent species digs us up in the fossil record and goes, well, that's weird. There's some aberration here. Let's look into that a little bit more. That's the best case scenario, I think, for the planet. You know, not for humans because we'll all be dead, but for the planet, for life on Earth. You know, because I think about life on Earth. We're all cousins. I'm cousins with Max the dog. I'm cousins with the fucking trees outside. We're all life on Earth.
Yes, that's it.
Like the fact that we're all killing each other. Like there's one thing, you got to eat certain plants to live or whatever. You don't need to eat cows and pigs, by the way. That's unnecessary, but that's a different conversation. But the fact that we put cows and pigs, if you want to eat them, that's one thing. But we put them in factory fucking farms and they grow up in cages and they squash them to fucking bits and torture them on a daily basis. It's fucking disgusting what humans have done to this planet. So as far as life on Earth, I mean, the best case scenario is for humans to just like calm the fuck down. We can maybe live in a bunker somewhere. Like if humans left the planet, that's a better case scenario too.
A lot of people that I know feel that humanity has to go. But the problem is humanity, as flawed as it is going to take every other being, sentient being with it. So
yeah, if humanity goes, it's going to be nuclear warfare. 99% of life on Earth will die. I think when humanity hits the big button, it's gonna be worse than the fucking Chicxulub situation.
Domenico, I am not ignoring all you say, but a lot of what you say is hard to understand in the context. You have to understand, Domenico, when we are talking up here, there's a delay between this and the chat. So
I try not to look at the chat because every time I do, I end up getting angry, and that's not good for my blood pressure.
There was a really nice here, can I put this up? Here's something really lovely.
All
Nina
right.
Canadian, peace and respect. I'm so late. Apologies. My province took on an aggressive recycling system January 1st, 26. Wish we were talking about consumption. So that's wonderful to hear that some province that wants to do something that's not fake recycling sounds like a good thing. And Nina, maybe you could come on my show and talk about it sometime. Because yes, there are positive things that we can talk about that are happening. And I like that too. So we took a little veer.
Yeah, recycling is amazing because like the thing about recycling in the United States is we just take up all the quote unquote recyclables and then we ship them to like Indonesia or whatever. And then they fucking burn them for fuel or some shit. And it's terrifying. It's disgusting the way that the whole just thinking about it. When you just try to just think of the big picture, it really hurts my head.
She's talking about
accurate recycling is great.
Lowering consumption, and it's probably having to do with composting and farming.
The biggest thing, more than recycling, because recycling, if you want to save whatever, right? Eat less garbage. Right? Less plastic wrapped garbage, right? The less garbage you purchase, the less you even need to consider recycling, And it's like, if you have like a good recycling setup, that's the ideal scenario. Like the plastic bottles, like the fact that we still use plastic bottles, I mean, like, I just like glass, like it's right fucking here. I wash this bitch out and drink out of it multiple times a day.
Or
like,
this,
what the fuck?
This
People
actually
bottled water? Are you kidding me?
This does get recycled because it's a metal and they do get it reused, repurposed, and remade. I don't know what the process is. It's probably fossil fuel intensive, but it does get recycled.
Yeah,
it does. It is. See, every issue, everything is tied together, but really it's all of it is under the environmental umbrella. All of it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Even
That's
when it
the
comes
motto
down
of
to
my
like,
channel.
yeah, I mean, the more I look at it, the more you're correct. What businesses operate in your area, how they are permitted to operate, what the effects of businesses that are operating in areas around yours have on your health. It's all, yeah.
I mean, yeah, like people like I gotta
What's she
see
doing?
myself. Hold on.
Okay.
Motherfuckers. When it comes to the environment, okay? Like I just
There we go.
People will drink and eat pure sludge. Like you fucking like the shit that people eat like is just utterly reprehensible to look at. And I do it too. The other day, not too long ago, actually, it was a week and a half ago. I'm losing perception of time. And I discovered that they had a vegan pot pie. And I had a vegan pot pie, which I haven't had those since I was young. That little fucking bullshit you throw in the freezer and you put it in the microwave and it's disgusting. It is the most hideous. I looked at it and I was like, am I really going to eat this? Now, I will tell you, because human biology does not necessarily coalesce with my intelligence, my taste buds enjoyed it very much so. Okay, I very much so eating that frozen piece of garbage. But just looking at it, though, like that disgusting sludge that just drips out of it, that gray sludge with these fucking like pale, disgusting looking peas and carrots that look like they have no nutritional value. It is truly horrendous to look at that kind of shit. And I gobbled it up. I ate every bite. I'll tell you that. I had a great time. But with all of that being said, most Americans, like, they don't even have that intellect. Maybe they do. I don't know. I'm only one person. But, like, I'd like people eat that shit every day. They eat that shit 3 times a day. That scale of garbage,
You know what?
Man, we gotta really think about what we're doing here.
They do it in pet food too. Pet food is so bad, most of it. And I have worked so hard to feed my animals properly. And even then, Siku got his UTI. But that makes you look, it's so much garbage that they're feeding. I feel so sorry for pets. That's why I wrote about it in my Substack article, because it should never, domesticating animals for pets actually should never ever have happened. should never have become a thing for pets.
I
This never
disagree.
should have.
I
don't know, Andrea.
I don't like the concept of
humans abuse, but everything gets abused. Everything
agree
we
with that.
touch
I agree.
gets abused. So it should never have
think
happened.
that the terminology of pet, I think, is problematic.
Okay.
Like Max the dog. Look at this guy. He's currently sleeping.
Listen, I have 7 cats. I love them. I'm talking about going all the way back in time. You know, the abuse that go to any animal shelter.
Look at this
Okay?
motherfucker. He is fast asleep.
He's so cute.
Max, are you dead?
I don't think you're getting where
I get
am.
your point, Sandee. You're saying
he's
we're
good.
here
He's
now,
not
but
good.
we didn't have the right to do that.
I think that there is a sincere argument that dogs domesticated themselves. This is an argument that I've read and researched into.
Really?
I don't like the concept of pets because pets imply a hierarchy and it implies that humans are above others. So I don't agree with that. Max is my friend, and he's not my pet. He's not my dog. I mean, I would say he's my dog. Like, you know, like that's my buddy, right? So in that sense, he's my dog, but he's not my dog as in I own, you know, possession of him. This is an area where the English language is a little lacking in specificity. But like, I think that working symbiotically with other animals is something that humans were meant to do. We were meant to integrate. We were meant to raise dogs. We were meant to fucking create these communities and work with nature. We were meant to do all this. This is what we're here for. This is what we started as. We started as one with everyone else. And sure, yeah, the law of the jungle is pretty scary. Monkeys eat each other. They kill each other. Chimpanzees will blow each other's head off with rocks sometimes.
That's instinct
but like,
versus
like
what we
that's
do.
the thing is we can coalesce with nature. It is possible.
Well,
and I think
yeah,
that
we're not
you know,
talking- that's not what I'm talking about.
no, I
though.
know. So I'm just
Yeah,
going
yeah.
off on my own little
It's
situation.
okay. It's okay. You can go off on your own little situation. It's almost midnight, guys. Are we going for a longer night than 2 hours? Because
I was gonna pull the Strack
Yeah.
line with the it's 12 o'clock Eastern Standard.
All right, do
Sandy
it.
beat you to it. She was
I did.
already. She was right
Well,
there.
I'm tired, and I have a big day tomorrow, and then I'm supposed to do a show at 5 o'clock for this space, and I'm completely not prepared for anything. And I have to go pick up my cat, and it's going to be shitty weather, and I have to make sure, you know, there's a lot to do here. So
I usually get ready
Fair.
for my show about 20 minutes before it goes live.
I have a feeling tomorrow is going to be one of those days where I'm just going to have nothing to other than just talk.
Well, here's what I
Anybody-
recommend.
Okay, recommend. Oh, he did it!
I just want to say I will handle shutting the stream down. So
All right. He
Don't,
did it. He did the
don't worry about
Jakes it. Everybody, thank you for coming. There's a lot of people here, and I think that our discussions were good and heated, and you know, we're not always on the same wavelength or path, but somehow we make it there, Andrea. You know, we just make it there.
I think that there's reasonable disagreements to be had, and then there's Jake.
Okay, I think that's it. I was just looking at the chat. It gave me some food for thought. I love you all. Nina, keep on being that beautiful person you are up there. And Lisa and Alex. I just want to say everybody's name. And I'm going to look at the big one tonight. Groove Dragon and Earth and Hermit and all of you. Looney Tunes, thank you. And who else? There is somebody named Majat and Emerald View, thank you. Wow. Global, thank you for coming. And Selena, let me see if I missed any other names. I just want to say thank you for all of us at This Space TV and all the hard work that the people at This Space TV, like Andrea, have done to create something that's growing.
I've done a lot of easy work. The hard work is done by everyone else. The hard work is done by everyone watching. They have to watch this shit. I just come on and do a fucking show once in a while. You people, you're doing the hard fucking work. You have to sit through this grueling nonsense.
You are definitely something else, babe. But hey,
that's right.
I having you in my life for now. What is it going on since 2020? Yeah, since 2021. Yeah, it's been definitely good for me. So, all right, everybody. I'm saying goodnight. Andrea's going to shut down, and I will see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern. And then I've got Jim Massa on Friday night. Science Talk with Jim Massa. We have a whopper of a show for Friday night. All right.
You ready? Just don't talk over the outro as per usual.
Shit.
That would be really bad if you talk over the outro.
I'm out of here, but it was a great show. We are all animated, and I gotta go to.
This show started, and you know, I think about it every day of my life.
Bye.
All right. Is anyone there? Hello?
Yeah, we're not talking though, right?
Oh, Jake, what are you doing here? What is this?
I came
Why
in
is
to
Jake
not
back?
talk over the credits.
You failed. You're talking over the post credits. I got this red spot. What is that? Why is there a red spot on my face? Look at that.
Maybe you got you were wrestling and you got cut up.
I got chapped lips right now. I got like a serious case of chapped lips. Do you got any chapped lips right now, Jake? I wasn't looking.
I
really.
do. I've been chewing on them all night. Now wait a minute.
My chapped lips are driving me fucking insane. I woke up this morning with a pool of blood just
Jesus Christ
on my face, you know, like as I'm rolling around in my fucking sleep. I woke up and there's like blood on my fucking face. I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck happened? There's blood in my mouth. There's blood pouring out of me. It's like there's blood everywhere.
Chapped lips. I think that's tuberculosis.
Well, that might be involved a little bit, but yeah, like, you know, the corners, they popped open. It wasn't that much blood. It was like a little drop. I'm overselling it. But we're now talking. This is not Left Past 10. This is a new show.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with a news show, which this is not even close.
No.
But we're in kind of uncharted waters here. What is this?
No, this is the show, the hidden after show where we read and heckle the comments.
Okay, is that what we're doing? Put them up on screen.
Yeah.
Wait. He's really upset that we didn't end.
You guys are still there, and I left. Shut
guys.
it.
Well, Jake came back on. I was ready to.
I'm cutting you off my channel.
We're now talking. This is not Left Past Echo. 10. Oh no.
Okay.
No, I'm done.
You're done. What's happening? I can hear myself.
No.
Help.
What happens if I turn it off on my channel?
I think you just gotta turn the volume down or put your headphones in.
What the fuck is going on?
What happens if I take? Wait, please answer me.
Wait, close mute the YouTube thing that you've got open.
This is fucked.
The stream is still on.
There you go. You got it.
Yeah, it's still on.
How do
I don't know what's
remove
happening
it from my channel? If I hit remove, it ends on Environmental Coffeehouse, right? Then they can go to this space.
Yeah.
Yes.
Click your arrow.
Just
and
keep it on for the views. You'll get more watch hours.
No,
more
Sandee
ads.
doesn't want Jake on screen. That's a huge.
I didn't
huge
say that. I want everybody to go over to this
security
space.
breach.
Go over to this space. Everybody.
Well,
that's
this space is over. I'm trying to shut it down for the. Matt's gonna be so. I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna have like 10 messages in the morning.
Bye.
Matt's gonna be like, "What the fuck
You're
did you
welcome to
do?"
stay and prank. I just came on to do a bit.
No, you can't do that.
You can't. You can't do it.
No, I can't delete it. I can't because it'll delete it on YouTube. Bye. I'm leaving. I'm tired.
See ya, buddy.
What the hell is going on here?
Well, we're doing the secret after show where we heckle the commenters.
Is this a secret? Is this actually happening? We're not. I could we're not shutting it down. We're doing a secret.
You don't
after
have
show?
to do it, but I'm doing the.
Well,
secret
I can't
after
let you
show.
be here by yourself. That's also a huge hole in our armor. The Golden Dome would never allow such a thing.
All right, I'm going to do one non-heckling comment. I'm excited about that. Sandee is my guest, 2:45 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday. That's awesome. All right, let's tear into some of these sons of bitches. How dare you?
Okay.
Ooh, Donald James X. I know Dr. Richie through all the community work I've seen him do and justice he has brought to some communities. I saw it with my own eyes. Fair enough. Continuing our conversation from earlier. Yeah, Dr. Richie is he was already a doctor before the scamming. I don't know why
Oh, that's the fucking con artist piece of shit. Is that the one? Yeah.
Yes. I mean, he genuinely has dedicated a portion of his life to doing good works, but he's undone all that good. Well,
now I gotta be 100% honest. I hate the Young Turks and I hate everyone on there, and I think they're all terrible. I don't think that there's any redeeming qualities to anyone working for the Young Turks. That's my bias. That said, I also don't mind being a scam artist piece of shit and getting fake diplomas. I think it's like a Better Call Saul type situation. I think it's kind of funny. I think it's kind of cool.
I was saying this earlier. Like,
I think it's not bad. I mean, like, I think that you should cancel him for working with the Young Turks. Are you fucking kidding me? It's like a fucking, you know.
Even if he didn't, you should cancel him for being a progressive and trying to scam people. This is we don't have time for it right now. But in another era, it's sort of like Eric Adams. Like the kind of scamming he does.
It would have been fine in like 1834, you know.
Yeah.
You were in a, like top hat,
with like a straw hat or whatever. He comes into town with a big suitcase. Like, yeah, it's like an American tradition. It's hard for me to be angry with it.
Yeah, a little bit.
I thought there would be more comments I could heckle, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think Sandee wants us to be live. I think Sandee's pissed.
Well, she probably is.
She's mad as fuck. I cannot believe.
Now I'm realizing.
I've never seen Sandee angry before. She came back on here and was like, Jake, what the fuck? What did you do? You're ruining everything, Jake. And I'm just the innocent victim. I'm just.
Well, I thought I'd have a funnier thing, but.
So you came on, so you're like, oh shit, I got to get back on for a funny thing, but you didn't think about the funny thing yet. You just had faith in yourself.
There'd be some like really sweet comments that I could tear into and tease people for being vulnerable, but it's actually just insightful political commentary. And if I pretend like I got a problem with it, I'm going to have to defend that.
But anyway,
see ya.
Thank you for watching this space. Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. My camera fell over. Bear with me. We're live 4 days a week. Isn't that great? Isn't that wonderful? Come here tomorrow. My monitor is telling me I need to do this is an OLED panel cleaning. My monitor's been on for 16 plus hours, which means I now need to shut it off. So that I literally need to shut it off. Like, so, I can't see anything. I gotta shut off my monitor. I can't.
And maybe I'll end on a sincere note. Look, no matter who you are out there in the world, never trust Whitey.
If you were to take anything to heart, any general lesson, that is probably one of the best. Especially us. I mean,
yeah.
Like
none of these children of Yakub.
We're double whiteys because we're whiteys on Whitey, as in YouTube. So we're double. We're doing both.
That's good. It's good.